What do you do? I'm working on it, okay? This is bizarre. All of this is bizarre. Not good. I probably have to go out there. Oh, Jesus Christ. While everyone is marveling at everything he was doing, Jesus said to his disciples, "Listen to me and remember what I say. The Son of Man is going to be betrayed into the hands of his enemies." But they didn't want to know what he meant. Its significance was hidden from them, so they couldn't understand it, and they were afraid to ask. Then the disciples began arguing about which of them was the greatest, but Jesus knew their thoughts. So he brought a little child to his side, and he said, "Anyone who welcomes a little child like this on my behalf welcomes me, and anyone who welcomes me welcomes my Father who sent me. Whoever is least among you is the greatest." Okay, so let's pray and decide that we need a different camera, and I don't know what we're going to get. I'm tempted to take that back. And this is the new one that's here. And I don't know what to do with this. And I really need some help, God, because the flash on this is not good. Trust me, it's not. And I don't know what I'm doing here with this thing. Oh, Lord. Winner, how you doing?
Never know who she is.
You're doing.
Her name is Lila. She has
Blame
a
you.
history. She has a past. She has a story. Somewhere along the road, she met Jesus. She says, "I don't need anything but Jesus now." She says, "I live a blessed life." This is coming from a woman in a wheelchair on the street. She says, "I am so blessed." She says, "I go around
It
and
doesn't
I
seem
tell
to
people
want
about
to.
Jesus."
It just... Jesus. It's not doing it. It's not cool. And God, I'm not happy right now with what is going on with the other camera. And it was pretty weird today to hear shots fired, or a pop gun or a cap gun. Wow. Please go with me. Keep your hand upon me, and we're going to leave it up here and keep it warm, okay? Oh, there's the sweater I found on the side of the road. It's a good idea. Yeah. Okay, you were working on it. It's got to be on P.
Awesome. You know, as I mentioned before, it takes a village, and this is biblical, what we are doing. We don't baptize children here, if you're just wondering about that, because, you know, he doesn't really have a decision on that until later, but we do dedicate them unto the Lord. So that's the parents saying that they're going to raise up their child in a godly household, and we as a church are going to stand by them as a family. Okay, so in 1 Samuel 21, there was a woman named Hannah, and if you have a chance, look it up. Hannah, she couldn't have kids, and she prayed to the Lord, and then the word was given that she would have a child. She actually went to the man of God, and Hannah said, you know what, if the Lord gives me a child, he said to God, if you give me a child, I will dedicate that child for you all the rest of the days of his life. He will serve you. I'll even give him up to the church. And so we're not looking at anyone to give their children to us to the church. So we have enough of those. But so she did that. It happened, and that was Samuel. Samuel was a prophet. It's a real cool story. But Jesus himself was even dedicated unto the Lord. And this has been a traditional thing, but this is something that isn't trendy. It's timeless. We talked about that. And there is power in the blessing when we lay hands on Elijah and on you guys. And as a family lives and his life. And in hope, so Jeremiah 1:5 says, before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were parents, I set you apart. And with Proverbs 22 verse 6, it says, train up a child in the way that he should go, and when he makes little effort, patience. And we'll just have a few things that we're going to ask you guys, and if you agree with us, just say so. And finally, do you promise to provide through God's blessing for the physical, emotional, intellectual, and spiritual needs of your child, looking to Elijah's heavenly benefit from the wisdom that will come from your heavenly Father through the love and strength as you continue to serve him, if so say we do. Awesome. Well, Heavenly Father, we thank you for this couple. We thank you, Lord, for appointing them and anointing them. And I just set such a peace over Elijah. And I thank you, Lord, for the mighty name that you have given him, that you will have words for him and for others. And I thank you, Lord Jesus, that you bless him like never before. Lord, that he would walk in the steps that you have predestined for him. Lord Jesus, that your joy would be his strength in everything that he says and does from this point forward. In Jesus' name, amen. He's already grabbing the mic to preach, so. You guys aren't off the hook yet, just don't go anywhere. Do you, ladies and gentlemen, as this family and congregation, do you promise to stand by this couple, to never come between them, and support them as parents of Elijah as they take this journey with the Lord? If so, say we do. We do. There you go. Now you can applaud. All right, well, we're going to continue to do what we do best. We're going to worship God. Let's continue to give him praise in this season.
All right, let's worship the Lord together. We're just going to sing glory in the highest to our God.
With our attention
name be upon you and 1,000 generations, and your family, and your children, and your children, and their children. May His fame be upon you and 1,000 generations, and your family, and your children, and their children, and their children. Generations, and your family.
take 20 years. It'll take maybe 3 years. 3 years and I could have it organized. I slept over there for a little bit of room with someone else. I sure did. That's good. That's good. That's what it looks like now. That's where we'll be doing that right now, wouldn't we? Okay, we're gonna go this way. Okay, I've got to figure out what time it is. So that would be a good thing to do. And let's kind of just go it slow. Oh, goody, we got a wind. Just what we need. Sure, why not? Listen. Oh.
So, did you say one time that he had gotten baptized in the church, or were the baptisms? I thought.
No, Al led him in a sinner's prayer a few months back.
Okay, then, is that all you need to do?
Well,
Thank you.
this is one of the reasons why we're waiting on the ministries, because
You what?
the ministries, you know, to go through with this disability, whether they're going to bury him or not, because he got to where...
Social services.
Hmm?
When he was on social services, they will
Before
take
that.
care of all that stuff. But
No, she said he was on disability.
providing, you know, not saying, okay, well, I will take care of this and this and that. And
That's why
Then
it's been put through.
but then it will be cremation, it will not be a funeral.
They won't pay for a casket.
Well, no, because they're doing a review right now.
The what?
They're doing the review. I've done 3 sessions with them, and then I meet with them again for Tuesday. And Henderson's warned me, like in so many words, because I got there. The Hendersons came and picked him up, of course, and I went down there, and I know a couple of the guys. It's a small town when it's all said and done for those of us who've been around a while. And what was said was, I said, well, he's disability. Oh, well, you know, they are doing things a certain way now, which is enough to, I understand what he means by a certain way. So it's not as easy as it would have been maybe 15, 20 years ago. I settled extended family members who were disability or whatever. And, you know, you get a hold of, say, the funeral home sends the info in, and the ministries say, okay, and we'll put it together and pay your bill. They don't do it like this anymore. You go through all this review process, which is nuts. But it is a good way for, I guess, the government to justify what, who's getting paid for
I'm gonna get it.
something.
Oh, you
Yeah,
got it.
It's just,
Bring here. Here, drop. Drop it.
I don't want it.
He doesn't want to.
I'm having too much fun playing this
He
game.
knows you. Drop it.
You say, I'm having too much fun playing this game. Yeah, he's a good boy. You know, that's one thing. See, we lost a couple of the cats and the dog last year in this time period, or December, January. You know, like they were only 42 years old, each of them.
No way, that old?
I swear. We don't even know.
The white one.
We don't even know how old
9,
Sadie. Sadie was a golden-haired collie, and I took Sadie in. She was like a rescue dog, and whatever they said, oh, she's a year or two. And the vet looked at me and said, this dog is 6, 7, 12. So the fact that she went as long as she did, wow.
Yeah.
But we've missed Sadie. It's one of the reasons I kept a couple of the little,
name for a dog, eh?
well, I kept a couple of the feral cats that we took in, because when Tim came in, he wanted to. And I thought of doing a dog. In fact, we talked about it in the last few months. Maybe I should be looking for a dog, and I'm glad I didn't now.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. They're a lot
Would
of
have
work when they're
complicated everything.
little.
So-
And then they chew on things. You don't
That
know
would
what
have been
the
just
dog-
one
if
more
you get a
job for
puppy-
you to take them for a walk.
Yeah, if you get a puppy, then you never know what
Exactly.
they're gonna chew on.
Manfred, I don't even know what I'm doing with the cats right now. It's,
Well, the cats is somehow to take care of themselves, but
well,
Some do.
dogs is,
I've tidied his area up.
that's the outside day.
His BiPAP machine is out of there. I went up there, tidied it up. Oh, you're gonna like this one. So the thing is that stupid machine, it's a compressor, right? The best of moments, it's cooking at 85 degrees in there. So even in this weather, you'd have the window open. Well,
That's how much heat that thing created.
oh my God. Well, needless to say, it's not running now. I went up there about, 2 days ago?
Freezing cold.
Oh, hell yeah. So, which is one of the reasons I can't even see the cats. And I had thought to myself at first that they were just traumatized. And I thought, this is because it's so cold. So if that isn't all good enough, years, because it's not really, I don't run the furnace in there, it costs too much that way. If you put in, you know those little thin metal ones?
Oh,
I love
those better.
So I pulled
you
it
so
out,
much
it's
for
sitting
the
in behind the
coffee.
chair.
Yeah,
It
my
doesn't
darling,
work.
I give you a hug this
Oh,
way.
and home, yeah, like the little thin thing. Home,
At the rate I'm going, I will warn you. I might see you on Sunday afternoons every now and then for a little
good.
while.
That's okay.
No.
I told her. We're not doing much of anything. Unless we're going to Kelowna next weekend, we're not sure yet. We might be going.
Yeah,
John would be here then. Yeah, John, did you meet
I'll
him?
tell him that we have
Yeah,
to
you
go
did meet
for
him.
breakfast or something.
Well, if you need a hand there with something, let me know.
at some point, I want to take that old air conditioner out of there. Right now,
dolly
I don't even know
or
how we're going to do that.
Oh, Dolly?
No, because of the stairs.
It's just be
Oh,
broken the time when you get
you know
down.
that the old one is there.
How did they get him out of there? You didn't-
Well, I got it out of the window.
no,
That's
no.
right. I thought I was going to die.
How'd they get him out? Let's see.
They carried him out.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
Now, his mom said the same thing, didn't they? They had to carry her.
Yeah, I guess they probably had to manually carry him out of the stretcher. Right?
They did a good job. He wasn't a big guy.
At least he was light. That's not a 300
Yeah,
pound
they
guy.
did an incredible job. They really did. Henderson's are, I don't know. I know
went
there's some
to-
cheaper places. Although
Yeah, I know. We went
I
to-
called there because I know a few of
What's
them.
that place?
Like for years I've known them, and
Well, Clive apparently works there, yeah.
yeah,
In Abbotsford, yeah.
be okay.
I didn't even know that. For 2 years he's been working, driving, get people around, he says.
Yeah, John said he did that too. He said they never complained.
Oh, they don't
If you
have
dropped
weight.
them or not.
It's easy. You take care, okay, my friend? Okay, he's in. That's good. That's good. It was good to see him. Okay. Yeah, that should be good. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. And I'm going to do it and then I'm going to go home and I'm probably going to work on the freezer a little bit. Need to clean out the bottom section too. Need to do something with the top. I don't know what. Damn it all. Let's just work with this. Okay. That's a good idea. All right. Oh, it's a very good idea. There's a train over there. I bet she is. Yeah, Julie, I slept outside. Slept upstairs in the room. Slept for 2 months and playing. I just, I don't know. How about we not overthink any of this, okay? It's always a good thing. Don't think too much. Don't think too much. Praise the Lord. Just say praise the Lord. Yeah. Okay, we got the internet going again. Or whatever they did. Hi, Gunner, you're a Twinkie. There's Mew. And it's blessed to be here. And it's blessed to have talked to Rennie. It's really good. Rennie is a very good woman. And Mew, I'm very blessed to have that friend. So, here we go. Jesus again predicts his death. While everyone was marveling at everything he was doing, Jesus said to his disciples, "Listen to me and remember what I say. The Son of Man is going to be betrayed into the hands of his enemies." But they didn't know what he meant. The significance was hidden from them, so they couldn't understand it, and they were afraid to ask. Then the disciples soon enough began arguing about which of them was the greatest. But Jesus knew their thoughts, so he brought a little child to his side, and he said, "Anyone who welcomes a little child like this on my behalf welcomes me. And anyone who welcomes me welcomes my Father who sent me. Whoever is the least among you is the greatest." John said to Jesus, "Master, we saw someone using your name to cast out demons, but we told him to stop because he isn't in our group." And Jesus said, "Do not stop him. Anyone who is not against you is for you." Okay, so I don't know what we're doing with that, but we're kind of this far, and there's Gunner and you, and I'm going to take a couple of pictures, and then I'm going to go inside, and then I'm going to try to talk to Daphne and make her crazy again too, and I don't know where we put that. That's right there, and life is a really weird place, isn't it, you? You're a good girl. It's a pretty weird place. Let's see if we can get a picture happening here. P. Okay, we're going to try a flash. Okay, we've kind of got a camera happening here. There. And I love you, Mew. And I love you, Tim. And we'll assume that you knew that. Guilt is a bad thing. Guilt will mess me up. get rid of that and that. That would help too. And that would help too. There's 3 things. And then I've got to get somebody to help me. I don't know how to do it. I really don't know how to do it.
Wow. I don't know what you're going to say no to today, what you've tolerated for far too long, but I think we all need to say, not in this house. Anxiety, fear, depression,
Maybe I need
spirit
to
of
hear
poverty, not in this house. I'm sorry, but we fight from a place of victory. The battle has already been won. We just need to wake up. We need to wake up and we need to lift up the name above every other name, and that name is Jesus. We have a lot to be thankful for. We have a lot to give praise for today. Worship is our weapon, and there is power in praise. We enter into his gates with thanksgiving in our hearts. We enter into his courts with praise. Come on, give the Lord some praise this morning. Come on, celebrate like you've already won, like your prayers have already been answered. Come on. Woo! Man, I think we all got a battle cry this morning. If you're joining us for the first time, welcome home. Welcome to the house of the Lord. He's got a word for you today. You know, we have a lot to celebrate. It has been a season of generosity, has it not? Christians trying to swear.
I knew this mommy's girl. This mommy's girl. Yes, I got num-nums for you. You coming up, Pete? Come on. Lord. Come on. It's important to do that, isn't it? You were a good girl. You were very faithful. Hi, Lady Gray. So faithful. There you is. Oh, I'm about to yes. Do devotions. Hi, Mew. Oh God. I'm amazed. It's what time it is. Hi, Gunnar. I got told to talk to Tim tonight twice. You don't need the 3rd knock. So Tim, we're going to read here. Oh, for fuck's sakes. I can't even see straight. If anyone is ashamed of me and my message, the Son of Man will be ashamed of that person when he returns to his glory and in the glory of the Father and the holy angels. I tell you the truth, some standing here right now will not die before they see the kingdom of heaven. Wow! The 8 days after Jesus took Peter and John and James. We read that. Opposition from the Samaritans. Let's go to Luke 10, okay? Because that was Luke 9. Jesus sends out his disciples. The Lord now chose 72 other disciples. 72 other people. Wow. And sent, yeah, well, you know, this is stuck together. Hi, Gunnar. I'm working on it, Gunnar. He sent them ahead in pairs to all the towns and places he planned to visit. These were his instructions to them. The harvest is great, but the workers are few. So pray to the Lord, who is in charge of the harvest, and ask him to send more workers into his fields. Now go and remember that I am sending you as lambs among wolves. Take no money with you, nor a traveler's bag, nor an extra pair of sandals, and don't stop to greet anyone on the road. Whenever you enter someone's home, first say, may God's peace be on this house. If those who live there are peaceful, a blessing will stand. If they are not, the blessing returns to you. Don't move around home to home. Stay in one place, eating and drinking what they provide. And don't hesitate to accept hospitality, because those who work deserve their pay. I feel like I want to stop there, and I won't, okay? If you enter a town and it welcomes you, eat whatever is set before you. Heal the sick and tell them the kingdom of God is near now. But if the town refuses you, or refuses to welcome you, go into its streets and say, we wipe the dust of your town from our feet to show we have abandoned you to your own fate. Dear God, please don't abandon us to our own fate. Thank you for Tim, and thank you for the fact he prayed for me the last month or so, or 2 or 3 or 4. I need to talk with him in a way that I don't even know if it fits with Scripture. But I've talked with a few people, and I don't have it on tape, and I'm supposed to talk with him tonight. It means going into the spirit realm and talking to him. I'm really pleased, Tim, that you were in my life. And you're still in my life. Go figure. You're not here and you're in my life. It's weird, huh? And I need some direction. The witchy insight is there's something you're missing. I don't know what you're missing. You're missing assurance that I will meet you in another place. Well, that's dumb. Of course I will. I've debated if I would get there. I've got a long haul to go, Tim. I've got to get through this. It's something we do here on this earth plane. And I'm kind of overwhelmed that things took a turn for where they are. I had thought you might be here for 10 years. And I don't know what I'm doing in the next 10 years. I've got all these levels of stuff to worry about. And Mew is on the floor eating cat food because, you know, I gave him fresh stuff. I love you. And I've got 2 pairs of glasses on. I love you. Damn, eh? I'm supposed to talk to you tonight. And it's really weird that I would have trucks show up in my dreams. Canceled the insurance on them, which is really weird today, too. Damn the world. I can't believe what has gone on with whatever. I'm supposed to call Monica. Call her tomorrow morning. maybe tonight. Maybe I'll call Daphne. Daphne is a very good lady, but she hasn't got the spiritual kind of whatever that needs to happen. Dear God, I thank you for this day. Creator, go with us and keep your hand upon us, and I ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. It's really bizarre I've got that. This is Tim's. I'm going to go and play Victory Church and talk to... Hi, girl. Hi, girl. Yeah, I better put the flash on. It's just not acting. It's acting up weird. Yeah, no kidding. I'm glad that we're talking to each other. One of these is the flash. Oh, there's Lady Grey. Hi, Lady Grey. Hi, Gunnar. What you doing? There's the babies. I don't know what I'm going to do with the babies. She's a good girl. Yeah. She's a good girl. Hi. I don't know what I'm going to do with the babies, Tim. It's been a long and bad day. Or it's good. A long and something day. I miss you. And we're talking actually more than I thought we would. There is likely something missing. I don't know what is missing. What do you not have to take forward? Hope. It's weird, that's the first word that came to mind. You don't have hope. Okay, I'm going to work on that for you, okay? I'm going to work on that. And what I mean by that, only I know. Hope. Dad said today he saw your hand a lot of times. It's pretty wild. Here, I'm about to deal with the babies again. Come on, babies. Shit. I may take over your vest, Tim. Is that okay? Yeah, it's a pretty good vest. It barely fits me. Oh, big lady. Hi, Mew. What are you doing? to sit here for an hour or something like it. I know I am. Let's watch this again.
I'm
Okay.
so proud to be part of a church.
An unexpected Christmas. It's not really what I thought it would be.
You know, we just had, it's amazing how choked up you can get from something like that, like a movie. We just had a parade go by last night. I don't know if anyone saw it. That's pretty cool, eh? It's a big parade, Christmas parade. Over 200 people came by, and all we did was open up our patio and let people in to be warm, but man, it was so impactful and so encouraging. So, yeah, we're just starting, and my eyes are already sweating. Sorry. Talk about unexpected things. You know, we know in this season that things might not always be all calm, but they can be bright. They can be bright.
Hey
We
Tim,
know
I'm talking
our
to you.
light shines the brightest in the darkest of places. And I just want to encourage you and thank you for being a part of this family. Because
Hi,
God has
Gunnar.
already done so much. But if we're just getting a glimpse of the gifts that He has for our family and for our community. And we know in this season that there's going to be conflict. Whenever you bring a bunch of family together and have gatherings, somebody's
Gunnar.
not going to agree about something.
You're having num-nums
But
good.
we can't agree. But God sent His one and only Son as a gift for all of us. He came, He died, He rose again, He's coming back. And He is alive and active in all of us, even today. But I want to encourage you that when confrontation comes your way, when conflict rises up, and it will, that you show compassion. And you realize how good you really have it. Because even when things aren't working in your life,
What are you
God
missing,
always
Tim?
is. He
Should
is
have married
always
you.
working. And He's got
Should have married you, Tim.
even when you don't see it, you don't feel it. He's always working.
And I didn't do that.
For good, for those who love Him.
Okay, so
So,
Gunnar, we're about to read. If anyone is
received
ashamed of me and my
unexpected
message, the
news,
Son
this
of Man
message
will
is
be
for you.
ashamed of that person
You know,
when He returns in His glory and in the glory of the Father and the holy angels. I tell you the truth, some standing here right now will not die before they see the kingdom of God. Might be you, Gunnar. That's not really what we were reading. Jesus sends out His disciples, chapter 10, Luke 10. The Lord now chose 72 other disciples. Wow. And sent them ahead in pairs to all the towns and places He planned to visit. These were His instructions to them. The harvest is great, but the workers are few. Pray to the Lord of the harvest, who is in charge of the harvest. Ask Him to send more workers into His fields. Now go, and remember that I am sending you as lambs among wolves. Don't take money with you, not a traveler's bag, not an extra pair of sandals, and don't stop to greet anyone on the road. Whenever you enter someone's home, first say, "May God's peace be on this house." Those who live there are peaceful, the blessing will stand. If they are not, the blessing will return to you. Don't move around from home to home. Stay in one place, eating and drinking what they provide. Don't hesitate to accept hospitality, because those who work deserve their pay. You enter a town and it welcomes you. Eat whatever is set before you. Heal the sick and tell them the kingdom of God is near now to you. And if a town refuses to welcome you, go into its streets and say, "We wipe even the dust of your town from our feet to show we have abandoned you to your fate. And know this, the kingdom of God is near." I assure you, even wicked Sodom will be better off than such a town on Judgment Day. What sorrow awaits you for Chorazin and Bethsaida? For if the miracles I did in you had been done in wicked Tyre and Sidon, their people would have repented of their sins long ago, clothing themselves in burlap and throwing ashes on their heads to show their remorse. Yes, Tyre and Sidon will be better off on Judgment Day than you, and you people of Capernaum will be honored. And you people of Capernaum, will you be honored in heaven? No, you will go down to the place of the dead. Then he said to the disciples, anyone who accepts your message is also accepting me, and anyone who rejects you is rejecting me, and anyone who rejects me is rejecting God who sent me. Amen. Let's pray, okay, guys? So, I thank you so much for everything that has gone on. I thank you for the picture Al did. I thank you for Lady Grey. I thank you for Gunner. Gunner, you've got to start coming close, and God better work with it, because I don't know what I'm going to do with you. I thank you for you. I thank you for Tim, who prayed for all sorts of people. Kind of surprising to me. Thank you for Rennie. What else there is here. Okay. I ask you to hold everybody in the palm of your hand. I ask this in Jesus' name.
Doesn't say what it is.
Okay, we're going to try to call Matt now.
Slippers, socks, track pants, blue sweater. What's the blue sweater from? Blue sweater. What's this? I don't know who or what this one is either. Okay, that's kosher. I'm sure we know what we're doing. We still didn't get those. Okay, we are kind of happening. We're going in there. We're doing okay. One, two. One, two, three, four. Good. 5, 6. I'm sure we can do this. Let's go this way, 10:59. That's fine. I'm gonna go right after an hour afterwards, I guess. It's gonna take me about a half hour to an hour. Maybe not. It's 10 o'clock. Hello, we're doing this now. Oh, Jesus Christ. I've got to find small bikes right. I'm probably a little early, if that's okay. Okay.
Have a seat
How you
in here.
doing?
That'll be right with you.
I didn't pick up pens. That's what I was supposed to do. That will work. I'm running a little early.
Well, thank you for coming in early, Catherine.
How you doing? You look
Good. How
nice
are you?
today.
Thank you very much.
Yes, you do.
Thank you.
You probably looked nice yesterday too.
It's a huge time. It's a huge time.
is.
Now, Mr. Thompson had 2 pairs of socks, long
Yeah.
johns, and a T-shirt. Should we just throw that out?
Maybe you could keep the T-shirt. You know what?
Okay.
He collected Harley T-shirts, and
Okay.
I don't know what I'm going to keep, but I almost brought you a Harley T-shirt, and
Okay.
you get to hear these stories. The other member of household, he's upstairs. We've known him for years too. Kevin said to me, "I've got some clothes that are too small."
Mm-hmm.
So between something new and something old and something borrowed, and you get the idea, right?
Right.
That he was gifted. So it's kind of anyway.
So the pair of socks and long johns we'll
Just get rid of
we'll
that
get rid of
stuff.
it, and the T-shirt will return.
Yeah, maybe
Good.
that.
Okay.
Because
Thank
I
you.
may keep some of his Harley T-shirts.
Yeah,
Just
and then you know when you're ready to deal with it.
well, I was gonna bring one of his sweaters that he always wore, and you know what? The 2 little cats, that's what has settled them down. It's laying on the bed, and I thought, can't do that. So this is what came from Kevin. I'm still trying to decide what it's like a rain jacket, I think, but it's kind of like what Tim would wear.
Okay.
With a sweater, and there's a T-shirt, and a T-shirt underneath, and I think this one's got an open, kind of like you right now,
Okay.
V-neck, and I'm not bringing his other shoes. These were slippers that could at least get
Okay.
on his feet.
Now, what is these pants?
Those are a pair of track pants,
Okay.
yeah. Those, actually, somebody gave them to use as pajamas, a friend of mine, and they didn't fit her. She said, oh, I bet you'd like them for pajamas, so we're back to that
They
something.
look very nice.
That something borrowed, something blue, and right?
Good work.
Okay,
And so we have a blue T-shirt.
yeah.
Blue T-shirt.
And that's like a cardigan to
Oh,
go
that
over
looks
it. Yeah.
that looks very nice. I like that.
I thought, it kind of worked out, didn't it?
Yeah.
Tim has got lots of clothes that actually do not fit him and better stuff.
Blue sweater.
But the last year or so, it's been
Okay,
this
so-
kind of thing.
Black shoes, white socks, gray camo, blue T-shirt, blue sweater, and a gray jacket.
And a gray jacket, which
Okay.
is better than the suit jacket that he wouldn't fit anyway anymore.
It looks nice.
So,
So everything's gonna stay with
yes, with
Tim.
him. You got it.
Okay. And we just need your initials here.
Hold on a second.
That
Point me in the right direction.
Right there. Yes. Thank you.
I'm
very-
running around with one of your pens.
That's okay.
And
That's what-
here's the other thing. I'm going to maybe want another one. I did pick up a
Yep.
very small guest book.
Okay.
And,
We'll provide pens.
yeah, just a couple of pens that...
Yeah, we'll
Oh,
provide
thank you.
pens. And he's got a ponytail.
Yeah.
Okay. And keep the mustache on.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. So when I get here on Friday,
Yes.
and there will be 1 or 2 people dropping in from the church, the pastor and that,
Yes.
do we use this entrance then?
We'll watch out for you. It's
Okay.
either we're not sure yet, but it could be the chapel entrance.
Now, here's another thing I'm going to do, and I better clarify it.
Okay.
If I brought my laptop, I have a slideshow that I will eventually run
Oh.
for a memorial.
Okay.
So I thought of just setting it off to the side.
Sure.
If Manfred's going to sit down and talk. It's also a time that we can just sort of make any further plans. So,
If it's on a USB, then we could plug it into ours. But sure, bring it in
Yeah.
and we could try
Okay.
and play it for you.
I will do. It'll be on a USB anyway. So, yeah, everybody's got that, don't they?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, good to see you again.
Okay. Take care.
Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you for coming in.
Okay. Oh, it's cold, wet
Yeah,
today.
yeah,
It's just ickier than icky. Okay, take care.
All right.
Where did I put my, oh, there's my keys.
Got everything?
Oh, no.
No?
Not the best of moments. I am just setting things down and I don't know where I put them.
No.
So, take
All
care.
right,
Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh, dear God. She's going to run around and out. About the same. I got the camera that we usually are in. That's why it's that high. There's a camera on it. Oh, that was it. I forgot. It's now 1:30. I don't know what all we're doing. This is not cool. This is not cool. This is not cool. All of this is not cool. But we are that far ahead. So where are we going right now? I don't fucking know. God damn it. It looks like it's gonna fucking snow. Free spirit. Yeah, right. Good idea. Shut down, what a day. They just had to dump all of those. Pretty wild. Some of us. I could go looking for him. They run. It's gonna snow or rain or something. If I had been organized to leave for 1 o'clock, that would have done it. But we didn't do that, did we? Okay, so we've got to check our list and decide we did everything on there that we should. We found the batteries, thank God. I can't believe that we lost them or didn't know where they were. Peach Creek. You have to go to Peach Creek and the salmon ceremony.
Okay,
That's
we're happening.
this year.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know when one of us is on. We went out there, checked that house for some reason. I went out to, I hear him reserve, we didn't go to Abbotsford. That's where we did. This is just a lot of fun, you know, just a whole lot of fucking fun.
Fuck, eh?
Yeah, really. It is very appropriate. It's raining.
You can stop at Value Village real quick. You never know, you just might find one. That'd be incredible.
For the dome, the land is fucking incredible. No figure. We are kind of happy. We're not happy. Well, here, but we're happy.
It does feel better. It was really strange this morning. Whatever went on in the pit of my stomach, it was like, I don't know, it hurt. Seriously. It hurt. Yes, you do. So let's read, okay? You enter a town and it welcomes you. Eat whatever is set before you. Heal the sick and tell them the kingdom of God is near you now. But if the town refuses to welcome you, go into the streets and say, we wipe even the dust of your town from our feet to show that we have abandoned you to your fate. And know this, the kingdom of God is near. Moving along here in the chapter. At the same time, Jesus was filled with joy of the Holy Spirit. And he said, O Father, Lord of heaven and earth, thank you, wow, for hiding these things from those who think themselves wise and clever, and for revealing them to the children and the childlike. Yes, Father, it pleased you to do it this way. My Father has entrusted everything to me. No one truly knows the Son except the Father, and no one truly... Mew, please don't dump that. No, do not dump that. Oh, yes, I know, you're loved. You're like a kid. Yes, you are. She's a good girl. No one really knows the Father except the Son and those to whom the Son chooses to reveal him. And when they were alone, he turned to the disciples and said, Blessed are the eyes that see what you have seen, I tell you. Many prophets and kings long to see what you see. They didn't see it. They don't see it. And they long to hear what you hear, but they did not hear it. Praise the Lord. I have to go set the clock now, okay? Let's pray. Mew, stop it. Mew, stop it. God, thank you for being such a hero today. Thank you for answering prayers. Thank you for lots of things, God. Thank you for watching over us. Thank you for watching over the cats and me. Thank you for Tim's prayers. They really do go the distance. Now I ask you to go with us this night and keep your hand upon us, and I ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. And I'm planning on playing Victory Church for a little bit, okay? Yes, Gunnar. Come on, beep, beep. I gotta check your water. No, good God. You guys need this, don't you? God, you guys drink a lot of water. Come on, beep, 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 okay? Let's beep, beep. Yes, I see that, Gunnar. I got your water. Okay, come on, beep. Gunnar, beep, beep. Wet. Clock, what's the clock? 5:03. Good. Okay, we are kind of happening. Let's hope to God this works.
Because if Romans 8:28 says that all things work together for good, for those that love the Lord, you see, what you perceive is what you receive. It's not just what you say, but how you say it. If you respond with faith and you respond with obedience, then
This is not really my idea of fun, but it will work. Hi, Gunnar. Oh, I'm going to take your picture, you guys. Hold on. I don't know why I can't get the clock to start. Christ. I don't know how to do this. probably fucking do. Oh, no why we can't
This a
do this.
corner. Yeah, this a corner. This a corner. This a corner. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. This a corner. This corner. Oh, this a good corner. I know. You miss him too, don't you? I know you do. And she does. You really miss him. I know you do. What a good girl. Yeah.
Hi, this is my new.
Hi, Gunner.
Gunner? Gunner? What is a Gunner? Why? Just Gunner. You guys did some icky stuff today. You dumped shelves down and everything. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. What a guy. Gunner did. So, yeah, he being this. I've got to put the flash on this, okay, guys? And I knew. I know, I'm trying to get a flash going on this. Corner. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus. Did he like pussycats? I bet you he did. I bet you he did.
Well, good morning, church. How's everyone doing this morning?
Hi, I'm talking to myself.
Welcome to College Street.
Here, document this, finding Christ in places that are just not ordinary. Today was not ordinary. I heard Stephen's words. I prayed for holy angels. And he was probably calling right about that.
So I want to go through the story of Christ. Starting in the Gospel of Luke.
It's pretty wild.
So if you got your Bibles with you, first ones, just hold them up. Nice and high, even if they glow. Yeah, there they are. And I encourage you to follow along and don't just take it because I say it. Get in the Word for yourself. Go deep. Why don't you turn to these two people and tell them to go deep? You can still go deep in that seat, okay?
It's a long day.
We're going to go deep in God's Word today. And if you got YouVersion with you, or if you don't got it with you, why not? Open it up, you're going to find
I have to
right there.
deal with that in the new cameras.
You can correct me if you think I'm wrong. And most importantly,
And
take it and share it with others.
tired.
Write it
If I
down.
go to bed, I'll be up at 3.
Write it down. Make it plain so those that read it can run with Habakkuk 2:2. Right, so we're going to start in verse 28. This is when Mary gets the news that she won the lottery.
So I've got to do something else tonight. I can't get up at 3 again. I just don't want to.
It says, then the angel said to Mary,
Get up at 5, that's
you
cool.
who are highly favored. Can you imagine an angel just showed up like that and starts shouting in your face? The Lord is with you. And Mary was greatly troubled with his words and wondered what kind of
Playing with a little paper that's good.
Let's talk about the unexpected delivery. You ever got an unexpected delivery? Something show up at your door, and it didn't even have, sometimes it has your name on it, sometimes it doesn't, and you're so tempted to open that package, but it's not yours, right? And sometimes you get something with your name on it that's not yours that you...
Praise the Lord. 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 I bet you I didn't have the camera on for that. Smoke one. Wow. EX781M. For them by day and a fire by night. There's the file. Maybe I just got my confirmation. It looks like a wolf and a lamb. It looks like two cats.
So he's
Wow,
gone.
pretty wild.
Today we're doing some stuff over at Henderson's. I wanted to stop by and just say hi. So
Wow.
yeah,
I had no
and
idea.
it's
I think something was wrong by the words I was hearing on the.
yeah.
But I didn't want to say anything.
Well, it's hard to thank you to do this.
Or I need to check the PD.
To do this on Facebook is not the way to do it, right? So yeah, it's I don't know. It's just oh my goodness. So how are you doing? You're doing.
Best I
He's
can.
got
That's-
fibrin in his PD as well. Hi,
All right.
how are you, David? I'm one of the nurses on the floor.
Okay.
Yeah. I just want to check your heart rate. That's all. Anyway.
Supposed to go for either late today or tomorrow.
Is it
100% he had it.
Is that when you're doing?
Pardon me?
I said that's when they're doing it? Oh dear.
Yeah.
100%.
So they're trying to get some of your levels under control. I take it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to be out this way tomorrow, and I'm hoping to stop in too. I just wanted to say hi.
Don't feel you have to come here.
Oh no.
If you're in rough shape, don't.
I am in rough shape, but we're all, honey, you're in rough shape too.
Okay, we can leave it, but I definitely saw it.
Can I pray for you?
Yeah, I'm hands coming off.
Oh, here, right up here, okay. Dear God, thank you for this day and for seeing my friend. And it's bad that I had to bring this sort of news of the other friend. And I ask you to keep your hand upon all of us and enfold you in your blessed wings. And I ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Dave, I have such good memories of sitting over at the Anglican there by us and lunches and wow. Yeah.
Good idea.
Have you got anybody else coming in with you at all?
Oh yeah, my sister comes every other
Does she?
day.
Okay.
My wife comes every day.
Excellent.
And I get other people that I know.
Good.
Some people from the church.
That's good. What church are you at now?
I'm not at a church right now.
Oh, okay, okay.
I still talk to the people from St. Matthew's.
From, pardon me?
St. Matthew's.
St. Matthew's.
That's the church where you...
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Well, Dave, I have to get back to Chilliwack. I came out on an errand.
Fine.
And it's good to see you. It is.
Well, you know, up until about 2 weeks ago, I thought we were trying to put a date together. We could all go for coffee, but
Well, that's what I thought
obviously
too.
that didn't.
Well, it's you're in here and Tim's gone, so I need to. For just for him and me and you and for everything. There's lots of things that I've been doing that really need to be done. So, yeah. Dave,
So how are you doing otherwise?
I'm doing. I walk it through one step at a time, right?
Yeah.
One
That's
step.
all you can do.
That's it. One step at a time.
Take a couple of deep breaths and move on.
That's
Onwards and upwards.
yeah. I will keep you in prayers. Okay. Okay. And I hope to stop in and see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
If you can't, don't worry.
It's so I am coming out for a circle I have to be at because I do some work with indigenous languages and drumming and stuff. So coming back through, I'll stop in. Okay. Take care.
Thanks for
Okay.
stopping in.
Okay.
some odd set of repeat for that one.
It's called the delivery.
Yeah, it's done.
Can you put a fork in there?
Yeah.
Thank you. Can I get some ketchup, please?
Sure.
And
Ketchup's all over there.
a straw is over there too?
Yeah.
Thank you. There's no ketchup here. Oh. Okay, gotcha. Looking for the packets, right? Where do I use this thing? Come on. Hey, Justin. So are you from Abbotsford?
No, Kelowna original.
For Kelowna area.
Yeah, but the last 7 years I've lived in Vancouver.
Oh, okay. So why did you come? No, I've got my phones and everything that I've got to get rolling with. I've got to be over at Henderson's today and I need some water. I went to the hospital. A friend of his, they worked together for years. And so Dave is now in hospital. He's diabetic. He's lost a leg. They're going to do more surgery. And actually, I've been planning on bringing Tim out here. Tim was in my household. He's like my 16th cousin through marriage and adoption. Like, he was there so long, everybody thought he was my husband. But he was family. And he was COPD, so that means he's on oxygen 24/7, with the tanks. So with Dave, we were supposed to come out and do a coffee, so the guys could talk. And Dave went in the hospital, and Tim has passed away too. So it's just everything at once, and
Yeah.
So you lost your wife? I'm just going to take this off.
Yeah. I lived in Vancouver.
Right.
I left Kelowna. I hitchhiked there.
I just got to check time because I've got to be back for a viewing of all things. Oh dear.
I'm so sorry.
Don't worry, I am too. Okay.
That's the same phone that Melanie used to
Did
use.
she? I like these.
She likes them too.
Was
like
that was your wife's name?
Yeah.
Oh.
Common law.
That doesn't matter. It's still.
Yeah, and so we lived together, and during that time, it was probably the most rewarding time in my life because she wasn't able to take care of herself, and I grew up with a handicapped sister, and so
I had an uncle like that.
Yeah. So you understand taking care. Some of the needs of full-time care. Anyways, Melanie, she's an amazing musician. She would play, and I played too, and sang, and we both wrote music together, and we'd sing and play together, and we got a place together, and it was great. We lived at what's called the Hampton, and it's right on the corner of Princess and Powell.
I know the area a little, yeah.
Yeah, and the lady that owns it is Anna, and she owns Brandy's at her road right across from Insight, and she can be very heavy-handed. And Melanie was suffering to a high extent, and I knew that if I complained to Anna, things would get worse. But finally I had enough, and our fridge hadn't worked for 6 months, and all winter we had our food out this little window sitting on this, and that was how we kept our milk cold, and so then our stove went, then our sprinkler all of a sudden at 3 o'clock in the morning poured on us in our bed and just soaked from the third floor all the way down the stairs. And luckily, it was on enough of an angle that most of the people were.
So you had a lot happening.
And so all that happened, and they moved us to the Brady's Hotel, which is just one room. And we were stuck in there. We didn't have a stove. We didn't have any way to cook. And in that period of time, she went downhill like immensely. And we were using to mask the pain, and we were using heroin. So
are you using now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I came after she passed. I just didn't know what to do with myself anymore. She was my life. There's nothing more to my life than getting home to Melanie every day, and how I'd live with just Pan and then go home. And I love that. I love that little bit of time with her. Anyways, I decided to get clean. So I came up to Chilliwack, and I went to...
You were in Chilliwack?
No. Well, Chilliwack is the first part of the program, and it's called Joshua House.
Wait a minute. You were at Joshua House?
Yeah.
Why are you not there now?
Because I did the creek. I promised myself I'd do 3 months, and my mom said if I even enter a recovery house, she would get me new teeth. So that was kind of like an initiative way back, and she's been saying that forever. So, but she wasn't going to help Melanie. She didn't want anything to do with Melanie. And so she visited us one time. Melanie's mom never came to visit her.
I want you to listen to me right now. I've only got so much time.
Yeah.
I've got to go back to that.
Sorry. Anyways.
I want you to just listen. College Street Baptist Church is tied into Joshua House. Okay?
I don't want to do treatment.
You don't want to do that?
Again.
No?
Ever again. It's not like that. When I got out of Joshua House, stopped using, like, completely at 5 months, and when it wasn't like the downtown east side where I was taking care of 2 people and using, it's not like that. It was like smoke some pot and get through the day. And so right now I'm at $10 a day, which is instead of, I don't know if you know the numbers, but instead of like half all a day, which would have been about $250 a day.
Do you want to get clean though? I'm not talking about pot. I don't give a goddamn somebody smokes a little bit of weed, so
yeah,
what?
That's all I want to do. But the only way to do that is not going to be going to another treatment center. I did 4 years at Teen Challenge, and then I did Stepping Free, and then Freedom Store, and then I did a few years of Freedom Store, and then they just add up, and I lost already 11 years, and every time I come out, hoping my family will accept me back or have any type of relationship with me. And my parents came down and they said that I was using. And I'm in a program with people every day, and they said I was using. So they needed an excuse. I said, Mom, I don't know if you remember this, but Dad cheated on you 10 times, and you guys fought the whole time while you were down there. And so they just put it on me again, brushed me off.
You know, if you want to get it together, who am I to give you advice, but I'm going to tell you right now that staying in a shelter is not going to put you a life in front of you. I gave you my phone number. Joshua House is a start. In fact, Pastor Matt Funk over at the church, and you would like him. Okay, now listen. He's about your height. You got real broad shoulders. Everybody rides a motorcycle. And you'd like him. You know what? And then we don't connect. My dad, which is like an uncle. I'm not going to bore you with my story. I was married and all sorts of things, and I went to ended up coming back to the valley, and I said, okay, that's probably why, you know, it was so much my family business then. I still work. By the way, he checked out across Canada. He was there for years. He was my family. All that other family isn't there. And you know what? You know who else are my family? Are the people that are going to come to the viewing tomorrow. Are my family, they're friends. That's what we all want. Yeah.
I wasn't invited. She was supposed to get a $130,000 settlement. I gave that to her mom and her aunt. She just forfeited it. I loved Melanie. I didn't love money. I didn't want anything to do with that. I just lost my best friend. And what do I want with life? I don't have any goals in life. The only thing that I would do is I'd like to drown myself in work. I'd like to act.
Well, then why don't we find you and get you cleaned up and we get you a job and what the heck, man? And you know what?
I know
there is hope.
I don't want to go through like 9 months more recovery for help because I have a $10 a day habit. It's nobody's business. I just want to fill my day with time where I'm working, where I'm not doing nothing at the Salvation Army with nothing but that to do.
Well, I think that there is hope. There's some kind of reason why I don't usually do this, okay? I don't. In fact, I don't usually even have cash on me. So, just you look like you got a future, okay? If you got no future, I got no future. I don't mean a future together. I'm not trying to say that. But right now in my life, I feel like I have no future. And I saw you standing there and I thought, shit, man. I didn't even know you were panhandling. I just thought you were crossing the street. You have got a future.
I know your feeling though. Not having a future. The one person you love and care for, or the one person that you provided. I don't know. I don't have any answers for that. All I do is at night I just pray. And I just go, God, I have no idea what to do. Except that I just don't really want to be around anyone. You know, that's the sad truth of it. I don't want to be put in a mental institution. I wouldn't tell anyone else that but you. But I don't want to be around anymore, you know?
Yes, you do.
Well, otherwise I wouldn't have fought this long. But
yeah, you do want to be around.
I'd like something a little bit better than my parents selling the house, buying my adopted sister place, getting my brother place, and then my other sister a condo, and them a condo, and me, I'm not allowed to have teeth to chew with, and I haven't been crying or anything. Like when I was 20, I did small petty crying, but like.
How old are you now?
40. It's been so many years of me just sitting out there panhandling, and people go, don't you have any family? And my mom mad at me for, that visit wasn't up to par for her. And the way they were talking to the waitresses, they're talking to them like, I've never seen my parents like this, like kosher rich people. Like I've never seen them act like arrogant rich people. I was like, and I've never seen them act like that. They were always savers. They worked hard. Now it's go to Mexico every year. My mom just got back from Minneapolis. I don't, but I'm not part of it.
You don't have to be part of it. You can have a future, but you have to want to have a future. And not only that, I listened to a really good guy, speaker, a couple of weeks back. And maybe that's why I did what I did today. You gotta have somebody or people around you that say you've got a future. You're not gonna die. We won't let you die. You won't. We're pulling for you. And you're sitting here right now, and you are a good person inside. I know you're here because it's cold and I got a milkshake for you. But there was something really beautiful, Justin, at the gas station when you looked at me and said, I know how that feels. That makes you very, very worthwhile. That's okay. It's okay if we cry. I've cried a lot lately.
I went, when I first went to Joshua House, I had a preacher speaking to me, and he said, God sees you, God hears you, and God knows you. And when he said those words, if he actually knows you and knows every single day that was faithful to Melanie, and I'd go out and I'd work every day for her. I don't know what she did with her time. It didn't matter to me what sin or whatever. I loved her like as purely as I could. And it wasn't perfect, but she was full of pain. Like, what do you do with someone full of pain? I don't know, I always conflicted with that. But she's, I came home and I opened the door and she was horizontal on the bed. Which I can always open the door because it was locked that day. And I just unlocked it, went in, and I started working on it. And she was been gone for a while. You know, and that was the end of the, like, probably the most beautiful, like, saint stop for everyone. We had nothing, but she would give everything. Sometimes it would drive me crazy, but she was just, you know.
I'm using my water to rinse my hands off.
Where is this church?
College Street Victory Church is in Chilliwack. Some of the guys there, though, as I said, also ride bike. Listen, you're 40. I thought you were younger, okay? I did. I'm pushing on the 60 mark, but I thought you were younger. So some of the guys are in that 50, 60. They will be over, or could be, somebody could be at Tim Hortons on Tuesday. Evening-wise, because they often go there for coffee. And they wear leathers, and it says, Christian motorcyclists and whatnot.
I know them. Doesn't Richard ride with them or something?
Yeah. There's a Richard. Have you met him?
Richard?
Yeah.
He runs.
Yeah.
He was my temporary sponsor while I was there.
You know what? If there's a reason for all that, then there's a reason why you're sitting here. Wow.
My ex-fiance, when we did mission work in India, she rides motorbike now. She got herself a bike and she became a paramedic. She went
said she did mission work in India?
Yeah, and she's not a Christian. She's like God's universe, and at that time to be in I have a job, I have a guitar. And she rides all around on bikes. I have good, really good skills, like cars, building. I have a trade like concrete, and framing, and foundations. And then I got into finishing, and I even had my own company for a year.
Wow.
But, yeah, so I just love to work. I don't know. I just think it'd be good if I just filled my day with work.
Well, if you're going to do that, the bottom line is you got to get it out of the shelter. Maybe get back into Joshua House. Maybe get to someplace else. Maybe.
Joshua House, you can't work. Because I had gotten to the second house. That was 5 months in. Then there's another house. That's another 5 months to 10 months. And then there's another house. And then you might get part-time. And then you get into the working house. I don't.
So don't worry about that. Maybe there's another sorts of programs. Maybe there's churches out there that have
other programs. I just want to get hired.
Well, I know, but you know what? Unfortunately, we got to go through all these steps in this world.
What are all the steps?
The steps are we got to do what they want us to, and you got to go through the steps to, even if you're going to get hired, you know, you got to have a place to live, and you got to do this, and you got to do that. And that's how the world is, honey.
That's where I got working at Salvation Army. I got my ID. I got my other ID, my birth certificate coming.
Do you?
Yeah, and then he's getting my taxes caught up. So I got the...
So they are helping.
Yeah, I got 3 more years of taxes that are going to come in. The first year will give me the information he needs for the next 2. And anyways, we'll figure that out. And then, and the main thing is probably just either get a job before I get a license, because I have a license that's expired. So, and I just want to work for the day. At any place that needs like a laborer, or needs like a skilled laborer, or needs a finisher. I'm not asking much, I just want to work. Be busy. Maybe there's someone at church that needs help. I don't judge at work or whatever or anything like that. I just smoke pot. So, and I'm down $10 a day.
Justin, there is hope anyway. I know that. There's got to be. There is.
Every time I tell the truth, though, it just seems like I like to tell the truth. I'd rather tell the truth. At least people know where.
That's right.
No, I'm not going to Peach River like someone wants to send me up north for another. And I've already
for what? For work?
No, just go sit in this program for another 18 months. I don't have it in me. I've read the Bible 6 times. I just don't have I don't have like the introductory stuff where people come out of jail and they have to learn about, I don't know, and argue about the Bible, and I just don't have it in me. I just have it walk, and it's simple. It's just, I love Jesus. I love God. You know, that's my passion and my heart. You know, it's the only part I care about. I have doubt. I have all that. You know, but I just like to help and work. I know you gotta go.
I have to do that today too. That's the problem. I'm just checking the timeline. I was going to drive down to Fort Langley, and there's an older lady that we know that probably doesn't know Tim's past, and that's not something you put on Facebook, right, to people. So it's the same thing with Dave in hospital, because he has seen a few things on Facebook, and he messaged me and he said, "What's happened?" And I said, Tim passed. He said, "What happened?" I said, I'm going to come out and tell you face to face, right? So there was another, I thought, today, before we do that over at the funeral home, we'd go and see Dave, and then I saw you, and then I was going to drive to Fort Langley, and I said, you know what, if I've got to get to Fort Langley and back and still get to Chilliwack, it ain't going to happen. So I just came to the conclusion I would come past and say, "You'll meet me at A&W." Yeah.
What was this like with Dave?
Pardon me?
What was it like with Dave?
At the hospital? Oh, well, he's Tim's friend. So, as I said, he's got diabetes and he's lost him. No, Tim was like a member of household, part of family. So, like my 16th cousin. And, you know, he was there so long, people after a while thought, oh, they're married. But we're not married. We weren't common law. He was my cousin. He was my friend, my best friend. And, yeah.
No one else is looking at that.
No.
That's a scary thing, eh?
Well, that is kind of scary.
When I would come home to my house, I literally thought I was being attacked. Oh, like my partner used to be with me. For some reason, there was safety in that, but I was tormented. Like I ended up getting scared of, I don't know what, like demons, but I broke every light in my house. But there's something about being alone that is extremely scary.
It is.
My parents don't want anything to do with me. My brother's got 3 kids. I wouldn't bother him.
Well, as I said, and I can only speak really for me, I have family I haven't seen for 20 or more years. And that is bad. That took a long time for me to say that to you without starting to cry. And that is just the way life is. And when that went on, I decided I had 2 options. I was not going to keep living, or I was going to keep living. And I like to think it was my mother's voice I heard in the middle of the night. It might have been God. It was basically, you know, what are you going to do? And I'll tell you the story. And I got up off the couch. I've been crying and bawling and boo-hooing. And at one time in my life, I sold Avon. Okay, so I was a top seller, and I still had all those little lipsticks and all that stuff. And I went to the bathroom and I put makeup on my face. I was a lot prettier in those days. And I looked in the mirror and I decided I was going to go forward. I was going to go forward. And then the next day I had to go to the bank, and one of the tellers there knows me, and she looked at me and she said, "Oh my goodness, you're looking okay." Like, she knew about some of the stuff that had been going on in my life, right? And it was not an easy road, don't get me wrong. I didn't just suddenly put makeup on my face and everything got better. But that was the decision that said, I'm going to do something. And I managed to stay in business. I managed to secure the property. I managed to do all sorts of stuff. So what I'm saying to you is, there is probably always hope that if you've been at Joshua House and you know Richard, I'm sure there is some kind of greater scheme of the universe for why I'm sitting here talking to you, okay? So, yeah.
You know Joe Sikora, he's got a ministry called Ground Zero Ministries with a band treasurer.
No, not offhand. Joe Sikora?
Yeah, he's
the name isn't ringing bells for me.
He used to do street dog barbers at Salvation Army.
Yeah.
Anyway, he was one of my better friends. I was in kindergarten in Glen Rosa. So he knows me and my family. And so I had a chance to go to there, or I had to go to Peach River. And so that was the choice that he gave me, and I did it. I said I'd do 3 months, but I'm not getting more institutionalized stuck. Like what dec-jan said, never again.
So what are you going? Are you going to be going into a program? Am I understanding you right? Are you going to be going into that?
Yeah, my mom and dad don't, they see it black and white. They just see, oh, you're using. Okay, so you just toss it all away. So then, that was worth nothing to you. And I don't know, I was up in the field, I was sending my mom letters every day. I had these amazing talks with my mom, these letters, written letters. My mom and I have always been close. But if I bring up anything serious, she starts screaming in the phone, hangs up the phone. So I said, Mom, to be honest, you and Dad were yelling at each other about what caused what, blah, blah, blah. I went to sleep in the hotel room and that was so quick. Anyway, I just miss my family, and so I wanted to go back to Kelowna or go back to Vancouver because I don't know Abbotsford at all. And I know that they are going to be sick of me very fast out here.
What, the Salvation Army?
No.
Well, they don't like panhandling. But if you're at the shelter right now, you have a place. That's important. And if you have opportunity to be getting your licenses back or your birth certificate, that's important. And you also then have contacts there that have at least started to get to know you. And furthermore, there are people that you would know even like this Richard or whatnot. And I'll see what I can do too with that and connections. Honest to goodness, there's hope.
I was supposed to go to Barbara Mary's, but they sent me to the Salvation Army a day before instead of just sending me to Barb and Wendy's. I don't know why they did.
Wait a minute, Barb and Wendy's.
Or
Ruth and Naomi's?
No, Barb and Wendy's have homes here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's Ruth and Naomi's in Chilliwack. Okay.
Anyways, I phoned them the next day, and then they said they don't have a place because I told them the truth and said I smoked pot that day. And so I came out of Joshua House and smoked pot. I don't think we have a spot. I don't understand. I don't understand how to process pain, like the grief I'm going through, and just be like, yeah, your problem is your drug use, and you never watched me carry Melanie and wash her hair and hold her hair back as she puked in a bucket because she had cyclic vomit syndrome, and every day with constant care. I would dress her, I would just none of that was seen. And I called my dad like twice a year, and he'd send me $50, and he goes, I don't want to use this to go to money. I can't fathom how my parents can hate someone that I'm with, the most beautiful, lovely girl.
And you need to hang on to that thought that you love her and have loved her.
Yeah.
But all that other stuff that you're talking about, you know, when I told you that it was like I'm crying, I heard like a voice at night and the whole thing, and I got up and thought, okay, I guess I'm just going to have to go forward. So I did. So all that other stuff, you got to put it away. If you know anything about scripture, there's a thing that talks about guarding your mind. Okay? Putting a guard around your mind and saying, that other bad stuff is not coming in here. It's just not. And that's not the easiest thing to do, is it?
I just don't know what scripture that I don't know. My mom used to teach me something else, but what do you mean guarding your mind?
Guarding your mind. The Bible does say, the Bible says that if there's any good thing, think about that.
That's what I'm talking about.
Think about the good things.
Good things that I did.
Don't think about other stuff like I was going to say shit with your parents or any of that. That's not, that brings us down.
Okay.
You think about the good stuff.
Alright. I'll just let it go and just, my mom told me about my grandma's death, like months later, and so that I wasn't able to come to the funeral. I just, I'm so unbelievably, thrown out. And the rest of the family had it. They're like, what is going on with Justin? The whole family's still left the States. We have dual citizenship. I don't know. I can't afford a place in here either.
In where?
In Abbotsford. There's no place. And so I have this girl named Bree, and she's in charge of 3 to 5 hotels, low income, but they're brand new. And her name is Bree McDaniels. And yeah, she just got married. Her new last name is Silva. But yeah, she's got places for $375 and they're brand new. Underground parking, really
There are some of those areas out towards Chilliwack too. There are to get people into. But right now you're at the shelter. That's good. That means that you're not on the street. And there is hope. I'm just going to keep saying that there must be, because this is very much a blessing to sit with you today. For me. And I thank you.
Yeah, thank you too. Thank you for everything. I don't know how you're gonna...
How can I do this today? I have no idea. I've never done this really before this way. And okay, Justin, I'm going to tell you this much about myself. I did fire and flood restoration, so I understand the idea of building houses. I also worked in corrections, and I worked with, guess what, sex offenders of all things. Okay, so I was raised by 2 ministers. I was an only kid. I grew up in hospitals and prisons because that's where my parents were doing ministerial. I watched them do stuff like this, but I've never really done what we're doing right now today. And all I know is, wow, you have brought me hope. And I would like to give that to you too. Okay? So I don't, don't go running off to Vancouver. You can just end up, when we pull ourselves out of support.
I'm not running anywhere. I'll stay for the winter. That's what I decided.
Yeah, because when we go away from support, we can just go down the tubes.
I don't have support yet, but if I do have support, it might be something. But I definitely had support in Vancouver. It's a different type of support.
We're going to try to get you plugged into some churches, okay? And I don't mean with people that are going to preach at you about getting saved. I'm talking about things like Christian motorcyclists and that. Those guys are real. And try to get you plugged into some of that so that there's a support network. We've all heard that word. We don't. It means what? Friends. Yeah.
I don't have a bike.
You don't need a bike. Besides, get your birth certificate and get your license figured out, start working, and heck, man, I'm sure you could ride. You got long legs.
That'd be a nice boat.
Pardon me?
That'd be a nice boat. Yeah, I don't know. I need something that I actually want to move towards, something that I actually want to attain that would be good. You know, that I would actually enjoy. So I think that if I pursue someone else's idea of what they think I need, I can't do that anymore.
Well, you don't want to do that, but you do want to move forward.
No.
Dig up in stuff. I will. Justin, have you still got my phone number? Yeah. Some
Can I say
Yeah.
put it in my phone?
And what I'm going to do, you can call me, and I will see what I can do.
All the blessings you need, all the care that you need, all the support you need. And I don't know, sometimes it feels impossible, but you bring some people around that she could get the support that she needs, and people wouldn't get.
God, you sometimes say that we meet angels in disguise and we don't know that they're angels. I don't really know who this man is. This is kind of strange for us to be doing this. But I also do know that he has a beautiful inside heart. I saw it today. And I also know that he has a future. And I know that because I believe he has a future. My mother, who was a minister, and was saying this in the prayers, Justin, so you understand, would say, if any two people agree on touching anything in the name of Jesus, it will be done. This man has a future. Maybe he's going to ride a motorcycle. That would be pretty wild. I'll be too old and be on the trike at that point. But hey, he can work. He does need a support group. And if I can be an instrument or some way to bring him into having a support group, wow. It means that a lot of the garbage in our lives doesn't matter. It means that everything was happening for a reason. And today there was probably a really good reason why I happened to be turning there. God, keep your hand upon Justin. Help him to stay in touch. And I ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
God bless you.
You too, okay? I've got to get rolling at this point, and the sun's out, and that's really good, isn't it? For a change. They were talking about icky weather and everything else, and put this over this way. There, that's good. Oh. I don't even know where we... Oh, you do that? Let them do it. That's okay. Oh. Justin, I will. Hi. I'm doing. I'm going to be out this way tomorrow.
Can you remind me your name?
Pardon me?
Can you remind me your name?
It's on the paper. Kai. Kai. Where's your paper? You put it in your you put it in there. Good. It's Kai. What shelter are you at? You put it in there. Yeah. That's it. Okay. What shelter? I'm not even sure where. Is it the one over this over here?
Army.
Oh, it's on Gladys. That's right. Well, I didn't know if they had another one too out here now.
Yeah, and if you ring the bell and you ask for Justin, don't.
Well, if I was to call there, they can take a message too. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to track just even some of the guys with CMA, that's Christian's motorcyclist. If you know Richard, or whatever, or maybe, and as I said, Matt Funk, we're tied into, the church is tied into supporting Joshua House anyway. So you never know. There's a reason this all happened, right? Okay, you take care, okay? Okay.
Hey, you! Pick it up!
Oh.
See that stuff
Oh,
there?
I thought you meant me.
No.
Oh, okay.
Just throw all that garbage out.
Dear.
Pick it up!
It's quite the day, isn't it? Wow, quite the day. There's a stop sign up here. Ross. Fine. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hi guys.
I'll give to you.
What a thought suddenly. Melanie would want you to live. I guess Tim would want me to as well. Yeah, hi. Swan Valley. Well, we're doing it today.
how I met a friend in Fort Langley, because I recognized, that's how I met a friend in Fort Langley. You come here a lot. I stopped to go to the bathroom too, and that's over that way. Excellent. You take care, okay?
Okay. What the fuck is that? Oh, I don't know what that is. Let's go this way. Let's go this way. Let's go this way. Jesus Christ, don't. I gotta go to the bathroom. Wow. Okay. Help me. 1:30. Oh boy. Come on, we can do this. Kelowna. Don't worry that right now. You'll figure that out in a minute, okay? Or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 or 8. How you doing? Yes, we're gonna get you some eats, okay? Just wait. Whoa. Lucky, quit it. I know. Just wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yes, I know. You're a good girl. Come here. Come here. That a girl. She's a girl. Yeah, she's a girl. Hi, I'm on there somewhere. I needed to talk to you, just briefly, okay? It's gonna be a long day, and then we're looking for Harris. Hi guys, look. Yeah. Oh yes, that's good. I know. It's good. There we are. That's good. That's really very good. Hey, you didn't want to come out the other day. I know you didn't. Yeah. Okay, and one more, okay? And one more. Just a minute. Yeah, what a day. So I got Tom, and he got a big ceiling down at Too Big Bar, and look, hi, on there, look. Take a picture of that too. Okay. You be a good girl, okay? I I've got to run, roll, or motor along here. Okay, you behave, okay? Good girl, okay. Okay, let's go this way to here, and we almost know what we're doing. Okay, 1, 2, 3, we can do it. Stop. Oh, Jesus Christ. Praise the Lord. I'm doing this for Daphne right now. You look like you should just get up. Jim, you're sleeping. Actually, you're sleeping better than you have for years. Wow. Oh my gosh. Let's just kind of put this someplace for a minute, okay? And let me get this plugged in for Daphne so she knows what I'm doing. She's been really quick on this stupid thing, needless to say. She's really freaked. And she's getting better. I've been talking to her on the phone at nights. We've been chatting. And okay, 1, 2, 3. Oh dear. Mia's doing pretty good, Tim. Considering all. They've done some numbers. They've knocked shelves down, little things, and a whole bit. And it's been interesting. So let's get this rigged up and Jerry rigged up, and a lot, and oh dear me. Come on, Anya, come. Should have put this silly mouse in first and I didn't. There. Okay. 6, 7. Oh dear me. I can barely see straight. 0, 8. Okay, Tim, we got your slideshow happening. Here we go. Let's pause this for a moment. Turn this back this way. And I'm going to do something like that. And like that. And we're going to put this here. And there. Hold on. There's that. There. You look nice, my friend. You do. You look nice. Do you do. This sweater good? That's good. This sweater looks good too. Yes, it does. Oh, dear God. Let me put this together. Is this way? I'm working on it. As you know, I've always been working on it. That's that and that. And figure out what we did with this, and we'll get the laptop up and happening in a minute, okay? That's a good idea too. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We almost know what we're doing. I think we're gonna leave your glasses off, okay? Or we'll put them with your hands. Do you want your glasses with your hands? Here's a good idea. That's a good idea. Let's find your glasses. They're on YouTube. There. There's your glasses, and there's this and this and this and this. And where I'm going to put that picture on something, I fear it's going to get dropped. This rate. Okay, let's see if we can get this to happen, okay? Okay. What's this? Oh my goodness, I don't even know how to use this. Okay, that no. That no. That no. Now what are we doing? Let's see if we can get this to work. Wi-Fi. Oh, shush. Let's see it. Is there a... There we go. We got that. This was a nightmare today. I tell you, it's... Do you have a guest on here?
Yes.
Dignity.
Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
I gotta go with.
Oh, okay. I'm going to put that on in case the slideshow, I'm not sure if it's playing, but I got it on YouTube today. There you are. I didn't think it would be like this, but it is. Oh, look, it is. There we are. Let's set this up. And we're doing this. Yes, we are. Makes it look like us. There we go. Yes.
So, dignity guest is the.
Oh, dignity underscore guest. Okay. Hold on. Okay, Oh, no, wait a minute. And the network security key? Yeah, this is your network. Dignity guest.
Yeah. Key is
to celebrate dash life. Oh, hold on. I hate this laptop. Oh, thank you. Celebrate dash life. And it, oh, okay. Oh, I wish they would show me the password. I hate.
Yeah, isn't it?
You know, I'm kind of old-fashioned this way. Did I get it right? Yes, I think I did. I'm going to put this on in case the thing goes down. What are we doing here? I don't know. It's asking me to continue to internet. Okay. Okay, so there, that's on. If I can need to get to YouTube, they sold me a stick. I wasn't paying any attention at Staples a few days back. It won't carry this. So I'll show you what I got. And I kept thinking, what am I going to do with this? And then I thought, oh my gosh, I'll get it onto YouTube and download it back to this. So, because it's on something at home. So there's, you know, I don't know. I was
nice. Yeah.
I was a picture taker. We rode bikes. So it was 7, 8 years ago. One of the elders, I told her what had happened. Somebody came on Facebook, and there was a guy who looks a lot like you. He rode. He's gone to a trike now. So have I. And Tim rode, and we're talking about motorcycles on my page. You know, there weren't nutty people in those days. Somebody came on with all sorts of cursing, and we're talking private stuff, and I was like, I said to Lucy, and she's gone now, so he's with her too. And the Ojibwe sort of sister of mine. And I told her, and she looked at me, and she was in a wheelchair for years, and Lucy just never stopped either. She went, I just document everything. So we started taking pictures of, and when we were still riding, we'd go all over the place. And it's amazing how many people started to follow us. And then we were in COVID, and I teach classes online across North America, and the people follow this. So there's hundreds of pictures. So I put, this actually runs about an hour and a half, 2 hours, this one, and they're going to do it at Victory when we do a little gathering. Just up on the backdrop, just keep it going. So, wow.
Can I get your coffee or water, tea, hot chocolate?
Water right now would be great.
Okay.
That would be wonderful. Thank you. And I may just grab that chair.
This one right here.
There we go. Oh, yeah. I think I'm going to sit near him. And you know what? It looks like home. It was always a little bit of all over the place there too. So you don't even want to know about his area. Oh my goodness.
Okay, I'll get your water.
Thank you. Hi, Tim. Here we is, and we're doing your slideshow. It looks so good. It really does. It looks so good. You look so good. I'm glad we did it this way and not the other way. I really am. I'm glad. You look peaceful, my friend. Oh, isn't that pretty? White rose. Oh, dear God, thank you for watching over us and keeping your hand upon us. It's like when you were alive. Oh, my goodness. I walked all over the place and you would hang out. This is just beautiful. I don't know if I can do this. Let me see what else I can do with this. Celebrated. Let's stop this for a minute. That's just so beautiful. Let's stop this. That is so beautiful. I've got to put a flash on this. Come on. There we go. Oh. Nope, I want the flash off. Tim, this is a really bad camera. This is not like the camera we ran. It just isn't. It just isn't. Oh, wow. I am so glad to be near you to talk. It's been this bad with you not being around and sitting down. I can't seem to bring myself to sit down. You know that? I'm going to have to sit down, and I'm going to sit down and do a song for you, okay? That's a good idea. Let's do a song. Put that there for a minute. There. And find this. Okay. Oh dear, I miss you singing with me, you know that, don't you? Of course, you haven't done a lot of that lately. I bet you're singing right now. Let's keep her going, okay? Holy, thunder and lightning, eh? Yeah. Wow. Tim. I need to put your rattle out. Maybe your clackers. We should do that too, shouldn't we? Probably. Let's do that. And this. What else? Maybe these. Oh, I don't know. Where are your clackers? There are the clackers. They're here. They are. Okay. There. That's good. And should we put mine there too? We'll set mine there. At least for the moment. That's just a good thing, isn't it? It really is. That is a good thing. Oh, my beautiful friend. I want to write you a note too. Oh, Tim. Tim, it's been an interesting day. Has it ever? I headed towards, where did I go today? I don't even remember why or where. I headed towards, I just saw the thicket. He's in there, and then went towards Fort Langley and met a couple of people and hope I'm doing God's work. What time is it? It's 3:39. We've got a few more minutes here before maybe people get here. I think Al's going to get here sooner or later, so. I love you, my friend. I really love you. I don't know where I'd set this. Probably I won't. Let's grab this. And, oh, hi, honey. You did come.
I told you
I know you
be
did.
there with you.
Oh, you just missed me doing a song. Come on in. Hi, baby. No, that's actually. This is it. It was so bad. Hi, baby. He's not a baby anymore, is he?
You can call him baby until he's always going to be a baby to you. Never mind all that.
Because he's disability, right? The ministries. Okay, we're going to review it, and I sent them the paperwork. The bank did too, 3 times. And then this last Tuesday, they called and said, we don't have anything. You're going to have to start this process over. And I have the ability, my parents, my mother had plots. I said, well, I'd like him put in Chilliwack, right? No, he's got to go to Surrey if we're doing it.
What?
It was really bad last week. I was just...
Oh my goodness.
So, along with all of that, the world has changed. I think we're in the end times. How's that grab you? And they said, and furthermore, why aren't you his wife? Well, and my friend and my buddies, they said, well, and you're the executress. And of course, yeah, and well, we would actually like your financial statements too. And, oh good, you got I was floored.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't go into work that day. I got there, I was gonna work, and vice principal goes, what's wrong? And it's like, I'm just like, and I went and I found the lawyers, well, one of mine, he was busy. I went over to an office my dad used to use. And she said, you didn't send it. No, she says, this is the kind of stuff that's going on now. So at that point, I went out on a limb and said, okay, I guess we're going to cremate you, because I wanted to do burial of some sort, because they would have helped with that, because that's closer to 7. And that will maybe buy some time and do a celebration. And I'll take him out on the trike and come visit you.
There you go. He'd love the ride.
He probably would.
He's like, okay, where are we going? Let's go.
You know, okay, so when I say this isn't that bad, it's good to just be near him right now and talk. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I told you last night. In waves, honey. It's going to be waves.
All over the place.
1 minute you're going to be just fine, and the next minute you're going to be falling apart going, what the heck is going on? I can't do this. And the next minute you'll be fine again, and I told you, buckle up, it's going to be one heck of a ride.
She won't even believe this, but you will. You've known me long enough. My mother used to do some pretty kooky things, okay? She did, you know, as a pastor and going out in the streets. I decided to go to Abby today. I took time off. And then I was going to sit home, and then I went, I can't see you. So a guy he used to work with is in hospital. Dave's, you know, I don't know, diabetes, he may be taking his leg off. I thought, okay, we can't talk on Facebook. I'm just going to go out. So I did. And there was a guy that other weeks that we've been going to Drum Circle was panhandling. Turns out he's 40, he didn't look like it.
Oh, wow.
And I don't know what possessed me. I don't usually carry cash either. And it was just like, and so I wrote down the window, I said, I'll be over in the Chevron station. I'm turning on a Marshall. Gave him some stuff, gave him a number. Turns out he's got connections to Joshua House, all sorts of things. Believe it or not, he stood there and prayed for me, which is pretty weird, okay? Even if he is struggling with addiction. So if that isn't good enough, I went and saw Dave, and then I thought, okay, I don't know if I can make it to Fort Langley, and I'm coming back past. And there he's still there, and I said, meet me at the A&W. So I heard his story, and he lost somebody, and that's probably why he's where he is now. And you know what's incredible? Going home, he was on his way back to the Sally Ann, and he went, like, you know what? There are angels in this world, okay? Hi, how you doing? I should take you guys in. Tim will wonder why we're standing over here. Oh.
There's time, chit-chatting. There's time.
Yeah. Did you sign the guest book?
I signed something.
Got a good deal. That was $20 if you wanted to try. So, wow. Come on in. Alrighty. Okay. And so we're going kind of simple here. I brought some stuff down to just set with it. And there. And, yeah. Wow, huh?
He looks at peace, doesn't he?
And the gong show stopped. We left. I told you all the stories of more miracles and I know what to do. We're just seeing people. The corner. Calling me standing on the stairs up there. Having the stairs and they're cool. And he finally said, no, tell me what, there's the blah, blah, blah. Just said this body and I really stopped here. Here. The trash upstairs that he had wasn't this way. He threw that. He was on the bed. You name it, they did it. And he's still on the floor. With a cat towel on his head. Okay, yeah, I know. It's sort of like one of Tim's movies you would watch, the comedy. And I said, I got to get him moved in cabinets, a mush basket case. And there wasn't a whole thing or anything. She was moving because of the tight area. And there's Cynthia said to me, and twice, I think 3 times, maybe it was the third, he said, I'm not allowed to touch it. And then all of a sudden, yeah, it was once, twice, he looked at me and he said, I'm going upstairs. Only I can hear the story, but I only could I tell this too. And he's this big guy in Tim's area. He's like this, and of course, when here's the vacuum. And I go, okay, we'll put this here, we'll put that there. And I finally laid out. His punchline is, he looked like he was sleeping. It was bizarre. So, wow. It's just, I probably made the right decision. I think I would have been nice to bury him, but I can't go against the ministries and this nonsense. And this will last some time. And yeah, I keep saying I'm going to come out and try to stay. Oh.
Thank you for doing this.
Thank you for going. One step at a time, you know. What gets me is how good he looks. I hope that there's discernment in all of this. I didn't know what to put on him. Tim's got clothes, none of it against him. I thought, look at something that Kevin upstairs sent to me. I was sitting at the desk doing the Facebook thing with somebody in Manitoba, and you know, she's crying, and he says, got some clothes, Kevin. There's a punchline here, Patty. I said, oh, okay, wait a minute, McCain. So there's this, and a t-shirt underneath, and the pants were actually gifted from a friend of mine whose husband's on COPD and said that they fit him for pajamas. And then I went out, I decided he needed a sweater other than something ratty that I had or he's wore over me. And I picked something up. And when it's all said and done, if I was the only kid to help with the ministries last week, I brought this in yesterday. I think this, like, now listen, something new, it's not as slick. Oh, something new. Something borrowed, it's something. And I walked away and I basically cried most of that. And it's like a wedding.
I can still sing without the drum.
Actually, it is. Isn't that wild? It is. It's just, wow. So it's, I take his glasses back, but I found them on the desk, and I thought, I'll bring those down too, and just set them there. I was going to put them on, but it looks better without, so.
No, it looks good like that.
Yeah. It does. Anyway,
You didn't bring your drum?
No, I brought my rattle. And when no one was supposed to stop and do somebody else too. So she's running from Circle at the time. And, wait a minute, so he went Monday. I got through that week, that Saturday in between. I actually sort of think I did. I just only feels like about 6 months suddenly. And so this last weekend, and I thought I'm going to the Circle. I was gonna go, it's funny how things work out. I was gonna go to Squaw, Eddie's over there, always there, everything's supposed to happen. I'm supposed to do everything with me. And I just suddenly felt like I had to go to the Circle. To his room of all things. So off I went and I got there. And we sat around, sat women sharing tales of what's going on in our life. And you know what? I've never, and I gifted him the drum. I've never heard it play like this. And I did play the song. But anyway, I don't know. It's just, wow. One day at a time, yeah. You have a seat. What idea? I heard voices. I did. I thought I did. Yes, I did. I feel like I should be out meeting people at the door or something. I don't know what.
No, that's what they're doing.
I know that's what he's doing.
That's what they're doing.
It's okay to sit.
Did you want to use her rattle?
What's that?
Did you want to use her rattle?
Yeah, I could do that.
Here, hang on. Let me get you. Hey, Brian. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, you guys gonna be down at that? I'm gonna come down afterwards. Yeah, Al is said he was gonna stop in, and Leon wanted to be here too, so
Manfred's coming still?
Today,
Yeah, you said he was.
yeah. So we're planning a tentative, somebody is, celebration life for about December 30th. That's a Saturday.
Okay.
Over at Victory.
Oh, okay.
So Matt is on board with that so
Good.
far.
Nice.
And, well, maybe you'll be one of them. I want to call 4 speakers. Like, literally 4 speakers. You know, maybe an open mic. Like, just do something real simple. Run a slideshow of them. And, yeah.
Yeah, because you've been taking lots of pictures and stuff, right? So put something together and that would be great.
Got it. Yeah. Well, I see. There we go. Here he is. And he looks, listen, honey, he don't even look like him right now. He looks good. What do I mean? You get what I mean,
I know
right?
what you're saying. Yeah,
Yeah.
you had a tough go there first.
Oh. It's incredible.
He looks really good. They did a good job.
If we'd waited for the ministries, we would have never done a viewing. And at that point, I don't know, I'm not ready to be the test case in Canada.
Yeah.
You know, like, forget it. So, wow. Oh, yeah. Just, do you have a song you want to do?
I just wanted to say a few words.
Yeah.
I was trying to remember how many years we go back that we've been friends, and I don't even know now. But the point is that our paths crossed.
Yeah.
And we were friends for a number of years, maybe not as many as some people, but our paths were meant to cross. And I'm so glad that I got to meet him. I'm so glad that our paths crossed and that we run into each other at different gatherings here, there, and everywhere.
Over at Awful.
I was explaining to Kai that our elders tell us that their body, their mind, their spirit already knows that it's their time. And if they can't physically go around and say their farewells to people, they do it in their mind, and they send messages to people and say their farewells. But Tim, with the help of Kai, was able to physically make his rounds. He came out of the hospital, and she physically took him everywhere to say his final goodbyes to everybody who he wanted to see before he left. And for that I'm thankful, because I was one of them that he got to come and sit with me at the table and share a meal and spend some time together before he left. Because when he was in the hospital, I prayed and prayed so hard that he didn't go there, that he was able to come home and be with Kai for his last few days. And it was more than a few days.
We had Tim for almost another 4 months, which is incredible.
I'm so glad that he got to come home.
Yeah.
And you got to do his round of farewells. It was all meant to be. It was all planned. It was all meant to be. I wanted to do the Women's Warrior song for you, Kai, to give you strength.
May I stand with you?
Yes.
Thank you.
I wanted to do the Women's Warrior songs, asking for strength for you as you continue on your journey without your loved one by your side anymore. Because I know you tell me that you're strong and you're okay, but you know what? It's going to hit you in waves, and I know this. And you'll be forever in my thoughts and prayers, keeping you strong to get through this. sing now. I gotta figure out how. Hey, 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 Akio, Akio, hey, Akio, Akio, hey, Akio, hey, hey, Akio, Akio, hey, Akio, Akio, hey, Akio, 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 hey, Akio, Akio, hey, Akio, Akio, hey, Akio.
Wow.
I love you, sweetie.
I gotta go for two.
You brought your drum, but I didn't know we could have waited a little bit longer, sorry.
Oh, yeah, I heard you singing when we came in.
Oh,
I actually know that song a little bit.
Sorry we didn't wait.
That's okay. I knew that Kai was bringing, she said she was bringing her drum, so I thought.
It's in the van, believe it or not. I got the two wrapped.
I thought in support we'll bring our drums too.
Oh.
It's her too, all right.
It's one else sitting here.
You make me cry. I saw your post, so I asked her.
Oh, I know.
Okay, but let's see your name again.
Oh,
Sweet Town Falls.
Sweet Town Falls.
I was thinking about that the other day.
Before all the COVID.
Oh, I was supposed to practice your name so I could say it to you next time I see you, and I forgot. I was like,
yeah,
I can't remember what they are.
She wanted to phone.
See, the same with Andrew. I was like, damn it, how are you? Oh no!
we just get turned this in.
I know. I'm glad.
Because I'm gonna practice it.
That was Saturday before he passed.
Because from
I
now
was
on,
over at CNA, and I took him over. I didn't want to.
I mean, you're always going to be my auntie,
feeling
but
that good, but that
I'm
was
going to be
Saturday.
referring to you as Sweet Town. I'm going to call you by your name.
Yeah. I'm gonna get
It's something I was taught many months ago. That when you're given a name, that's your new name. And that's what you go by.
Thank you for telling her singing was nice.
I wanted to sing that for Kai, to give her strength as she continues her journey without Tim by her side physically. And so that's what I had in my mind and my heart to do for Kai.
It was nice to hear you when we came in.
I used to go on the drum circle, that's how I first.
Oh.
And Eddie and, oh my God,
Wow.
Sundays.
Nice. There's lots of room in here, everybody come on in.
Yep.
I know it seems like a tiny room, but there's lots of room.
Yeah, I was gonna
Come on
message you
in.
for your number, but then I saw your post, I thought, well.
There's still lots of chairs here.
Visit me.
I should ask them if they could get more water, hey?
Yeah.
Do you want me to go ask them?
Yeah, would you?
The garden?
Please, thank you.
Well,
Yeah.
she's.
Well, I do it, I still do it,
Yes.
yeah. Can I have your pen?
Oh, sure. Yeah, wait, she's still drawing the hours and I go down to supervise.
Hi. Oh, that's yours. I was going to say, huh? I didn't bring his in.
There's Mom's number?
No. Oh, yeah, put it on.
It's 604.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's his.
792.
Yeah.
8175.
Oh, I see, you put your numbers for Mom.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Can you read her writing?
793 6708.
You got
Did you want to go with you?
Not really.
Not really?
But you can still, you can call either one of those.
Yeah, I can put it in my pocket. Okay.
I thought I put your number, but you were on hand.
Look, it's a CNI banquet.
Yeah, that was
That's amazing. You got it printed.
Oh, we told me this evening, he said, when is that? I don't have time, I got mine. Come over.
Well, I was my last.
Yeah.
Wow.
Thank you. It's just that there's so many people here and there was hardly any water here. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, for, no, it's nobody's, we're just sitting here. I just asked them to bring more up, because there's more people here.
It is you.
Yeah. I just said they're getting more.
Here, I'm gonna go like that.
Yeah.
Gonna put this thing over there and find my water and whatever. Oh, thank you.
Oh, shoot, he's doing a mess.
Hey, did you say
I
told you, well, they were my side in our
talking to Kai and I said, well, I gotta go.
They're waiting for him to ask me for that, they have to say.
We're gonna bake for the sandwich again, and I'm like, nope.
The whole gong show is over there. And there's a gong show. So we're up there, Alice and Bob.
There's some water here, did you want water?
Yeah, that's what he's doing. And he's like this. Listen, I have memories that sound like a comedy he would have watched on the movies. There's that. No, this here. And you're not supposed to help him. He helped me get him up on the bed. And you know what?
You get different times they still meet you in the middle of the night. That's when they want to talk. Really don't want to talk.
We have a Tennessee Memorial schedule. Over a thick tree. You're gonna love it. Wear your leathers. Everybody rides. Where are you?
It's my first batch. I got that the day after my birthday. We were in Vancouver.
Well, mine are teens.
Vancouver chapter.
Ours are teens, so.
Goose gave me that for a birthday present.
Little ones. This is fine.
I got this one just last week.
Oh, you can put them in.
And just wait, yeah, I know, just wait. My brotherhood patches, they were supposed to be in on the next batch.
Oh my goodness. Come and sit down over here. Come on over here. Okay. Yeah.
Of course.
You're going to be down there. You're going down to
Coffee at Tim's on Lickman and for 7-ish, 6:30-ish.
6:30.
You're
Yeah.
usually there then?
Yeah.
Facebook.
I'm going to do it. We have until about 5 a.m. So I'm going to go and run a couple of errands and put gas in the vehicle and go down there.
Yeah, I'll go down there.
Yeah.
I'll make it early then too.
6:30.
Someday we'll sit down and I'll tell you all these incredibly strange stories and you'll go, you know, this woman should come to like a ladies group and preach like this because there are some bizarre stuff. Okay. I think this almost is making it about me, but this is a spiritual journey that I'm on and I haven't known before. I've done this with all sorts of people, friends and family, and never somebody who was not my husband. It was like my diary brother, and I never had.
Backside, a couple of drops of water.
And besides, he's a writer, and like, oh my God, Dave, what's the name on the back of a tree? So I decided to go to Abbey Hospital today. There's a gentleman that he worked with, dec-jan. He's on insulin. They're taking one of his legs. You can't do this stuff on Facebook. And I said to Dave, okay, I'm going to just take time off work and go out there. You know what? There are angels that you meet unawares, and I could have talked to you guys anyway because I will follow this kid. He's not a kid, he's 40 years old. And as you're coming into Marshall, there's a guy who's been living there for probably the last month on off-road days because Tim and I moved to Hampshire. I have no idea what possessed me, but I was right beside him. And I gave him some cash for a change. And I said, you know, how am I going to get it out of the backseat? I said, if you meet me at the Chevron. We stood at the Chevron, and I said, I said, well, I have a friend. And that man prayed for me.
Wow.
And if that was enough, when I was going back through, and I said, well, I yelled for him because by this time I knew his name. Meet me at the A&W right over there. And we sat for a while. And we prayed for each other. It's pretty bizarre, isn't it? No, listen, that's pretty bizarre. No, what do you think? Trust me. No, not on the walk. But as you're rolling this road, that's bizarre. So it's been just an incredible thing. I'm gonna go through that away briefly, and I don't know if that was the answer. Who's here? Oh, it's watching that.
This is for you to take home. I told you I was baking last night, and you said I want some, so I got you some. If you don't want to eat them, just open them up and share them here.
That's Winona.
I bought those for you to snack on later. You're going to want them later, I know it.
You come. We got drums here and everything. Oh my goodness.
How you doing?
I'm doing.
This is a silly question. Brian sends
Are we having for well, I saw a couple of things on there. In fact, I'm really doing thank you. Just because. Okay, so for the last 3 years, by 4:30, by the latest 6:30, I would sit up with him in his area for 4 hours. The worst of it was the first night or so. I didn't know what to do with myself. And so now it's like, sort of on Facebook, and people are coming out of the woodwork, like, haven't talked to you for years. I'm like, wow. So there's probably a journey that it's supposed to be. Maybe I'll share something. If you're up to it, go look. You don't even look like. He looks good. Yeah. So, thank you. Maybe you just sing a song or something. Yeah, okay. Oh, how you doing?
We're gone in December too.
Are you?
In Alberta, so
Well, we're going to do this instead of some awful things the ministries wanted me to go through. So
They did a nice job. My opus was the one on Hawking, the funeral home in there, in the church and stuff. It was very nice to do that.
well, this is just a viewing.
Yeah.
They're going to do a cremation. We're going to do a service over at Victory.
Yeah.
I think the 30th.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Yeah.
Perfect.
Wow.
Cardinals.
Come see. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Oh. It looks awful. Oh gosh, I tell you. He looks like he's resting. Wow. He's not Tim from like Saturday morning, you know? Wow. So, yeah, you guys got drums if you want to do a song or something. I brought my rattle at least. There are a few other drums here. Do whatever. Okay. Yeah, I'll try to accompany you. My voice is not what it's been, okay? It just isn't.
It should be correct.
I did thunder and lightning before you all got here, okay, with it. In fact, maybe you will do it.
Well, you probably will. How's it going?
Yeah.
Long time no see? Yeah. How you doing? Long time no see. How you doing? Oh, yeah. Of course, that's going to be. Somebody has to stand aside.
Howdy, this is Winona. And so, who officially do you work for? Because I just did always go ma'am a lot.
I'm on education leave right now.
Oh,
So I was with the district.
Yeah.
But I'm at UBC in my teaching. This is side.
Yes.
But no, one of the crazy. Crazy engines, but is it?
Yes. Yeah, he's with.
Who is?
Yes.
Oh, you. I thought you said I did.
Oh.
I have.
Good. I'm glad.
I think it's good
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. I don't know many. Sam George up at Swayleton. We go way. We worked with his mom. Yeah, community, right?
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, now we have just been given something to do. I actually should get a hold of her. Sabrina's gonna know what it is.
No, it'll happen.
She's with, you know her. In fact, she's you know what I mean. I should get a hold of her because she has been trying to get me to go down to cultural learning with it's hard.
It's like you said, right?
It's been difficult. So
You don't know culture. Yeah. There's probably one more tours before party.
what song did you get out for? Susan. It's almost like a call to
Oh yeah, that was the triple two. Yeah.
Those two, Tim.
Your sports.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you can only understand those, maybe I'll do thunder and lightning along the way. I have a desire for that. Okay. Water.
Still on when I go to
Oh, wait. No. I should talk to her too.
Definitely, that would be really good, strong.
Yeah, you know, the community and we need people to encourage each other.
I've been doing the drum circle and it's for just to share the songs. I haven't listened to my Kyla will come.
Oh, my brother's moved out.
Yeah, just to share how, get together.
Packed up, packed with drums.
Some days it feels like it. That first day. Gladly, right?
If you guys go down there, you're on the hospital education.
Oh, okay.
What's your area that you're,
Well, and right now I'm at school.
yeah, it's cool to be, yeah. Are you interested? Oh, okay. Yeah, elementary too.
So is Heather.
Oh, okay.
It was just a full moon.
The kids were nuts. Oh, yeah.
Where?
We just had a, I don't know, I guess we attended the Carol Festival, and the kids were singing in choir. So some of it was a late night for some of these little ones, so today we're like, we won't do anything too heavy. You know, lots of drum circle. Just it was like a little, we were talking about what is I know it's Christmas when, and like the senses, and so I know it's Christmas when, and one of the kids, when I hear the wolves howl, I'm like, oh, interesting. Okay. You never know what they'll have to say. I'll listen for that next time.
Say at about 13 or 14, that's when their brains change from that.
Sorry, what's that?
Yeah, I have a 14-year-old and a 16-year-old, so yeah.
They lose that little kidness around that time. It's just the brain function. Medically, they don't understand what it is either. Something switches.
Yeah, hormones, yeah, definitely what it is, hormones. Oh, CMCIA. I just wanted to take a minute to just say a few words to everyone. It warms my heart to see so many people come and be with Kai and to say their farewells to our loved one. It's never an easy time. We're never ready or prepared to lose anybody. So it helps that I look around the room and I see such a diversity of different people from everywhere, and that goes to show you who Tim was to so many different people. The only word that comes to my mind is being such a little social bug. He had to go and be everywhere at every little thing. Oh, there's something going on over there, let's go. Let's go, there's something going on over there, let's go. And the calendar was full. We gotta go here, we gotta go there, we gotta go here, friends there, we gotta, you know. When he was here. I love seeing this. My head go up to all of you for coming here today. I see a few people have drums. I'm really looking for, I really need to hear some drums, so I'm like, let's get on with this. Let's drum and sing a few songs and hear some songs, if you would. I'll see him.
Hensla in Jawa and squashed Winona Justin tell squeak to Litsa Kwasa Quechel Tanse. Hello, my name's Winona Justin. I come from the Innsbruck and I'm also Cree and mixed, always mixed in there, eh? Some from my dad's side. I'm honored to be living in Abbotsford and answer the call of Sister Kai to come and share. I've met them a couple years ago when I was humbly sharing the little that I know from the elder Flora Wallace from the Statlium area. I became a drum carrier then, and with other residential thrivers and 60 Scoop thrivers in Vancouver at the Native Education Centre, and witnessed my family and friends reclaim the culture that was denied to them. And living in Abbotsford, I was like, where are my people? I don't know where they are. And I started working in the district. I'm like, oh, okay, I see some. And Perry Smith, can I sing? Russell Joyce, can I still share these songs? And so every song I share is a story, and I have permission to share. And I started singing, and community became people started coming, and there was a need to connect and to share. And even through the pandemic, I couldn't just stop. I said, we gotta still connect, and so we put Zoom out to the people, and it's nice to reconnect with you. And he was always happy and waiting and asking and listening, and thank you for bringing him and planning to see us Saturday morning, 9 a.m. It's early then, you know, so I'll just start with, and education and music has brought Heather to me. If you want to just introduce yourself.
Yasmina, Heather Talio Nairn. I'm from the Newhawk Nation in Bellacoola, and I came down to Abbotsford. It's been 23-ish years now, and I'm a teacher at Poplar Elementary, where I met Winona. Well, actually we met before then, but we met, and then she started teaching drumming songs to us, and it's going to take a while. I'm a psychic.
Sorry, and I need to say my grandpa Mary and Jacob Anderson from Pakais community, and my cookum was Frida Watney from Treaty 6 territory, and my granddad John Meyerhouse. My mom was Grace Meyerhouse, who worked with Hope elders and UBC, and my dad's still with us with Parkinson's, Edward Meyerhouse. So that's a little bit who I am, and my songs are from Tiakalap Community Group, but taught and led by Flora Wallace, Elder Flora Wallace, who's in the spirit world as well, and her family, Russell and Ron, is also in the spirit world, Kumaka. So the first one is a healing song that came to me 20 years ago with the knowing when I was in water that our people, we have been through a lot. Our ancestors have worked hard and fought a lot for us, and the knowing that we're never alone and our ancestors are here with us to help us through these hard times. So may this healing song help us today as we learn to live in this physical plane without our brother in the physical plane, but knowing that we're not
Find my steps splash lightly
Way up, way up. Kosai. Oh, wow.
Lift up my hands to each one of you today for being here, walking alongside Kathy. Kathy, who I've known since she was just a young girl, and walking with her mom and her dad and worshiping God together. And it's been a long journey. And I'm thankful for the moments that we've had together. I'm thankful for the different ones that gather together and just do life together. And it's so important that we can lift each other up, especially at this time, that we don't know what the next steps are going to unfold for us. And yet we know who holds our future. And we know that we're not alone. And so we continue to walk with you, Kathy. Continue to pray for you, that God would continue to lead you and to guide you and uphold you. But what's in my heart today is to tell you this. Don't be in a hurry to move on. Take some time and rest in the arms of Jesus. He loves you. He just wants to hold you. And he will whisper into your ear when it's time to move forward again into that new things that he has for you. So that was what was on my heart to share with you.
That was pretty wild. Celebration of life. You're kind of one of the ones I said, it's okay, you're going to love Matt, but he doesn't get it all. He said, well, what? I said, well, you're from witness. This is what came to my mind. I would like 4 specific, I can do no comment, but you're one that I would like to have seen. So, and everybody is kind of ministerial because Matt will speak, and he's the 4th, and I'd like Helen to speak. So, you know, yeah, so we'll cover some of that.
Yeah, for sure.
He's brought her son.
While we're on topic, I was going to come. I visit you guys on a birthday cake, which was, by the way, Sunday. But I don't know if I'm going to do that right now. It isn't like I'm just going to be alone. I probably didn't say anything like I was supposed to thinking I did. You know, that ladies group has been, it's been more than doing a church ladies group. It was like the support group I didn't have. We're doing a cookie exchange on Sunday after church. I thought, I'm just gonna stay and have tea, you know. Yeah. Besides, it could be snowing. We don't know yet. It'll be enough to get there, and then I don't really kind of know where all we're going with that, but yeah, and I don't know about.
Of course.
A week ago, I thought,
Trying to get
no,
settled in and
what are you gonna do? Take a cake out there. What do you think? You have like, you know, happy birthday in heaven moment, like this is. Maybe just no. I think sometimes you can push yourself into places that.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's what you need.
It's just, yeah, just. Somewhere along the line, I'm going to tell you about the young man that I met today.
Jackie found out didn't.
Patty, I don't usually hand money out to people. I happen to have cash in my back seat. He went over to the Chevron. It's good because my biker guys are here. And he'd been in Joshua House. And he stood there and prayed for me. And coming back, keep this guy in prayers, please. And I'll even tell you, his name is Justin. And I'm coming back from Psalm, and I had a little time, and I said, well, I don't know. I'm sure my mother's got me doing things. Stress has got me doing things. I wouldn't normally do this. I wouldn't do it if I was caring for him. All right, I need water. I need a tea. And there was something about, you've done street stuff. You know, when you look in somebody's face and you say, this person's okay. I said, maybe at the end. So he hikes across 3 lanes of traffic, and we sat for a while, and he shared me his story, and I shared mine. And he lost somebody not that long ago, which is why he's where he is. What are the odds of this happening today? Like, I'm just blown away. And yeah.
Keep being nice.
Well, you're going to do coffee at Timmy's and touch base with these guys because he knows the director. He said, well, the director's with CMN. And I said, yeah. This is odd. Looked at me, I said, this must be, I just say, faded. This is not to be. You know? And Patty, I'm divulging stuff I probably shouldn't, but, you know, I think I'm going to go back to Vancouver. I don't know. I can't do this. I can't cope. Or, no, you're obviously here for a reason because I didn't know what I was going to do this afternoon for that hour, so I was going to just go drive like a maniac. Wow. So, my friend.
I haven't physically met everybody, but I can see all the, I knew.
I'm going to find my water again.
Okay.
Drink so much water.
It probably is. It's really a change, right?
One of those gatherings many years ago was where and how I met Tim and I can't imagine how else I would have met them. Because we don't run in the same sort of circle of what they were involved into doing, but I'm pretty sure that that's where we met, and I don't even know how many years back that goes, but
That's a good point. I don't know.
it goes way back. That's all I know. Just
Well, I knew Andrew, but I don't think that's it. It's been at a gathering or something.
I was
don't
just explaining that it's from a residential school gathering.
TRC, it would be TRC.
Yeah. I just don't know which one because there's been so many.
It would be TRC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I have, honestly, I don't know where it was that we met, but I know it was quite a few years ago. But I thank everybody again for coming out here and being here. It's so awesome to see so many of Tim's friends, and it just warms my heart that, you know, to see that he touched the lives of so many, and it's awesome that you're all here for Kai. Thank you.
Ray went to go get his drum.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, is he gonna sing a song now too before we go?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got 2 of them sitting over there.
Just sitting there waiting to be used. Well, pick it up and use it then. Yeah, that's totally understandable.
There's somebody who'd like to pick one up and use them.
No wonder I thought.
Well, I was in a hurry to go and, yeah, oh, of course it is. Yeah. Well, of course.
There, if somebody would like to pick one up, though. If they don't have one, they'd like to.
Can you grab your drums? This is what it sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I would, drum and somebody's got one.
You see, you showed
Which
me
one do you
those
want?
online, Ryan. I think we went
Showed you that one. This one.
Yeah, that one.
This is my moose, and then that's the one that.
That's the one that you did over at, didn't you do that down?
Yeah, when we did the 215 or whatever. Yeah.
OCM, my name is Ray Douglas. Kalam Tasquik, Talitsoka Pokchiam, Kas Chalatal. My Homach name is Kapalam. I come from Quachiam, and my mom's lineage is from Chalatal First Nation, both on Stala territory in Sa'atma. I have it in my heart to share a song that I first heard and sang with Teetlamspat with Eddie Gardner, and would love for anybody who wants to sing along and join with us too. That would be really good. Yeah, and I'd just also like to share a bit of my connection to our loved one. I first met Kai and our loved one at rallies. There's I Don't Know More, and then also did a Halkamelum class with Kai.
We did 3 or 4 together and always sat in the same seats. They didn't understand us, remember?
Yeah, yeah. And I just, one of the memories that's really sticking out that I had interaction with our loved one, it was a really cold day, and there was a post on Facebook meeting up for a rally at the courthouse. And I was thinking, I was like, I hope people show up. It's gonna be a cold time, and not a whole lot of shelter on the outside of it. And then there was a decent turnout, and I just remember walking up to Kai and our loved one and saying thank you for coming, and I just remember thinking what warrior spirit they both have, and seeing that and hearing that in our loved one, it was just it was a powerful moment when I said that, thank you for coming, happy you're here, and he said, where else would I be? Because it was his response, like, where else? Like, I will always be here. As long as we know about it, I'm going to be here with the people. And that was really powerful to me, because it just showed that warrior spirit to show up and be there and stand with the people. So, yeah. Oh, hey, oh, hey, oh,
Okay, good. You start it off.
Yeah.
Start it off. Okay, and then we can just, some of us do know it, and if they don't, they can skip
I
it.
don't want me to do that.
Yeah, you wanna start it off, and then, okay. Charlie, just, you know how to.
Hey, Swell, thank you for your words and your song, and what's coming to my heart is the last song I've heard our loved ones sing with us, and our connection with that song. It was the first song where I found my voice after hearing it being sung in the city, and then going home fishing between Spence's Bridge and Lytton, and I sang this song, and who knew 20 years later our loved one and Kai would come and bring it to Circle, and it's from Six Nations. It's a traveling song. Everyone has an opportunity to share, an opportunity, no pressure, you know, it's just paths. And he never passed. He always dug deep and shared his beautiful voice with us.
Yeah, sometimes you couldn't breathe after doing it, but he always made sure to.
And just a beautiful voice, so that's what's coming to and Kai's asked that I start.
Yeah, if you'd start.
I'm on the plains, I go left, but I'm over here, so I go right.
And I hope it's okay that I share this because I shared this with you. There's a lot of things that I've done along the way, and one of the people I know is Dr. Sandra Kelsey. That's our Stolo historian. And we had a big discussion one day, and he said, that's fine, you can quote me on this. And as the language is coming back, we often hear, Kasai. And he said, but you know what, that's not really how it was. Now, I'm not saying this is just, the settler learning the language. This is coming from Sonny. He said, no, it would be, thanks, friends. This hi was a little bit more formal. And language changes, and we start to use it differently. He said, but it's really more ceremonial thank yous. And if you want to get really big time, you'll feel Kasai. And that's ceremony. That's longhouse. And I said to him, wow, he said, we even joke, don't tell a lot of people because people are saying Kasai. But you know what? If somebody saved my life, I would say to them, I wouldn't just say, thanks, friend. I would say, y'all feel Kasai. Thank you. So I share that in my teachings or what I've experienced because I want to say that to each of you. You have lightened the load. It's wonderful to hear that song. And as far as housekeeping goes, we are talking, Matt's got it penciled in on his calendar over there for the 30th, a celebration of life. And we're not really going to do what we're going to do. I think they're going to give us coffee anyway and cookies, and it's a great place to go. And Pastor Rudy has got an incredible band. He's going to share a song that Tim did like. And then I want to just sort of open the mic up, and it will be a remarkably strange community gathering of diverse, and which is cool because Tim really liked doing TRC work. He really did. It was, for those of you that don't know, Tim was adopted. He was adopted into extended family. He comes from Ontario. He grew up all of his life, even being told by that family he was Mexican. The adoptions were done back the end of the 50s. Any of you that know anything with TRC work and the Honorable Murray Sinclair, as well as history, there was not a Mexican community in Toronto. Guess what, folks? So the last few years, he actually, I may take the fight up yet, has tried to get records released. And government is government. And I am honored that Kelly and Pixie came to Tim and I, because I've got some things in my background, but I was never raised it, so I don't self-identify as any of the Indigenous people, so though maybe that's why my heart is there. And they said, do you want to be associate members? And you should have seen Tim. Like, it was just, so it started to give him a sense of identity. Maybe that's what helped with why now we're at Tree. I think if we know who we are inside, or where we come from, it makes all the difference in the world. Again, I say, my hands go up to all of you, and hope to call all my relations. That's a pretty noisy drum.
Which one?
What is this one?
That's my one. And he made it specifically
It's pretty noisy.
I see it all the time.
Yeah, I remember seeing it there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna count.
The game was awesome, man. That was a wicked weekend.
Thank you.
Put you on now for.
Take it easy, I'll see you again, I'm sure.
Yep.
Singing was beautiful.
Okay, Saturday morning.
Everybody listening was beautiful.
Actually, I'm glad you have a break below. Take it in digits and your mama.
First time you skipped your verse, buddy. First time, man.
My daughter know my
Yes. Younger sister.
I know.
She was fortunate.
I think, no, there's some things, we can share this a little later too.
Yeah, when you guys get together.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have something to chat about?
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, because I will,
gotta get
I
her
will
home,
be,
or she won't get her dinner.
I'm gonna give her a pulse.
The dining room will be closed.
Oh, and then I'm gonna see you guys.
I'm right behind you, Mom.
This sounds like you guys all came over to the house
Great
to
seeing you,
visit.
John.
Yeah.
Take care, and see you guys out. And then I'm gonna collect this stuff and sort of say my final, whatever, and hug them and.
Melanie. Yeah, every week to.
Yeah, I will. Lauren will.
I'm Kayla.
That's good.
Yes. So the wolves howling, yes. The Christmas wolves howling, yes.
Last couple days is
Off and on, yeah.
Okay, Tim, I'm working on this here.
Yeah.
Not. I'll do this. And this. Okay, Tim, I gotta put some stuff together here. Yeah. It's absolutely beautiful. Who showed up? It's just incredible. Wow. Just incredible. Like this. Come on. Come on. This. And rattles. Rattles. And shakers. And that. 2, 3. Oh boy, 4, 5, 6. Good. That. Oops, I need those in there. There's the clappers. Almost forgot those, didn't we? So let me just get organized here, right? Yeah.
to make of, but we're going to put all this out there because otherwise if I fall apart, it's going to be bad. So let me put this out there and we're going to go to the bathroom. I will be back in just a second, Jim.
Bye, Tim. I love you forever and always. We got a deal. Okay, Tim, I'm taking pictures of this so I know what all I did. And I love you dearly, my friend. And right now, I'm going to do whatever's that we do. And I love you. Oh, I want to take your glasses with me, okay? Tim, I love you. I love you, Tim. I want to tuck this in with you, okay? And, okay, here we go. There. Okay, and I need to take your glasses with me. I love you, my friend. Hang in there. Hang in there. I love you, Tim. You're a hero, too. You are a definite hero. Okay, Tim, I'm going to do one other picture here because that's always a good idea. And let's just... There we go. That's not good. My camera's acting up. There, that's better, I think. And we're going to say night-night, okay? Okay, talk soon. Talk to you real soon. I love you. Okay. Let's water there. This. I'm going to take a couple of water if they have them. Okay, my friend. Again. Tim, I love you. I know you felt that, and I felt you this. Amen. Over to see the guys. Amen. Amen. Amen, Tim. Oops. Amen. Amen. Such a pretty tree. It's really quite pretty. Amen. That's quite pretty. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna, so you...
I'm putting that there. I put a note in with him, and I'm not going to leave his glasses in with him. I brought those. So... For years, Tim worked nights, and so he worked nights and sleep all day, and he was in the hotel trade. So we often, this is probably before we had all the technology, years back. So we would just leave notes for each other. Like, so yeah, anyway. I didn't leave those, those are your paperwork.
Yes,
Oh,
it's
okay.
my paperwork.
Thank you again.
All right, you're
Good night,
welcome.
Tim.
Wow.
Okay. Thank you, Brad.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
You really have been guys. Thank you.
Well, you're welcome.
Okay, take care.
Thank
And
you
and I
very
will
much.
check with Joel in the morning, because I think I'm headed out that past there. They open at 8, and I can just stop in if all else. In fact, they know he's gone because I had stopped in. When was it? Last week, I guess.
Do you need some? May I help you?
No,
clear
I'm
some of this?
okay. I'm okay. I'm
So
just
we have
gonna
a lot
find
of
my.
stuff here. Let me
No,
help
I'm
you.
okay. I'm just gonna get my keys, which I hope I put on. Watch her. I'll be just spending the night. I want to do that. Where's that? Listen, this is nothing. Usually I'm carting 4 and 5 drum bags. So. Oh yeah.
Got it?
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Best wishes.
Okay.
Best wishes.
Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
4, 5, 6. I have to go to the gas. That's my next thing I'm going to do. First in the morning. I guess I'm doing it now. Amen. Don't you dare do that. I want to start at home and do that too. That's a good idea. Come on. 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Very good. Let's go get this organized. Pray for me. I'm just so totally blown away by that. Okay. Praise the Lord. Let's go this way. $6:38. Or something like it. Got a fair number of things to do tonight at 6:40. No, it's 5:40. It's 5:40. Praise the Lord. 5:40. We are doing okay. That's a good thing. We might even have time to do that. That would be even better, wouldn't it? Oh, goddamn. Sure, we'll do it. Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, praise the Lord, praise the Lord, praise the Lord. Oh, no, it's 40. Oh, just... Ray is a counselor here. It's not 6:40, it's 5:40. It's been all the way through day. Thank you. We're gonna go do this. Those are fine there. That is fine there. Do not need that with me. I do need those two things with me. No, I need both those with me. So that's okay. That's okay. We can almost figure this out. I bet you I've still got that damn thing running. I bet you I do.
Doing this now.
Yeah.
We're gonna go over.
I bet you're still running.
It's
still running.
And she might be there. I don't know. We'll see. Okay.
I wish I could think of her name. Hugo's other buddy or...
So, if I could, because probably had,
Can you press the washer? Oh, thank you.
I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay.
The joke now is we didn't know Tim could bring everybody together. Okay. Go figure. It's incredible.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hey.
I had other things to do and I had to get finished here.
Sorry to hear about your
Good work.
Well, we're just sitting here swapping really strange afterlife jokes about what heaven's like, okay?
Well, I've been on my own now for 8 years.
Have you?
Every once in a while there is a
When I started at the post office, I was only a term.
time that
Running up and down the alley, seeing everything all the bins. One of the guys goes, what do you think you're doing?
I think there's moments that happen that way. Although I have to admit,
When I was working at Bethesda.
you know, I can say kid because I'm 60. He's around 40. You know, that was a real blessing today. That was incredible. In fact, if I say to you, this was ordained stuff, it was that bizarre. Like just totally bizarre things.
he ordains everything, so
Yeah, but you don't always notice it, okay?
no, I know you said
This is interesting because then they see.
And even over there, they stayed, which I don't know how they would kick you out of a viewing when you think about it, but they stayed, and not only did he stay, the guy on the door, who is the door guy, and 3 or 4 women in the office, and sat and listened.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, okay, so this is pretty powerful. It is powerful stuff.
I've run into a number of lads that have committed suicide, and I knew 3 weeks before they committed the act, it was an inevitability on their behalf. And it was, no matter what you did, no matter what you said, their minds had been made up.
But you don't want to be tall. You don't want to be reaching the roof. You want to be operating down.
And some of them are pretty young.
You're not used to operating down. Yeah. They need to know this whole that's why you.
That really is. I know what I was going to say to you. So this young man who
3-footer and a 4-footer.
probably has his own family stuff. I won't even go there. I mean, you get the idea. It's been a long life, and he said he was in business. He probably was, and I was in the trades. And the way he talks, I have the feeling he was. And as I was driving, I had to do an errand, and I thought, and I'm just going to say this, others, whatever, and I thought, wow, what I didn't say to him was, they would want you to live. You talk about this love that you had, they would want you to live, and you know what I heard? I swear I heard somebody say, yeah, well, so would Tim want you to, so like, get on with it. I told you that it was just bizarre to be leaving Abbotsford, and he was crossing, oh gosh, I don't know, what is it, Gladys? Because the shelter's over there. And I came back up past Gladys, you know, and it was sort of under this way, or the, I don't know if you know Abby. And he was over there, and I went, he was walking wherever, he's probably going back for supper at the shelter. And I, you know, went out like a thumbs up, and he went, yeah. I'm like, hold up, Huey, Van is an amazing thing for 2005. I can't believe this. And I told him that, and he looked at me and said, you know, you're right. It does come down to hope. Yeah. Not just faith. Not just love. It's got to do with hope. There's no hope. There's nothing left. So,
No, I almost stepped off it 2 weeks ago. Bronchitis.
oh no.
How did that bad, eh? Well,
Didn't want to get out of bed. Didn't want to take my medication. Went like that. Just drank a lot of fluids, and that was it.
Didn't know you were going to the gym.
Hey,
Didn't know you were going to
cough.
Hey, he might know.
Wherever you like. I can. Yeah. 50-50. Are you sure you know what? Are you sure you know what you like? This is like. Look up.
When Tim was in the hospital, and there are running jokes here.
That old couple, the trio that was number one.
Plan here tonight.
You know, there's only one of them left.
Yes, are we going to read? That's what Mew's going to do. I am. One of us are going to do it. And I need to do this, and this, and this, and this. We need to turn the light out. We'll turn the light out in a minute, okay, guys? Okay, Jesus, it's just bizarre. It's so bizarre. Probably would have wanted to marry him if he'd changed then. Okay. What are we doing? We're going to find my other flipping glasses here. Okay, so let's do this. Hi, Connor. Oh, hi. She's a good boy. Which is my guys. There's my Mew. Here's my Gunner. Here's my Gunner. Hi, Lady Grey. Hi, Gunner. Oh, just Lady Grey. Yeah, just Lady Grey. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, so let's get this happening, okay? Hi, Mew. I'll put those on to do it. Jesus said, what sorrow awaits you, Chorazin and Bethsaida? If the miracles I did in you had been done in wicked Tyre and Sidon, their people would have repented
of their sins long ago, clothing themselves in burlap and throwing ashes on their heads to show their remorse. Yes, Tyre and Sidon will be better off on Judgment Day than you. And you people of Capernaum, will you be honored in heaven? No, you will go down to the place of the dead. Then he said to the disciples, anyone who accepts your message is accepting me, and anyone who rejects you is rejecting me, and anyone who rejects me is rejecting God who sent me. And when the 72 disciples returned, they joyfully reported to him, Lord, even the demons obey us when we use your name. And he said, yes, I saw Satan fall from heaven like lightning. Look, I have given you authority over all the power of the enemy, and you can walk among snakes and scorpions and crush them. Nothing will injure you, but don't rejoice because evil spirits obey you. Rejoice because your names are registered in heaven. Jesus' prayer of thanksgiving. At that same time, Jesus was filled with joy of the Holy Spirit, and he said, O Father, Lord of heaven and earth, thank you for hiding these things from those who think themselves wise and clever, and for revealing them to the childlike. Yes, Father, it pleased you to do it this way. My Father has entrusted everything to me, and no one truly knows the Son except the Father. No one truly knows the Father except the Son, and those to whom the Son chooses to reveal him. Then when they were alone, he turned to the disciples and said, Blessed are the eyes that see what you have seen. I tell you, many prophets and kings longed to see what you see, but they did not see it, and they longed to hear what you hear, but they didn't hear it. We read that yesterday, Mew. Do you know that? Yes, we did. So we're going to sit here for a moment now, and we're going to pray, and we're going to say thank you for testimonies that Tim has left me with, and thank you for the cats. There's a cat. Hey, you. Oh, it's Lady Gray. And there's Gunner. And I'm dealing with the kids right now because it's a good idea. And there's Mew. Mew. And I ask you to go with us this night and keep your hand upon us. It wasn't as bad as I thought it would be, God. It wasn't as bad. And I don't remember who I said say a prayer at 4 o'clock. Somebody said that they would. I can't remember who it was. I wish I could. 3 o'clock. Felt really good coming in like that. We got that set up, and we've got that to deal with at some point, and all that other good stuff. Mew, don't you dare dump that. I've got to go get a couple of things right now, guys. And we're just going to stay in that prayerful thought for a moment while I go downstairs and fix my pant leg. Yes, that's what I'm doing. Yes, yes, I am. Yes, I am. Hee-hee. Hi, Gunner. And we're going to push play.
You know, we just had, it's amazing how choked up you can get from something like that, like a movie. We just had a parade go by last night. I don't know if anyone saw it. It's pretty cool, eh? It's a big parade, Christmas parade. Over 200 people came by, and all we did was open up our patio and let people in to be warm. Man, it was so impactful and so encouraging. So, yeah, we're just starting, and my eyes are already sweating. Sorry. Talk about unexpected things. You know, we know in this season that things might not always be all calm, but they can be bright. They can be bright. And we know our light shines the brightest in the darkest places.
She's a good gunner. Oh, yeah.
And I just want to encourage you and thank you for being part of this family.
Oh, that feels good.
Because God has already done so much.
Okay, beep beep.
But if we're just getting a glimpse of the gifts that He has for our family and for our community. And we know in this season that there's going to be conflict. Whenever you bring a bunch of family together and have gatherings, somebody's not going to agree about something. But we can agree that God sent His
Just
only
their pants
Son
on.
as a gift for all
He's
of us.
Gunner.
He
Boy,
came,
Gunner.
He died, He rose again, He's coming back.
These my guys.
And
These my guys. Yes. Oh, you like the Tasha rubs. Oh, these are rubs. Yes. Oh, and Lady Grey too. Lady Grey too. Good girl. Good girl.
And it will. That you show compassion. And you realize how good you really have it. Because even when things aren't working in your life, God always is. He is always working. And He's got you. Even when you don't see it or you don't feel it, He's always working all things for good for those that love the Lord. So, if you've ever received any unexpected news, this message is for you.
I'm going to
go
to Drummond tomorrow.
It may have interrupted your plans. How about an unexpected announcement that caused you to take a different course of action?
I'm going to go see them
One minute
Sunday
we could be
afternoon.
planning a celebration, and then the next minute we are asked to carry out a task that might require changing your outlook, changing your location, right? And laying down your plans for something greater, something beyond just yourself. And sometimes what seems like a burden can actually be a blessing in disguise. We are entering into the Christmas season, and as we do so, we're already making plans.
Wow.
I don't know about you, but I'm making plans. You know, not just what I'm going to do, but who I'm going to spend it with in the next 4 weeks. There's going to be gatherings, there's going to be parties, there's kids concerts, and they just come up out of nowhere. There's shopping, those guys got shopping. You just got to stop what you're... there's dinners, there's, volunteering and meeting the needs of people that need a helping hand. And we know, like we learned, when we open up our hand and we open up our heart, heaven opens up His hand, right? Isn't that beautiful? And so we get to be a part of that. And we plan our ways, and if we are willing, God will direct our steps. Sometimes finding Christ in Christmas involves looking in those unexpected places, right? Places that you didn't think that He would show up. Places that you didn't think that where He's already calling out to you. You might find Him in spaces and places that aren't ordinary.
Trust me, it's not ordinary. Mew, what's going on?
Generosity in that package, but it's not yours, right?
Mew.
And sometimes you get something with your name on it that's not yours. That
Hi,
you never
what's
even opened,
going
that you
on?
just need to return to sender.
What's
right?
going on?
We talked about that, right, Sil? Yeah. But when we get unexpected
Yeah, I was thinking about a birthday in heaven.
It involves
That's what I was thinking
unexpected
of.
words exchanged with others.
Did you see him here?
And
He might
we're
be
trying
here.
to communicate, well, at least I
He is
am,
here.
over the Christmas season, Christ in Christmas.
told
You know,
that
like
a
he's the
whole
center of it
host
all.
and
He's the
company of
reason that we
saints
celebrate.
encompasses.
And in doing so, you know, there's usually an exchange of not just words, but of gifts, right? And for those of you that are really into Christmas cards, or greeting cards, any show of hands, who loves to do the Christmas cards? Okay, you will be doing my cards, and you will be helping me. Okay, this is something I struggle with. All right, because words are powerful, and I want them to be meaningful. There's a lot of people that mean a lot to me. So ask my wife. It takes me a long time to get words in there. But can you imagine if you know, God's will is more important than my way.
I know.
It's not what you ask.
I miss him too.
But it's also how
you know
ask
what?
it. Ask all the ladies. It's not what you said, but how
He's
you
here.
said it. Right?
And furthermore, what I was saying earlier, Gunnar, I've had a lot of miracles today.
It's like what we heard the other day.
It's been
Brett
an
said, if you ask stupid
incredible
questions, you're going to
day.
get stupid answers.
It actually hasn't
You ask
been
silly questions, you're going to get silly answers.
a
If you're going to say
horrid,
things like,
refilled day.
oh, why do bad things
It was
always
overwhelming
happen to
this
me?
morning, and I
don't.
was having my own panic
Always
attacks.
happen to you. Instead, what if you asked, how is this happening for
God, guard my lungs and heart.
Because if Romans 8:28 says that all things
Put your
work
holy
together
angels
for
around
good, for those that love the Lord, you see what you perceive is
Not
what
just
you
so I
receive.
can smoke,
It's
but
not just what you
because
say, but how you
somebody's got to
say
keep going.
it. If you respond
And
with faith
Gunnar,
and you respond
if
with
Melanie
obedience,
would want
then
Justin
you will receive a
to
better
go forward
outcome.
and to live, Tim would want that here.
Finally,
he wouldn't want to see you guys in a bad way. No, he wouldn't.
find out that news doesn't just going to affect you, but affects so many others. Generations, not just your lifetime, but others.
No, he wouldn't. Yeah, I agree. Hi, Lady Gray.
Discovered that you had
Yes.
a distant relative.
Wow.
Or,
Okay, we're gonna go upstairs in a minute and talk to the girl too. Yeah, we'll talk with you for a minute, okay? There you is.
Has a direct effect on where you're at today and where your family's at. Ever found out, did a little tracing? Yeah, it's amazing. And we're seeing because of relationships, families coming in,
Just among you.
and we know that, well, wait a minute, and where it hasn't even been in the past, but now because of you, generations will be blessed, generations will be healed, generations will have Jesus in your genealogy. Like, how amazing is that?
It's pretty
we
amazing.
don't just sow into the now, we sow then to the future. Our prayers don't just affect now, it affects so many others. The prayer of a righteous person will prosper. Come on, they echo
Availeth
through
much.
time. I wouldn't be here. I can tell you a true story. My grandma Funk, love her, when she was here on this earth, I was studying policing to be a cop. I was studying hard, but every time I'd go home to visit my grandparents, she would always say, Matthew, I am praying that you don't become a cop. Thanks, Grandma. Right? She knows. I believe God can show her, but she was always praying for me and that I would serve the Lord. I'm like, not that I couldn't serve the Lord becoming a cop or a policeman, but he had other intentions to take that and use it for pastoring. And again, I want to encourage somebody, because sometimes like, oh, I'm just going to stop what I'm doing. No, I actually went to people in the church. I had this amazing God encounter in a Victory church, and I was ready to drop everything and just be a missionary, whatever I had to do. I didn't want to be a pastor, by the way. And God's got a sense of humor, right? But I went to the elders of the church, the wiser people in the church, in leadership, and I told them like what I wanted to do, and they said, you know what? No, I don't think that'd be wise. I think you should continue to do what you're doing and serve the Lord with all your heart right now where you're at, right? And you don't have to worry about chasing your calling, because your calling will find you. Your calling will find you. And I didn't know this, but all the stuff I took was dealing with people in crisis. And praise the Lord, because of it, I've been a bridge where people would come to me where they wouldn't go talk to a cop, but they'll come to me. And where I can help people in this season.
Hey, Lady Gray. Oh, look at it. Oh, yeah. Whatever. Look at that. Hold on, we're doing this first. Let's clean my glasses.
I gotta go find some lights to put stuff on my face. Pretty over there anyway.
How about these stuff too?
Grande coffee?
Any cream or sugar?
No.
Anything else for you?
That's good, thank you. Wow. It's pretty wet, isn't it? No kidding. It's not good. No, it's okay. It looks like it's snowing up there. Bet you it is. Would have been a cool farm to buy. Barn and the whole bit. Oh, it's getting light. That's good. That's good. That's really good. Anyway. I think that this whole sense of drowning and going under, fighting for it. I need, what do I need, God? What do I want? I want your holy angels to surround me so that, just to help hold me up. Thank you, God. Oh my gosh, I felt it in a really strong sense of you being here. Wow. Thank you. Thank you, Lord. I think that you might be one of the ones who will be there praying. Thank you. This looks like this time of morning. Thank you, my friend. Yeah. Starbucks and On the Go or something, or what is that? Food Mart or whatever that is. There's the yellow barn and from this side of the highway. Okay, it's the barn lit up. I forgot about that. It's really quite nice. Yeah, I get this distinct feeling like you're with me. Is anybody here? Nobody is here. This is scary. I'm here. The weather. Oh, somebody's here. I won't take good pictures. That's the only problem. No, I won't do that.
fuck's sakes. Let's see if we can pull this off. Well, it's a big branch in the middle of the road. Oh, for fuck's sakes. It's not a bad branch. Oh, I got a spooky chill. I wonder if this guy's gonna come here and swing on the swing again. Good God. Really desolate because that's where we slept one minute. We're back there too, but this one we had music or something. It was pretty wild. Just running tape here. At least I keep talking through it so there's something to listen to. It's crazy. I'm gonna try taking a picture. Wouldn't you know it? Brought the wrong camera. I brought that one. I don't know what I brought that one for. I was going to take a picture with it's dark. Let's go. Quentin. Water's really high. I've got 7. It's 8 o'clock. Oh, jeez, man. I've got a long timeline with that, dude. Okay. Let's just try another shot or two. Okay. I'm gonna shut the vehicle off for just a minute. Wow, have a sip of coffee. It feels good. And that feels good, and that feels good, and that feels good. And we're happening. Listen to the wind. Wow. And the rain. Hey. Let's go this way. Went to bed, didn't I? That's amazing. Okay. No, I have. Okay, never mind.
2.
We'll find out.
Hi. How you doing?
Okay.
Oh, good. Oh, I knew I'd get here for breakfast. I needed to stop by. I'm on my way to Drum Circle, and God happened to be with me, and happy birthday. It is today, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, it is, it is.
It actually says right on my menu here.
Does it really? Let me see. Oh, I gotta see this. Oh, hold on. Okay, pretty cool. Here, set her down this way. Pretty cool. So is everybody coming in today?
Not that I know
Oh, Dave, I want to do stopovers. I come to Abbotsford. Oh, I should lower my voice. I come to Abbotsford enough anyway because of things with Indigenous community and Drum Circle. So if I can, I don't know, stop in for a minute or two, and I've got to go over there, and I still got to get gas. It's raining up a whatnot out there.
It's what?
Raining.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know what you're like. I'm not doing well with the cold, and I'm not doing well driving in it in the dark. So, oh dear. Well, breakfast sounds like a good idea.
You want some breakfast?
No.
'Cause I didn't eat it all. I can't.
If I can pull it off, I'll stop.
I'm gonna have surgery later today.
Are you?
So breakfast is my last meal.
Okay. Well, what I'll do is I will...
You drink milk?
No, listen. Tell your nurse. Can I just say I'm family? Because I'll call and ask. I won't... I've got to be back in Chilliwack for a meeting this afternoon about 12:30. What time's your surgery?
I have no idea. They don't tell you.
Oh, grief.
In fact, they can cancel it right up to the hour before.
Okay, well, what I'll do is I'll stay in touch, because I can always... I'll tell them I'm family.
You have my cell number.
Well, is it working again?
Yep. It's right here. It's on charge.
Okay, what is it? Just in case I don't. Let me set this down, okay? And it was 778, wasn't it?
178.
Yeah, because I thought it was off. Okay, 778. Yep.
598.
598.
4114.
Okay. In fact, I'm going to give you, I'll bring it on now. I'm going to give you our numbers. I think I put them on Facebook.
Well, I have it on, I can always do Facebook.
You can do that, but I'm not always on Facebook because I don't carry that kind of phone.
I know we're always talking on Facebook.
Well, in the mornings, yeah. But I don't do text either. I don't do any texting. I'm old school that way. So what I'll do, and we'll go like that, and there. So there's all that, and I gotta run. I am running so behind. It was awful. It was just pouring. So I said, well, I'm not taking the highway. And everybody, the truckers are driving too fast. So I came out parallel road. So you lose a whole, 20 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Okay, my friend, take care, okay?
Yep. You sure you don't want some milk?
No, we're okay. I'll have to go to the bathroom at this age.
You know, I can't really have that juice, eh?
Can't you?
No, it's sugar in it. And they got me on a real
Pass it on to somebody.
strict diet.
Pass it on to somebody.
Okay.
Okay, good stuff. Okay, and I will remember that.
Okay.
Can you eat things like can you eat potato chips?
What?
Potato chips or things like that?
Yeah, don't worry about me.
Oh, okay.
Not until it's over with.
You take care, okay, my friend? Okay.
Level 2. Going down. Level 1.
Well, now we're gonna go do this. And we're gonna go do that. I'm sure, oh my gosh. This place is still lined up.
Hello, good morning.
Papa burger with bacon and cheese and 2 hash browns.
Are you going with a mama or a papa?
A Papa burger with bacon and cheese and 2 hash browns.
Okay. Yes, Samantha, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Hi. I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you. And could you park by the main door?
I will do. Okay. Okay, we're happening. I don't know what's wrong with that. It looks like, what, he's out of gas? Maybe. Or he's had an accident. No. I don't know. So I gas. Wow. Okay, that's kind of cool. Who would have thought? I think I just ran a stop sign. I don't know. Maybe not. Let's hope not. I don't think I got any cedar here at all. Spruce, but we got no cedar. Bathroom. There's a thing. I'm gonna have to cut some of my cedar.
So like I said, emailing out to
See, and last time, I didn't even set it up and you brought it. So it's just that people just let us see what we
just the details.
Oh, I didn't put you in this one. Yes, yes, I have, yes. Oh,
I can only imagine like my nan's friend and just do the simplest weaving things like that. Just the difference. The teenagers are covered. These are just very, very small.
Thank you for sharing.
Good morning. Good to see you. How are you? Oh, I love
See, remember how I told you when I saw that I saw the diamonds there too? I didn't know.
Yeah, because when we saw that, that's what she said. She's so good. It's almost like, thank you.
So I'm going to the waxing to my son, Oh, when is that today? Today after 12:30. So I'll go to that. We'll visit my mom after that.
Seems like there's like way more trucks out there than people here.
What's that?
That's what it's supposed to feel. Our ancestors are listening.
I walked in with I don't know how many ancestors to tell you.
Oh, as soon as I walked in the school, like there's something going on with the power, that comes in here.
You did his spirit plate already?
Yes, done.
Thank you, you.
You're welcome. No, I'm sorry I wasn't able to be there last night. The naming story was right before, and I thought, you know what? I'm not gonna have them.
Okay, where?
Oh, 10 steps from there. No, you're not there yet.
No, that's why we always make sure there's I put that Yeah, that. Oh, yeah, there's still I learned that under those tables. Sweet.
How you doing? You know, you always look so, I hope you're okay with this, feminine. Yeah. Or womanly, or I don't know what the word is. Yeah.
It took me a long time to get there. I used to never wear color. I used to never wear skirts. I was like always pants, but
this is my uniform.
Yeah.
I can sleep in it. I can put a sweater on it. I can, if I really want, pull a skirt over it.
Skirts are so easy.
Well, you know, people have said, you know, what did they call these a while ago? Compression pants. No, they were just really serviceable.
Yeah. Like, it's all about comfort.
Well, it's comfort and it's did I go out with the dog and they were dirty? You don't know. Yeah.
Medics 211, good morning. I really appreciate each and every one of you and your patience we've had this every morning. Good morning. So I'm just grateful for another morning on this creator for this Mathis people, the territory we're on, the partnerships with the schools, the Java, West Winona, yeah, we have the medicine there. Thank you to Sherry. Did you want to say a few words where your medicine came from?
Sure. This came from a lovely, some of you guys know her, Sarah Laszlo, a lovely Métis sister. She got this medicine from her brother up north, who is a Bear Lodge elder. Very powerful medicine. It is buffalo sage, and inside is a piece of the diamond willow fungus. It has very feminine medicine, but it is balanced with the buffalo sage, which is a little bit more masculine. It's just a very nurturing, loving, heart-filling kind of medicine, I find.
Yeah. I'm going to say your name and then we'll do one to start. I'm being pulled across the plains to hear the Cree language. So,
Israel, Khalil, Tolsui, Ponce, hello, my name is Kelly. To the powerful medicine here, I really want to make sure I introduce myself, learning and introduce Kai, learning how to say my name in Halpamela, and that's directly translated Khalil. So we were honored. I just want to quickly share honor to some of the board members, naming ceremony in Mission, and yeah, very honored to be part of that, and absolutely encouraged in this in the wee ones going with pride, and wearing the name hits, wearing the sash, and stuff. So that was very encouraging and much needed medicine for a very rough few weeks, and but very grateful for community, grateful for this, grateful that we all show up. Yeah, so I'm going to leave it at that. All my relations.
For the first of our life, I actually try to follow instructions.
It's the medicine, right? That's it, yeah.
Okay. Yes, well, the Shinnecock Pixie, yeah, I'm just happy to be here, and I just want to acknowledge them my feet are actually on the traditional unceded territory at Matakwe, but also this traditional territory belongs to Sumac-Matakwe, and I like to acknowledge the camel as well, because the camel is part of the Fraser Valley Métis Association's Postal Code Expedition, and also the Logical and Fraser Valley Métis Association, which we are honored to be here, and thankful for the territorial people for looking after this land for long amounts of time. So, hi, merci, and I look forward to singing.
Israel, Makwat, Kai, Telshak with the squeak. So I am Kai, and good morning, my friends. That's good because I got the opportunity to say something. So yesterday evening, you came down to the viewing for Tim, and as I was saying to your cohort here, you know what? First of all, I was a little amazed. We had 24 people or more there. Wow. And for those that don't know, Tim has passed over, and I decided to do the viewing for me more than anything. But I thought, well, I'm going to share it out. And it was the most remarkable that I was supposed to. But I do know that so we had different First Nations Tim, or I would make personalized. If I said to you, it was a little like red and yellow, black and white, their lives for it. You know what? And after I was done there, I went down to, and hopefully I said anything station for some of the guys that were there. And they're very real people. And we were sitting, Brian and Bruce and I and a few, I was like, wow, that was really incredible. Now, one or two of those, and I'll share with you at least, and everybody can listen in, really have no experience with Indigenous culture or Native culture. Or I thought, wow, this is really incredible. So lots of good come out of sometimes things that are not always pleasant or can be a little painful. And again, my hands go up to you. Moktalstika.
Sanse, Israel. I'm going to try this out. Please forgive me if I mess it up, because it sounds right in my head when I say it, but Tishinakusha, Nicole. I'm working on that and getting better. I'm happy to be here. There has
Hey,
Some things a whole different meaning now, just knowing that we're checking in. Cool, isn't it?
Did you say blessings on? Blessings on.
Just because I want to.
Yeah, I'm all in the routine right now. Way high, we didn't, I was going to do the Journey Welcome song, but we went to Warrior, right?
Yeah.
So let's go back on a journey.
Are we paddling journey or are we journey?
The Journey Welcome. That's exactly how it happens, my dear.
It's coming, it's coming. Don't worry. One day you're going to be singing them all. And you walk down the street. Where are we? Oh, I know that song.
Let's bring the rattles in too. Let's just sing rattles on deck, rattles on deck.
Way
song coming to you? Like songs are coming to you, younger. I like the way you're participating. Pardon? The one that's there? That was a good one, isn't it?
He's memorizing the song.
That's perfect. That's the way it goes. We want to, I'm wondering for water song to soothe us. At least my water song. Or your teachings. Or is it share?
Is that our moment for the naming ceremony?
Oh.
I had no idea. I'm glad I think it was a good meal, but that was the teaching that was brought to the drum circle. That's how I met Pixie. And that's kind of like how it all came together.
How I actually technically met you was at Pride. You guys were
Yes, Pride was the first one. And then you showed up at the drum circle. So Sue, do you actually want to share this today? Sue, like the water song? Yeah, the Wichita and how, so we were just reducing a bit every once in a while. She likes that idea. Seem to be sharing one another's energy and stuff.
So this was taught to me by Sue Ann. She's no longer with us. She was a beautiful warrior and brought the drumming back to like so many people. Before her, I did not have an outlet for that, and the first time she drummed with me, I was like, I don't know what I'm doing, I'm not gonna sing, and it just came out, and I don't even know how it came out, but it did, and so I just want to honor her and raise hands to her, because she definitely impacted a lot of lives, and so we had the drumming circle at my shop in Mission for quite a while, and it brought a lot of people together. We would start with the water song, which was Anishinaabe, I believe, song, and it's all about honoring the waters of each person. So waters represent emotion. So each person it's a call and response. So the first person would sing or drum how they felt. So some people would drum really slow or really quiet or really fast, and the rest of the group would drum along with them. If they were feeling sad and they were drumming slow, everybody would drum slow. And then it went to the next person. And that would really get us in tune with each other and honor each person's feelings and how they are in this moment, and just kind of help and support them in whatever they're going through. Okay, I remember. So, should I say the words first so everybody has that, or do we mostly? Okay, perfect.
Maybe go heart side though, because maybe not everyone knows it.
Oh, okay.
She's here.
Wichita, Julia, Julia, Julia. Wichita, Julia, Julia. Wichita, Julia, Julia, Julia.
I was sharing last night, we had so many different teachings, and one of the teachings from Elder Flora Wallace is we sing for those who can't, whether they're with us in spirit or whether they're hurting and it's too hard for them to sing. So if we can sing, we just give her. Let's bring out the rattles and spoons. What do you think?
Well, you won't learn it if it's $300. I mean, it's $300.
Well, I
got spoons, I got rattles, I got some extras. I got a couple rattles. Another rattle. I got another spoon. I love these. Aww. Those are that sweet. But I got this bucket that takes home as well.
That's okay, we just pass it back into the thing. Yep, absolutely. Make us a few buttons.
I'd prefer if we had one person and then they get paid to structure that. They'll be sending it home and somebody drops it and
with their kids.
Right.
You're right. You're right.
We pay them to the cost of
Right. Hey, that's economic growth. That's how we do these things. Such an amazing thing, eh?
Yes. Entrepreneur all the way. How can I make a buck? How can I make a buck without hurting anybody else?
So Lisa.
And then the child.
Yeah, okay. So we'll repeat it, yeah. Okay, so Lisa Katoanak, which we know is mischief for the roots coming up after fires come out and destroyed everything. And that is like, you know, it's nice to have the youth and see the youth. And so repeat. Lisa. Koti. Winoa. Lisa Koti. Winoa. So Lisa Koti Winoa. So the wee is they're gonna make sure it's emphasis. Lisa. So let's get to shaking and I'm gonna let you go to that. All right, here we go. Wake up!
Aunt Dorothy, she's up to just give her.
Mine's not selling these days, so.
Hers were custom.
I know.
Time and place.
Everybody slept in. I know I was in Ottawa.
I think you're out of time. You told me that's right. You said a gift was coming. This is, sorry, Elder Maurice. I think this is one piece of wood.
No, it's he put
it
together, yeah.
But yeah, he gifted this to me and thanked me for what I do here. So I felt really honored, and my closest family were still lifelong friends and neighbors. The BT family. I learned a lot from them, and Aunt Dorothy made the kitchen, potlucks, the sing-alongs, and then the spoons would come out, and then she was jigging in the kitchen. So yeah, that's the energy that I bring when I start playing these. So thank you. We will, I don't know when I'll stop closing with this song because it just helps me with physically with us. I hear him in his voice, so we'll close with the traveling song. It comes from Six Nations. It's a call response as well, and Kaya's teachings related to that as well. But this is to help everyone, all the spirits, go where they need to go. I ask that you too call yourself out. When we're at gatherings, tell yourself in your mind, time to go and say your name, so that all of you come in where you need to go next. Because sometimes parts of us want to stay because we're having so much fun. We need to make sure all of us stays with us all the time.
Hey,
So I said, glad to have you. Oh, really? A couple of times.
He's a good man. I'm so honored to know him.
So here's how you say it.
Looking at his hair and I'm like, oh, he must be from Washington.
In Southern Richmond, Shakeaton. Shakeaton. Means I love you. Shakeaton. In Richmond, Shakeaton. I love your jammies. I want a pair. Just makes me want to jump in.
See, we understand each other. Oh, let's go to Mexico.
So I was trying to talk my wife into doing something with me today. Well, why do you here to look at the lights and what it's and then go to the light thing at me? Oh, yeah. So now they're telling me that they're having like a Chilliwack Association Christmas dinner. I haven't been. I smell this. No, I don't.
Stop, right? Oh, Son's here. He's so cute. This afternoon. And his mom is here. Yeah. My son is waiting. So we're going from the 23rd to the 27th.
So I'll go home and see. What time does it start?
12:30. 12:30, so.
12:30 to 4. So, yeah. I don't know if I can get it to the camera, Sean. Don't you send me a link?
I will send that. I just gotta send a reminder to me to resend it. It's not just the camera.
Tim.
I love design.
Anybody want a can? Come and check them out. Okay. Big one. Pick it up. Find what you want. Oh, here's some jump seat ones. You can go dump them on the table if you like them.
And the coffee and
I'll take a muffin home. Actually, Kelly, why don't, if whatever you don't take home, just take it to a left. Cut it in half or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Because there's no fiddle today, so there's no fiddle today.
Well, that was the only reason why I
or no, 8:50 for the admin.
See my boys. Yeah, my twin boys is there. Yeah, it'll be good. Haven't seen my little Miller in little brother. He said, "Are we gonna go right after Grandma? Because I got a birthday party." And I'm like, "Okay." But I. You said 9:54. No, 8:54.
Yeah, wait a minute, I was just saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't worry.
I don't even know what time it is. Okay. Okay. No, I wasn't eating yet. Let's see if I can get this to happen this way. What else do I need to do right now? I don't know. I haven't figured that out. It's 11 o'clock. That's right. Oh, yeah, that whole thing in the tower. Do it that way early. No, amen. Okay, they cleaned out one of them. Okay, that's interesting. That's very interesting. It's 11:30, got about an hour to that, so by the time I get home, cut whatever, take the bags in or not take the bags in. I better leave the bags in the vehicle just for something to do. Just for something to do. Wow, look at that. Yep. Wow, look at that. Yep. Wow, look at that. Yep. Wow, look at the snow geese. Oops, I'm doing that. Wow, look at the snow geese. Look at all the duckies. Wow. There's somebody here. Well, it's spruce. That's spruce. I don't know. I don't see any cedar. This is a problem. Okay, well, we're going to go check out over there in a minute, too. Yes, we will. Hey, guys. Wow. And there was this wonderful little something. Squirrel. You can throw stuff up to the squirrel. Hi, guys. Yeah. burying them. Wow. It's pretty cool. Christmas. If I put the stuff together in that bag, I would. Maybe what that's for. Well, moving right along. Guess we're gonna do this one sooner or later, don't we? This one feels really weird. So let's just do it and get on with it instead of running away, okay? That's a good idea. Let's just figure that we know what we're doing with this. Thank you, Patty. Thank you, lots of you people. Thank you for giving me the strength to do this. It's kind of bizarre that this is what I'm doing. Hi. Thank you. Glen Vaughn Pavilion, constructed by the Rotary Colored Chilliwack Fraser, 2002, eh? How remarkable. I don't know what that is. An airplane. I don't know. But it's pretty wet. Thank you, Lord. Thank you for helping me through this. Thank you for doing something for me. Okay, we're going this way. Like a bad TV movie, huh? Just it keeps going. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Oh, here, look at that. Oh, let's look at that going. Okay, that's cool, that's cool.
Let us know when the registry, because things were kind of paused there for a while, but we're gaining momentum. So
So the person that was in my role a little while ago was on medical leave for quite a few extended months, and everything paused. So nothing was done, so there's not a lot of citizenship cards being sent out to communities. But we're in a place now, as of Friday, I have the team fully staffed again, and all the cards are getting processed and going to be sent out. So it's really exciting. It took us 4 months to even think about how we're going to do this, but we were short a lot of people. So now we have just an amazing team. There's actually 25 people that work in the citizenship registry. So just pick up the phone anytime and give us a call, and we're there to help you. If it's walk through an application or answer questions, we'll talk to you. And on the children and family side, we're going to be doing lots of stuff in community. And the good news that Louie had about the money for health, that is just epic for children in youth and care too. So just so many needs, and there's a couple of programs that I started in education when I was there, where we can actually directly pay the vendor, and then have the family just go there and get counseling or other health benefits. So you can actually just make an appointment, go there, and we have contracts with the service provider, and they're automatically paid. So these systems are already in play, and I know that these guys are going to spend the money, and they're going to spend it on our families. So thank you so much, and it's just so wonderful to be here. And I'm really excited about the future for MNBC. I've never seen MNBC in a place that it has been right now, ever. So there's lots of stuff coming for families, for our elders, for our citizens, for our youth. It's just really exciting, and I'm glad to be an honor to do this work on behalf of all of you. So,
Nice to see you.
Okay, just a couple of housekeeping things before Mary comes up to say grace.
Oh, yeah.
Bathrooms, if you don't know, are just down the hall here. Women's is the first one on the left, men's, and there's a third one, gender neutral. They're all gender neutral, yes. But these two are marked, but the third one on the right isn't. So the other thing is recycling is right there. If you can put any cans in that blue bin, but not garbage, and then there's other garbage bins around if you have paper plates or other things to get rid of. And the way things will work is once Mary says grace, we'll have the elders come up first and get served. You come up here, grab your plate. There's some side dishes here that you can put on your plate, and then we're going to serve you your turkey and ham and potato from the window, and then the desserts are over here. So that'll be kind of the process, and just sort of follow it, and after the elders go in, we'll just go in whatever order that you want. And Mary, I better get this ready for you. I better shrink it down here.
Down to the floor.
Do we stand? Welcome everybody to this beautiful day we're all gonna enjoy. I gotta
do we stand?
Here, thank you, Holy Spirit, for your kindness and generosity towards all of us here today. Bless the time we have together with peace, friendship, and joy. Thank you very much.
So I went to Drum Circle, and I stopped at the hospital to see a guy that Tim used to work with, who's not that well. And what else did I do? Just a few things. Oh, and I went and got your cedar.
No.
You did good. So yeah, I we're going to do this in the van.
Thank you.
Guess what we're going to do, Tim? We're going to go over here. We're going to do a couple of other things. Hang on. Hey, Tim. We are going for a walkie. Yeah, there's that. We're going to put this out to the critters or something, okay? Oh. Through there, that's kind of tricky. I don't know if I want to go through there. This is where you hide your boots. You know that, Tim? I have a feeling this is where we're going to bring this back to. We had strawberries here. Yes, we did. Strawberries or something, I don't remember. I love you, Tim. I love you. Good turnout. Well, that's for Daphne and I. And you. We all sat, right? And we hucked apples. And she's a baseball player. I might as well be. Isn't that wild? Look at that. Oh, Jesus Christ. God damn it. Hey, Jim. Is this a cup? Empty. Or do I take it with me? I'll take this with me. I can't get all the way through here. We know that. Oops. Well, we can go up through to here, turn right and go in and go home. And then unload this stuff. I don't know what that is. Go upstairs and do that. Unload the camera, sort some pictures. Do an obit. I need to write that up. Foster Bay. That's a good idea. So that would be a very good idea. Wow. going this way. Breathes. Fine, that's fine. That's seriously fine. Hey, there, that's what we got to do.
Okay.
Oh, well, yeah. It's warm in there, too.
My boy goes, he's only 5, he goes, I know you. So you're a helper at the school.
He's over at McCammon? Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. I didn't even... I know there are some places I go, and actually the kids at McCammon will, after summer's over, go, I saw you on a motorcycle. Yeah, or a trike or whatever. So, oh, it's remarkably warm in there. Oh.
Inside?
Yeah, I'm not dressed for this. It's...
Oh, yeah. I didn't feel warm there. I feel cold out here, though.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I feel pretty good, but I think it has to do with that age that, you know, females get to that point, right? Oh, dear. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, he's Métis. Both my kids are Métis. My wife's Métis, but I'm not.
I don't know what I am. How's that grab you?
No?
You know, there's lots of things that we do in our life, and I will even say with Louis. One day I said to him, because he had said, well, come to some of the gatherings with this, because I work with Indigenous languages. I ran with Eddie Gardner at Teetlam-Spat a lot with Echo Justice, and I said, well, you know, Louis, this is like appropriation. By the way, my degrees are in deconstructing colonialism. So, and he said, there's a reason you do what you do. Now, you know, not to bring you down, but I have a friend that has just recently passed away. Tim was adopted into my family back east, like the 16th cousin through marriage and adoption. For years, they said he was Mexican.
Yeah, and he wasn't.
You do know where we're going with it. I don't know, you look old enough to remember if you've been in Canada. Apparently, he was adopted out of the Mexican community in Toronto in the late 50s. Guess what?
Huh?
There was no real Mexican community. And furthermore...
There wasn't? No, I guess there wouldn't have been.
There was not.
Yeah.
His DNA, I did it 2 or 3 times. I started trying to track it about 10, 15 years ago. He is about as Mexican as that vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Now, indigeneity won't show, and it was only in the last few years. I'm glad he's kind of embraced that before he's gone. I said to Rennie, would it be bad to give him a scarf? And she said, no. Because you know what? The Honorable Murray Sinclair would say, any good lawyer could argue some of these facts.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah,
and
sure.
you know, circumstantial evidence. Here's the thing. Mutual friends of ours, oddly enough, were also apparently Mexican, adopted out of Toronto. I have a girlfriend I've known 40 years who reconnected with her birth family who is a cremated. Like, you know, like we are in a weird world. So we are learning things, and we're learning things at our age. That's, wow.
Yeah. Well, you know, like there wasn't Mexican people here, but now there's loads of Mexican people
Now
here.
there are.
You know, they're on all of our farms here now.
Yeah. But not then.
Flower farms, potted plants,
Okay, we're
vegetables.
going to try reading Forget, even with Gunner, okay? Gunner's wandering, but that's okay. The most important commandment. One day an expert in religious law stood up to
test lessons by asking the question, "Teacher, what should I do to inherit eternal life?" Jesus replied, "What does the law of Moses say? How do you read it?" The man answered, "You must love the Lord your God with all your heart, all your soul, all your strength, all your mind, and love your neighbor as yourself." "Right," Jesus told him, "do this and you will live." The man wanted to justify his actions, so he asked Jesus, "And who is my neighbor?" Jesus replied with a story. A Jewish man was traveling from Jerusalem down to Jericho. He was attacked by bandits. They stripped him of clothes, beat him, and left him half dead beside the road. By chance, a priest came along, but when he saw the man lying there, he crossed to the other side of the road and passed him by. A temple assistant walked over and looked at him lying there, but he passed on the other side. Then a despised Samaritan came along, and when he saw the man, he felt compassion for him. Going over to him, the Samaritan soothed his wounds with olive oil and wine and bandaged them. Then he put the man on his own donkey and took him to an inn, where he took care of him. The next day he handed the innkeeper 2 silver coins, telling him, "Take care of this man. If his bill runs higher than this, I'll pay you the next time I'm here." Now, which of these 3 would you say was a neighbor to this man who was attacked by bandits? Jesus asked. The man replied, "The one who showed him mercy." And Jesus said, "Yes, now go and do the same." Wow. We're working on it. And he's going to go visit Martha and Mary next. And we're going to talk to Gunnar. This Gunnar. My Gunnar. This Gunnar. This Gunnar. My Gunnar. Oh, this Gunnar. Oh, this Gunnar. Oh, my goodness. Just feels good. Oh, and a rub. Yeah. This a good boy. Oh, just my Gunnar. My Gunnar. Oh, I know. Go look. Go look. It's great. It's great. It's great. It's a good camera. My Gunnar. Oh, geez, Gunnar. What? Why? Good. So we're doing whatever. There's Gunnar. Hey, Gunnar. Hi. That's not a good picture. There's Gunnar. Oh, geez, Gunnar. Oh, there's the other girls. Lady Grey and Mew. Yes. Lady Grey and Mew. Oh, there's Mew. Yeah, there's Mew. I want up there. She wants up there, Gunnar. She wants up there. And there's Mew. I have to sort some pictures tonight, Mew. Yeah, I know. I don't want you to knock this over, okay? Don't be knocking this over. And then I'll sit for a few minutes, okay? We'll watch some of this. We'll do that, and we'll do that, and then we'll go do something else. I don't know what else we're going to do tonight. That's what I'm supposed to do.
hang on. I'm getting this out. Can you put some ketchup in that too, please? Thank you. And, oh, it's down here. What? Okay, I'll even say, what's your name? Oh, this silly thing. What is the name of who's usually on the window?
Sorry?
Who is usually on the window? She's about my age.
On the window?
Here.
Is she shorter with like short brown hair? Oh, that's Haley. That's our general manager.
That's it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, I'm supposed to know that, because I thought you were her coming around the corner, and I thought I'm supposed to know her name because, never mind. Okay. You're an inspiration to me. I should be riding.
Oh, yeah, you probably feel better. It'll always be an outlet.
It would. Yeah.
That's what I need.
It would.
To have that.
It's.
Yeah.
I just.
You're on there. You look rested compared to normal. Oh, yeah. I noticed the other day. Complete. Like, even though you're going through a hard time, you're getting some sleep now.
You know,
yeah,
I
you look
actually,
way better.
You know, I'm not sleeping anymore, but I may be sleeping harder.
Yeah, maybe
Thank you.
you're sleeping harder because you look different already.
Yeah. Okay. So
Good.
the bottom line is hopefully we won't get fat. You know what? The last few mornings that we would go over, I have no idea why he started eating hamburgers. Probably because we stopped going for breakfast or something. So we would go to a fast food place en route. And by the way, the best burger. I didn't eat burgers for years.
Yeah.
I don't know if you do. So we tried them all, and you know what? Burger King almost tastes real. Like,
tastes what?
Real?
Oh.
Like, the tomatoes even taste like, they even look like tomatoes.
Oh, wow.
Like, wow is right.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, we did, Five Guys, and some of those guys, I didn't, it was still odd. How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
You look nice and warm.
I'm all right. Am I supposed to have a vest or something so I don't get hit by cars? I'm supposed to.
Oh, are
with
you working?
Apparently,
Yeah,
yeah.
you're
I'm like, I don't want
supposed
to
to
leave you by yourself. So.
Oh.
Morning.
Good morning.
Oh, that's so
How you doing?
Thank you. Early birthday present from Santa Brian.
Santa Brian.
Christmas, yeah.
Santa Brian.
Santa Brian? Okay. Works for me. Oh, yeah, I should be riding. That would be good too.
Yes, I'll go get a vest.
Yes, find a vest. Good idea. Yeah, so hopefully I won't get fat. I've gone out and had a burger.
Well,
No.
I don't, and you know what?
I've been cheating all Christmas.
A lot.
Yeah, I have gained like 7 pounds in the last, since summer, but
I actually thought I would start to lose weight. I gained weight through COVID and then sitting with Tim in the evenings.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is where it came on.
Yeah.
A good 30 or 40 pounds.
Yeah, I know my sister sleeps all the time, and then like normally when I'm by myself I'm really good, but then when you got food in the house, all kinds
Or
of junk, ice
somebody's going to
cream,
eat.
and
Yeah.
eating it in front of you.
Yeah.
When where you're by yourself, it's like you don't even have it in the house. Like,
You got it.
easy, right?
Well, I've had people hand me cookies because it's Christmas and because they feel for me.
Don't
and
even try it Christmas. Just wait
Well,
till afterwards. Everybody
you know
goes on
what?
a diet in January.
No, I'm going to go out and see. You know Manfred. Because he knows Al. He's CMA. I'm going out there this afternoon.
Oh.
I'm going to take some cheese and cut up pepperoni and some grapes, and we're going to have a little party.
He's your buddy, right? You
Well,
go
you know,
riding
there
with
you
him.
go. There, now you look like.
I'm like, yeah, there's no way to make this really fashionable, right? Like, they weren't offering like a padded high-vis vest jacket thing.
Oh, well, hey.
But it's probably yours,
Somebody
right?
gave me this. It's not mine. I don't normally wear it.
But it's at
Because
least
I don't really need it. I got menopause. What can I say? I'm never.
Well, it's funny for me.
Are you cold? You're not cold?
Never cold.
I did my menopause ages ago. I was sure.
Oh.
I am not cold all of a sudden. Like 5 years later, now I'm not cold.
I'm never cold.
It's
yeah.
I am usually like I'm not going to sit around in a tank top at home. Like, and I also, my husband likes to like crank up the heat to like 25. I'm like, dude, it doesn't make it any warmer any faster.
Too.
So when he leaves, usually, you know, I'm like literally, because we have electric heat, right? So there's that. So I'm like, all you need is where it goes click. That's enough.
That's enough. That's how I am.
Yeah,
too.
and again, I work from home, so I generally, like, if he's not home, I just.
What do you do?
I work in the accounting department for Hub Insurance.
Do you really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, well, what do you know?
Yeah. Yeah, so I've been there a little over 2 years. And it's funny because I got the, how I found this church was through Denise.
Yeah.
Because she's my coworker, and she, I don't know how she found this church, but she got the job because she met Shayna here. Yeah. And Shayna works for Hub, so.
So you work at the house across from Yanni's?
No, I work from home.
Oh, you work from home?
Yeah, I work from home, but our office, if I were to work in the office, which I have actually a couple times in the last weeks, is right at the Evans Road Circle.
Oh, okay.
You know, where there's a call center and there's a thrift store. And
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, and then right at the end there, like honestly, you can't even see the sign unless you're like
right.
driving in the parking lot. You're like, oh,
And
there's
I've been there, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a little. It's just literally admin offices, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
But yeah, so generally, like I would wear like this, not with the boots. I generally just put my runners on because my feet are bad or whatever, right? But like in the summertime, I'm stinking hot, right? But for me, pajamas usually consist of socks because I cannot stand my feet being cold. That's the thing. I have arthritis, and so I find my extremities. I'll be having a hot flash where my face is all. So show me how it's done, because I'm just.
Okay. Just basically make everybody feel welcome.
Yeah.
When there's a lot of ice, they want you to park way forward, but there's not a lot of ice.
Well, Vince was also saying to have them pull through.
Yeah.
Because this thing's locked. So
Yeah.
I'm going to go get them to do that before they get out.
Good idea. I'm going to go find a coffee, and I'm going to do that. And just, I'm sorry I didn't stay for coffee that day.
You know what? It's totally okay. I get it.
I don't know what happened to me.
You know what? It happened.
It was just, I gotta go. I gotta go.
I know. I got it. I didn't get insulted. I'm like,
Thank
okay,
you.
that's what she needed.
So this last week,
Yeah.
I tell you the story. We changed a bunch of things, went with Tim, and we were going to do the viewing. While we're at the school, and I thought, I gotta go for a drive. This sounds crazy. This is how I'm coping, right?
Yeah.
You know what? If it was warmer weather, I would not be off the bike.
Yeah.
It's like a meditation.
Yeah.
So I went home to grab something. The cat's knocked down a shelf where he's got all his little motorcycles. Oh my God. Like, you should just. I haven't had too many meltdowns.
Yeah.
That was a meltdown.
Yeah.
And I got it cleaned up, and then I was late to go anywhere because it was going to pour rain. What was that, Thursday or something? The day it came down in buckets. And I thought, that's it. I've got to get out even for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Which actually levels it out. If it was better weather, I'd walk. In fact, all the things that I used to or would do normally. See, I've only had crises in the better weather.
Oh.
Oops.
Yeah.
Just,
yeah, it's hard.
Water, coffee, one of them.
Tea.
Works for me.
With a peppermint mocha splash in there too, so you know.
Why not?
We had a Secret Santa and Christmas lunch thing at work on Thursday, and they had a bottle of Bailey's out, which I wouldn't normally put that in my tea anyway, right? But she's like, near the end of the day, she's like,
it's pretty good.
Like half a bottle left, or whatever, right? And she goes, I don't drink it. Anybody want to take it home? I'm like, sure, I'll take it home, right? So knowing Larry likes it, whatever, right? Well, about 1 o'clock on Friday, I do a good juke in my thing. But half an hour later, I'm like, ooh, I'm a little bit tipsy. I'm like working away, that's probably not a great idea.
No. And I don't know if you like it or not, but if you do end up with the pneumonia.
I do not want that.
Okay. No, if you do, or that kind of a flu, you see what you do then is you get some real good boiling water. Mm-hmm. You put it in your cup, like a good boiling mug, and you put 2 shots of good whiskey in it.
Unless you're an alcoholic.
Oh, okay. Oops, that's right. Oops.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not an alcoholic anymore. Thank you.
That's good.
He doesn't want me to say that.
That's good.
25 years older. But yeah, 1 shot. 1 shot.
Could be enough to take.
Yeah.
I know that.
Well, it's good to be aware. Oh yeah. I've got a girlfriend who's.
Are you staying for the after cookie thing?
Is that your cookie?
They're doing a cookie exchange, but I'm going to stay and have tea.
Oh, I don't have any cookies.
That's okay, but you could come up and have tea.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's supposed to be today. That's today, isn't it?
What?
We go up to the upper room or something.
Yes.
And yeah, I'm gonna stay for a little bit.
Yeah.
And I just said to
a
her,
couple
she
extra
should.
Cookies.
Well, I don't need cookies. I just want to have
I brought a couple extra.
cup of coffee, man.
Yeah. I had to make more shortbread last night.
What did you say? No, over here.
I'm sorry, but
On Wednesday, we're a personal trainer. Is that it? No. Who was the other one that said it?
personal trainer?
Yeah. You were there on Wednesday.
Yeah.
I've got a lot of things on my head.
That was Karen.
But you were talking about putting weight on.
Yeah,
we could do more of ladies'
Karen was too, and I went and talked to her later.
Are you good? Well, I'm talking to you now. Ladies group page. Oh yeah, come on over here. On the ladies group page.
Yeah. But I can give you.
We should like message.
Well, Karen and I
I
talked to her after
and I would normally we'll get together. We're not going for Danish, but in tea at Starbucks and figure out what to do.
I wanted to go to. I just love the little coffee shop down there. You really miss the smoking gun. It's perfect conversation. There's a lot to be said about I got Karen's number and I said, well, let's get together. I said, how busy are you? And she says, well, not usually. Well, afternoons are really slow for me.
Yeah.
Mornings, no go, but afternoons I've pretty well got my thoughts together by that time, But yeah, why don't we do that?
Okay. You got a pen? I'll give you my phone number. I'll take yours. It's either because I don't carry one of those phones, so I don't do Facebook till I get home.
I'll just get you put yourself in my contact.
Oh well, here you put me in because I don't even use those phones. I use another one. What's your phone number?
It's Linda, and it's 703.
Yeah.
2732.
On the pens, what my hand is. Get a different pen. Oh my goodness. 703.
Okay, so how do you spell your name?
Just K-A-I. Don't ask me to do it. I don't know how to run those.
Okay. You know what? I'm just going to do that too.
703 what?
Okay, 703.
Yeah.
703-2732.
How are you? How about you? You're there when all fails, write it on something.
Okay, I'm going to write something down too. This is crazy. I know I'm just, for time, it's just. So here we go. This one, add, and this is I.
K-A-I.
And phone number?
604. I won't even give you 2 of them. How about I give you the cell phone?
Whatever.
997
997
3955.
3955. You know, it's funny that you would. It just happens that these things happen because
You know,
last
everything's
night,
for a reason, okay?
Exactly. Last night, I was feeling like, oh my gosh, you know, I went out to see my sister, and my sister's been so depressed, and she's been
You going upstairs?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you going upstairs?
No. We're going
We're heading out.
to my car.
Oh. Oh well.
Next time.
Oh well.
Next time.
Yeah, nice
Take
seeing you
care, have
guys.
fun.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Yeah, my husband baked the cookies.
He baked the cookies.
He made the cookies, yeah.
What more do you want now, right?
Yeah.
Oh. How you doing?
Good.
It's interesting, all of it. We'll just go with that.
Well, I'm not how God is taking it. How he his arms around us, you know. He's so wonderful.
I think it's wonderful we don't have snow, too.
I
It
know,
almost
right?
feels like spring.
I know. Well, I know, especially today, right? It's like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, like, wow.
It's like, what's
Oh.
going on?
Yeah, it does. It feels like something's supposed to start blooming.
Yeah, like where are the crocuses now? Let's go figure, right? Oh,
store.
I know.
It is.
Right? Because
Oh, I
there's
love
nowhere
your hair.
to
It's here.
You're so fun. You're one of those fun people. You're one of those people I need to get around. It's like, I'm so boring.
No, don't say that. You're beautiful.
When I go to decorate my house or something, I always have to bring a friend over to help because I just gravitate toward all the boring colors. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No Shazam.
I do like color. And actually, it was funny because not a single person said anything. I did it like 2 weeks ago. And I'm like, normally I'll get somebody like, oh yeah, your hair's pink or something, right? Nothing. And like, oh, half the people really know me though. They know that's what I do. Oh, it'll change from like week to week.
This is just so interesting looking. They look like a Dutch or
Is that the crescent, almond crescents, I think?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure why there's only 4, but that's all I found in that one box.
So I brought extra because of she said they were extra person or something, so I didn't.
Oh,
so
okay.
they're just
No, I love those.
Yeah. I ate some while I was making them, like, there's extra stuff. I'm like, why am I
Christmas crap. Was it you I sent that?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe?
Somebody mentioned it was called Christmas crap.
Yeah.
But we
have some extras from
Really high share.
It's once a year.
Hold on a second.
No,
Kristen Beck.
you don't say
I should
that.
have went to the dollar store. Well, I didn't have time actually.
Some people that's just
Those are my favorite.
gingerbread or ginger snaps.
Yeah.
I didn't think
Yeah.
Christmas for me to say hi. Say hi.
I got my husband to make my cookies.
Hello, how are you, Kai? Oh, good.
Okay.
Oh, I have a radio in my purse. Of course I do. Those were,
They're too pretty to eat.
no, they were sent me. There were a few left over from the Wednesday, so I just put them out. I'll try it out. Yes. Just gotta get your coffee up here.
I think you're just marvelous. You always wear really good.
Yeah,
cool.
They're calling you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you do.
Well, that one.
You got an eye for this stuff.
Well, my sister
Not everybody
gave me.
does.
When's your last day?
My sister gave me this about 3 or 4 years ago. It was my Christmas present. And she so it had me in tears because she said, Norma, I saw this and thought of you immediately because you're the person I know with the biggest heart. And so I wear it every time I put it on. I think of her, and you know.
Where'd you get
Yeah. How are you?
I like
managing?
this too. You know what it makes me think of when you come in? A mohair coat. Oh, yeah.
I always think it looks like what's that, brocade or something that they used to make fancy dresses out of and stuff. It's sort of that design. You know why I bought it? This was probably about 5 or 6 years ago. And I had several, there happened to be several memorials all in a short period of time. And well, about a 6-month span. And I realized that all I had was like a rain jacket, you know, like something you'd wear out hiking or something. And I had no good coats. And I went into this store in North End. It's called Blue Sky, and it has wonderful different things. And it's all they call it fair trade sort of thing and stuff. And I, anyways, I missed what was I saying.
This weekend.
And so it's my dressy coat. I'm going to have my big puffy winter coat, and I have, you know, some jackets and things, but this is my dressier coat. So.
You know, when they do a memorial for Tim, first of all, I've got a jacket. I don't know where it is. It is just one of those, it's wool, it's a tailored woman's jacket. But I don't know where it is, and furthermore, I'll sweat to death.
Yes. But you know what? Any of these things you can wear, you always look good.
You know what? If I wore what I would think
it's Tim.
if I wore what I think of as Mother's coats, you'll say, we're going to the costume ball. But you know what? You're just giving me a thought, thank you.
Well, it's more what you're comfortable in and what Tim would have seen you in. That's more important. And black is not. I mean, this piece
is actually it was coat back, it's got the double buttons down. I mean, it looks like a coat, but it's like,
I was looking for you this morning.
wow. I may show up looking like this,
So if you have something about that much,
how are you? I'm doing. How are you doing?
You don't want to paper all day long.
So you all around and you say, hey, Catherine, guess what?
Half and half a cup.
The small half.
So we're doing
Don't worry, you know what Levi does? If you're bending over, he comes up and headbutts you in the butt. He almost knocks you. And then he just sits there and laughs.
They're just like little boys.
That's right.
I know.
Wait, I'm so glad that you're sharing. Think of what I think. I went over to rest, but it's like
an hour. It's not really a break. She was like hyperventilating for like 10 minutes. So I don't know what it is.
Yeah, for sure. That's for sure. But they don't plan a little bit
I don't know. The northern version of mine, it sounded like when they were but there's a time, and it's so interesting because I can this is what I'm going to do. I was thinking in judges, how they were talking you're going to solve the problem. You're going to have it all together here. He's like, no, God is going to be your God. God is going to be your okay, whatever you want to do, okay. I'm trying so hard to do the
Well, as Matt was saying today, we try and orchestrate the miracle.
Yeah.
And it's only when we let go. And my experience this fall was when I said, Norma, shut up and let God be God and do his God thing and things will work out. Well, they have.
So we all know that I needed a trike for Tim, right? Remember that?
Yep.
And some of you know Al and Manfred. We've ridden for years, and Elvira said, oh. I could have gone to Ontario 3 times to the gas station. We went over into Alberta and BC and the island, and there was nothing.
No.
And I came home, and as we know, Facebook will show you things that you look for. So I was sitting there bawling and crying and doing Facebook, right? And I'm going, wow. You know what it looks like, right? Wow. Oh my goodness, so I messaged a quarter of a mile from my house.
Naturally.
You don't think there's something humorous here? I want you to think about that. Because that boy in the miracle, you know what? There's a lot of humor that goes on. I think so. So off I go, and I called Manfred. I found the bike, and he's going, you have to try it? Where's this one? Don't worry, it's just over here.
Yeah.
And it was not. And we looked at what you wanted was not. Not that I was going to buy the new hardware. But I'll tell you what, sit them on it. You can sit them on this one. When we were all done, I built a shed. I picked up the hotel series for Manfred IFS. And we got to try it. I don't get it. This guy's looking at him. When he called me back, he said, you know, I'm thinking about this and I think you guys should have it. I said, how much is it? Tell you what, you want it for, and I just get so bored. What I'm doing is I'm afraid you can get the right height, and I'm going to get
gas, and they will pack more of it because that'll make some and you can't have my TVG life after 3 years. There you go. It's still there.
Yeah, my daughter has that with CPR. But the thing was, I found that on the highway it was stressful. You know, they're hard. But I'm not a highway driver, really. Like, I prefer the back road.
So, you know, unless you live in the Boulevard because it's still easy on gas insurance. You don't take me in you don't run me up the road. You don't run me up High. You would run me to Fort Langley. What more do I need? Well, if I rode dirt bikes, it was so many years ago.
I like trail riding because I grew up on that. So, you know, I don't have to fight the highway traffic and the semis and stuff. I can just
go out in nature.
Yeah. If I have to drive off the I can just do it, you know.
I'm sorry. This was the thing in the winter. I have tried to I don't know what I'm up against, but I'll tell you that I tried it. Now remember, it's a driveway. So for years, and I will tell you, I'll just quote, I don't know how many a little bit of ice in the and I went, no way.
There's garbage can over there.
So before it goes back, I need to share this with you. You're a prayer warrior, so am I. And I feel like God in my spirit has said that I need to go to Israel. I worship with flags, and I feel like I need to go there. I need to bring some of my faith and worship in there. There's a tour going to Israel in October next year. So it's with worship in the streets. So he teaches on the Torah and a whole bunch of things like that, and it just makes it so understandable and so relevant. And I just feel like, okay, these are some of the mountains that I feel like God has in my future, and it's just like I don't know how to get there with all the things that are the challenges and everything. Last year, I've been in for 500 years with my ex. Anyway, went bankrupt and blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
But God, right?
Yes, but God.
And I just feel like I need to go to Israel.
I will pray.
Agree with me.
I will pray.
To get my
I would love to. Unfortunately, that my friend has already booked us for something at the end of September. So, yeah, but that's just a cruise. That's but I will pray for you for His guiding. Yes. He will bring it all together. If it's meant to be, it will come together. Yeah. That's exciting. I think our mutual acquaintance Penny is probably coming on Christmas Eve. I think. I've let her know that when the services are, and yeah. So yeah. Oh, good stuff. Oh, wonderful. And where is that?
I'm supposed to be here for Christmas. But I don't have well, I do have an aunt and uncle. They're in their 80s and older. So I don't know if I'm supposed to go and help them or I'm just supposed to. I have in the past for Christmas Day gone to serve Christmas Day. That was the first year that I did that. And it was good.
This is worse than being in school cafeteria.
I know, it's so loud.
Yeah, if there's nothing happening here, like for serving, then
I know. I don't have anything on Christmas Day except I do now. My girlfriend asked me to come and join them, which is great. But you know, it's one of these things. At Christmas Eve, we the last 2 years have gone to my daughter's birth family's whole Christmas thing they do on Christmas Eve, which is fine. And her dad has been coming to church here once in a while lately too. So that's Natalie's grandpa, Papa Leo. And then Christmas Day I'm going to my girlfriend's because Amy's partner sort of demanded that she cook a ham, and he wants a ham. And it's sort of, I'm not necessarily invited or whatever. He and I have our differences. Then Boxing Day, they will all go into Vancouver so that his daughter from another relationship and Natalie and Levi is his son with my daughter can all open presents together. But New Year's Day, they will come to my place for dinner, but who knows if Jordan will come or not, or whether it'll just be Amy and Levi and Natalie. And my sister from, and I felt really bad because my sister in Surrey is on her own, and so she'll be on her own on Christmas Day, but there's no way around it really. But actually yesterday, my girlfriend and I went in, and my sister and my girlfriend, Kathy, and myself went to the Vancouver Symphony's Christmas concert with two incredible soloists, just how gifted, my goodness. And that was at the Bell Centre in Surrey, and then went back to my sister's place for dinner as well, and had a lovely afternoon and evening. So, you know, we've had that, and that's sort of, as my sister said, that sort of starts off the Christmas whatever, because she doesn't have any church connections or anything, so she's sort of isolated in a lot of ways. And she's 8 years older than me, so she's the one that's been through breast cancer this last year as well. So, yeah. Anyway, so it's interesting how your expectations of what you think Christmas should be or Christmas was in the past is now so very different. Sort of Matt alluded to that today as well. You know, that your expectations and the planning doesn't necessarily all pan out that way.
This is my first Christmas without my kids.
That's hard.
Like they've all moved away.
Yep. Yeah, my sister has that. They have Windermere, but their kids are in Winnipeg, Saskatoon, and Whitehorse. And so 1 year they all come to Sheila and Jim's. The next year they all go to their other in-laws' places, and they have that worked out. Yeah, year about. So it's so they can all get together, and you know, but it's not easy.
Yeah.
Well, it's not the Norman Rockwell, you know. So that makes it a little sad and a little.
It feels like God's almost giving me a restart on my life. Like I'm 49, but I feel like I'm 25. You know, like I got married when I was 25, but I feel like I'm 24 here, and I get to start all over again. Like I took some education, and now I have a different career. And the kids are gone. Like, okay, now what am I supposed to do?
Yeah, right, exactly. Where do I go from here? It's like, I mean, with Amy just getting baptized and having a relationship with Christ, Amy and Natalie that day, and going on from there. You're welcome. Please, may I have to call it? Not just but I know. It's, you know, she's got a lot of house cleaning to do. Her male partner is probably going to be out the door, but she has to come to that herself, you know. I can't, that's where I have to put up and shut up and just pray. But it's interesting because you realize that she's at new beginnings, and we just have to sit and wait for God's timing. It's hard, this. Yeah, restarts. And then you start talking to people, and Desiree was saying she was, I guess, left the family home at 10 and was brought up then by her grandparents, and they both since had her grandmother's got dementia and is in a home. Her grandfather passed away, and her father passed away as well, and her mother she has had nothing to do with since she was, and here she is with like 3 little girls or whatever. And you sit there and you go, and so they don't have, she's over there. She doesn't really have anything for Christmas. She does have a friend that they get together usually for Christmas Day. Very possibly she'll be invited over. Possibly. I just had no idea there were so many people that didn't celebrate the land, you know. It's a different world now too.
But that's what God is so good at, right? He takes the independent and he puts them in families. Being a part of the community and being able to do life with people. Yes. But the thing is, I find that when God isolates you, it's because he wants to do such a very deep work that cannot be done if you're relying on others, the people. He does purpose, I think. Well, that's what's happened to me anyway. The isolation has brought me into a far deeper relationship with the Lord than if I'm depending on other people.
Can we all just give Pastor Shar a minute? Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, I know, I can do that. Thank you guys for coming and staying and participating and everything. Just for the fact that some might not be able to stay as long as others, like that we just do the little formal bit and then you can just carry on as you were, as long as you can stay. So what we'll do is I'm assuming that most of us know each other, but in case some of us don't, we'll just say your name and just let us know what you brought, or if you didn't bring anything, that's fine. And just give us a little bit about it. Why it was a special recipe for you, or if it's not at all special, it's just easy, whatever. And then just for fun, we'd like to hear when you made it and how it went. Because that's always fun. So, Karen, do you want to start?
Okay. Yeah, I'm Karen. I made magic bars, and mostly because they're incredibly delicious, and you can vary them, right? Does anyone know what magic bars are? Yeah. What? No, what else? Magic bars. What else? They're magical. It's like the graham cracker crust with the chocolate, but you can do regular, and then it's like sweetened condensed milk, chocolate chips, coconut almonds, and I did like Christmas things, Christmas chocolate or whatever on it. And I just love baking. It's hard for me to decide what to make, but squares are nice because you just like do a huge pan and cut it, right?
Yeah.
So, but if you open yours today, you'll see that there actually was 4 big ones, and then I had my whipped shortbread because I didn't count right, I'm sorry. I actually did like all of mine for Wednesday, and then the extra for this one, and I think I cut the squares too big. So.
Generous.
Oh darn.
Yeah. That's it.
So I'm Anne-Marie, and my husband made the cookies.
Yay!
He took on, started cooking for me a number of years ago, and then he started baking. So. But anyway, they're sort of like shortbread with cranberries and white chocolate in them. So they're really hard. I like hard, crunchy cookies, so they kind of don't break your teeth. Yeah. And I also made some, she calls it cracks.
Christmas cracks.
Yeah, so a few bags of those because I think we had to bring something.
And I brought short cookies, and they were my great grandma's recipe, and my mother always made them for like everybody.
Yeah, so if anything's wrong with the cookies,
you can blame me. For Valentine's Day, Patrick's Day, she was I'm and green, so actually everything was green on St. Patrick's Day. Like literally, we had green Kool-Aid mackerel
With the name like Hannah, I think we expect that.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Well, the macaron was kind of weird, but anyway. But yeah, so that's why I chose sugar cookies, because they were, and we always have them, and they're my kids request them for everything, so yeah.
Beautifully decorated.
Yes,
Oh,
they're
thank you.
Gorgeous.
snowflakes.
Oh yeah, they're snowflakes, yeah.
I'm Tasha. I brought pecan crescents. They were my grandma's recipe. Yeah, it's just not Christmas without them. So I remember her. She would always bring baking wherever, and we would often travel from Alberta out here or something for Christmas, and we would literally, like, my grandma would sit in the front seat with the cookies on her lap the whole way, just to make sure that whoever
They didn't
bring cookies. So yeah.
Cute. Interesting how different families have different names for things. Our family's name for that were Mexican hats.
Yeah.
Why? I don't know. Because they're like that, but.
I'm Kim and I didn't make anything. I did it on Wednesday.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
I'm Lonnie. My sister won a cooking contest with these. They're just chocolate chip oatmeal, but I changed it to the Christmas M&Ms to make it nice. And we baked them together yesterday.
Wonderful.
I'm Jane. I didn't bring anything either, but I just came to come visit.
Great.
And like Shane, as most of you know me as Kai, I'm also here to visit.
I'm Desiree. I got, they're actually called Mexican wedding cookies. I call them snowballs because my great grandma used to make them when I was a kid. And I thought that they looked like snowballs. And then when I made them, I realized that they do not look like snowballs. So they're just it's like almond, like an almond ball basically, and then it's coated in ice and sugar. Yeah, they don't look like snowballs.
So the Mexican wedding?
Mexican wedding. And not snowballs.
Yeah. Look at snowball in Mexico.
I mean, that's what I thought as a child.
You're like, what? I'm Amy, and I made whipped shortbread. It's actually, we have a family cookbook, and 20 family cookbook, and it's on page 12, and it's funny, I was saying to someone, like once I've made it once a season, then I don't need to look at the recipe again because it's just that easy, like 4 ingredients. And I fall in love again with the mix master. So I'm like, yes, please do the thing while I'm adding the thing. There's no way I can do it in my head. And I made a batch on Wednesday because I was bringing some to work, and also Larry wanted some. And then I made another batch Friday night, and then I went to go make more yesterday, and I realized I didn't have enough butter and cornstarch, and I had to go to 3 places to get cornstarch because apparently everybody in the world is making cookies. Yeah. So and I knew there would probably be a couple extra, so I've got a couple extra bags, I think. And,
awesome.
Yeah.
My name is Linda, and I didn't bring anything. Just came here to visit and see all the smiling faces.
Wonderful.
I'm Robin, and I brought the gingerbread men and
and that's been a family favorite for years and years since my kids were just really little. And I found that recipe in The Joy of Cooking, that book way back when that people used to have.
Yeah.
I'm Kelsey, and I didn't bring anything.
Hi, Kelsey.
I'm Norma, and I made ginger snaps. Not to be confused with gingerbread, because the ginger are really crispy. Like, these are dunkers, let me tell you. And I made them actually about a week ago. They've been sealed up since then, though. But,
I'm Krista, and I brought snickerdoodles. It's, I don't know, Dell always makes them, so he actually made them last night as well. It's wonderful having a husband.
you recommend it, Dan?
Yeah.
So good.
I'm Shayna. I brought eggnog cookies. They are not special to me in any way. Eggnog in the fridge, and that's a great idea. I did think it was going to be like this massive event, and I was going to be baking cookies all day yesterday, and I made DJ come over, and I was like, start rolling those cookies. And he started like rolling, and then it turns out I only needed one double batch, and that covered like 67 cookies.
So you had one to spare?
Yeah, one to spare, yeah.
That's funny. I am April. I made my cookies on Wednesday and already had a fiasco and cried over those. So today.
They taste good.
Okay, yeah. They were maybe a little crumbly, but
No, they stayed together.
My name's Tina. I did not bring any cookies. I was gone for a few weeks, so sorry I couldn't bake any cookies for you guys.
We're glad you're here.
visit as well.
I'm Sam, and I did not bake any cookies either. Neither day. No. It's a laughing joke because I do not bake, and I've made that very clear. I don't bake and I don't cook, so when we first talked about women's group, I'm like, can I buy cookies and bring them?
You could do like your rolled ones, just
yeah,
cut them.
no patience for that either. Just being honest with you.
Well, I'm Stephanie and I did not bake anything.
I made Wednesday, and yours are already gone. They're so good.
Oh, I think I can
Peanut butter balls.
Oh, those were good.
Peanut butter Rice Krispie balls.
Oh, yeah. It's a good thing that my daughter baked on Wednesday too, because we got 2 for those.
Oh, nice.
Oh, you got 6.
Yeah, 6 2 bags.
Yeah, she left hers, so they're gone now.
Snooze you lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, she went away, so I was like, do that for you.
So good. I'm Charmaine, and I didn't bake today, but I did bake Wednesday. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some mine are in there.
They're good.
No, just thank you so much. It's just it's a little thing, but it's nice. It's nice to just hear like little bits of each other's history and just another layer, right, of getting to know each other
And a chance to get together, because I'm missing women's group.
I know.
Yes. And I was so excited when it snowed because they gave us the day off, and I'm like, yes, I get to go to women's group.
We miss you there, Yes.
No, I mean, I thought it was just a great way too, because a lot of you, there's somebody at work and aren't able to come Wednesday, but it's just nice to be able to have that little bit of extra time to just be together and in the busy Christmas season, just to sit. There's no big agenda. Like, I thank you for your efforts in cooking, but otherwise, just to come and be, it's always kind of nice. And thank you so much to Karen. She did a lot of the just prep and organizing and even setting up today and Wednesday. I really appreciate it. So thank you, Karen. Thinking to feed us snacks so we didn't just look at cookies.
That was great.
Shar, can I just ask, I was asking a couple people earlier, for setting up for everything for the store, what time can people be here tomorrow or whatever, whenever?
if you were thinking of coming tomorrow, do you just mind to shoot me a private message on Messenger? That'd be great, because we don't need like everybody to come tomorrow. If you're planning to come to Women's Group Wednesday, we are going to focus on the food hampers on Wednesday and just doing that. But yeah, if you have the day tomorrow and you have time, just message me and then we can kind of make it so it's efficient. As well, if you're able to serve during the Thursday, Friday, or Saturday and you haven't already been contacted, but you're able to, just shoot a message to Pastor Matt so we can kind of keep organized that way. There's a lot of lists and things, so that's best we can. It's such a great time, even if you have 2 hours or if you have 8 hours, like really consider coming and serving for the Christmas shop. It's like, I don't think there's anything like it, just being able to serve people in this way.
So is there a schedule somewhere? Yeah, I was gonna shows where.
Can you, if you're able to, can you private message us? Okay.
Is it during the day?
So the schedule will be Thursday 4 to 8, Friday 8 to 8, Saturday 8 to 8.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we don't expect anybody to be like a whole day, like, but just whatever you are able to, just let us know so that we can fill in those spots.
And that list of hours, is that somewhere? No. Oh, okay, so I'll just message you and get.
Just let me know what you can do, and we'll let you know what.
Okay.
But kind of where it will work in that way. So yeah.
I would like to come back.
Maybe a Pastor Matt schedule things.
Yeah.
And message him.
Yeah.
I don't want to take it. But I could probably pick you up. Whatever. I'm sure we can figure it out. I know, like in terms of hours for the store, that's.
I just go with flow.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be really good. Awesome. Well, before I dismiss you back to talking, I would like to pray for you if that's all right. Look, I thank you just again for a beautiful day and for just service this morning and for even just this little pocket of time that we just grabbed to connect. And God, I just pray that your just presence would continue to go with us as we go our separate ways today or we go together, whatever. I just thank you for your protection, God, over our minds and hearts and spirit, soul, and body, God, that we would just walk in your grace and under your protection. And we thank you, God, in this season that you're just helping us to be able to create space for compassion for others. God, that we can be mindful of others and also, above all, just keeping our eyes on you. So we thank you for the grace for that. And for every person, Lord Jesus, in this room, I thank you, Lord, for them. And for the cookies that have been prepared, I just pray blessing upon them as well, that they would just bring joy to homes. And God, again, just love you. Amen.
Amen.
Okay. That's it.
I'm going to sit over there too. Kind of maybe
yeah, sure.
I'm going to come in for and I realized I have my back.
You still haven't had coffee, or have you had some now?
Still in?
You know? They're all good.
Weird.
We'll have to stop putting the coffee jokes on the picture.
Oh, no.
No, those are too cute. Yes.
I'm just going to grab those because if I don't, I forget this.
For without myself, I stayed overnight at my daughter's place on Friday night. So the kids, they went to a concert, and Saturday morning, I said, well, do you have coffee? And she said, well, yeah, but it's really old and stale. Sure, I got the things.
Normally, I just haven't heard back, so I don't.
I'm not a coffee connoisseur, but this stuff was pretty into it. I needed a store.
Have you done been a part of that before?
No, and I don't. I did not volunteer with everything going on. I sort of said, who knows? You know, it's kind of, I said it's enough to just get,
I think they.
I'm breathing, okay? I'm sure it will hit me someday. In fact, I'm going to say something about it in a minute. But there have been all these bumps of somebody who was in Manitoba now who was devastated. You know, 2 nights we saw on Facebook calls. We went out, well, she took her phone outside and watched the Northern Lights. You know, see, that's actually good for me, but it was good for her as well. So when I said it's a real spiritual kind of journey, so I'm being kind of careful as to, you know, what do I commit to right now in the next little bit? And really, what is the word? Okay, I have, hang on. This is her story, okay? But you get to listen. I'll touch you. Okay. You talked about some young man, right? That came to you? Oh, yeah. So, the day of Thanksgiving, I had one of his friends he worked with is in hospital in Abbey. Davis losing his other leg, he's diabetic, a lot of stuff. And I thought, I'm going out to see him. I took work off I headed. Now, I'm just going to give you this overview because I told you I was in corrections. It is highly possible that I am too emotional and I'm being conned. But there was something real about him. He's panhandling as I'm turning onto Marshall and I'm going to go to the hospital, I'm going to do this, that. And here's the thing is, he's been there before because Tim and I would have saw him. I mean, I would take Tim at the drum circle and we were doing all sorts of things. And he's probably older than he looked. I had first estimated he was 30. I'll tell you why, because I will say, oh my goodness, you know, she's emotionally distraught. I don't typically hand out cash. I never did. My promise industry. Mom bought one too many meals in downtown Eaton's and down at the local store. But I don't typically do that. And for some unknown reason, when I don't usually cash, I had cash on me. And it was just like, and he just, it was Lady Love. He just sort of smiled. And I rolled down the window and I said, can you meet me at the Chevron? Which, by the way, if you're turning onto Marshall, it takes you 10 minutes to get back to the Chevron, right? We got there and I told him that. I said, you know, this is your life story or whatever. I did a little spiel and okay, and I said, well, you know what, I'm some kind of distraught. I'm burying a friend soon. And he started to pretty much cry. I'm just giving you an overview. And he hugged. And I'm not kidding, he said to me, can I pray for you? Okay, the story can get even crazier because I'm of a firm belief that either there are angels unawares or there are things that come together. To make a long story short,
hey, Remington.
Coming back past, he was still out there. And I said, I just told him it was 8. Can you imagine 4 lanes of traffic, right? Some panhandler is going, hey, just meet me at the end, I'll be you. So we sat for about an hour and a half or more, and we swapped some stories. And I think he has a lot of problems, but I think he's real, and I think he's grieving, which is why he's working this. Now, he may have had some of those problems before he was grieving for his loved one, but this has not helped. So what was very strange about all of it, and I'm just giving you the overview, is just pray about it. I've taken it up with a couple of things, people like see me, folks, because it's Abby and the connections. I know his name, I know where he's at. A lot. I checked with Matt because of some of the connections, and he said, I think I know that guy. You know what? That's kind of remarkable when you think about it. Because that experience that day is actually what carried me through that day. So I don't know, you know, I don't know if I'm going out on a limb and deciding to be a hero and a rescuer suddenly because of my emotional state, because we can do kooky things out of character when we are in kooky places. But I really feel like I want to give back here as well. So think about that this week and remember this young man in prayer. And I may never ever know what happens to him, but I suspect that there's I am also a firm belief in confidentiality. Okay, but I am going to tell you this much. So one of the other things I did, I went whipping off, by the way, that 2005 van I run to. 2005 van I run had been running Tim around. You can really move on that thing, okay? What is down the Fort Langley? Feddo. It's like a Feddo horse that we often feed. Stopped at his face. And I said to myself, oh my goodness, are you headed? Oh. What did I say to him? I'm just going to use this name. Josie would have wanted this for you. She would want you to meet me. I'm not kidding, my friend. This is not from me. I
probably
swear
said hi to you at the
voice
door a
saying,
bunch
what
of
do you think
times.
Tim would want?
Getting up the stairs, so yeah.
So,
good to see you.
It's, I don't know why I'm sharing this with you when you said you sort of like the way I'm doing this, but
I do. I think God is just ministering to your spirit, you know, in ways that are so tangible for you, and that the healing process and what you're offering and what you're giving is walking through that healing process.
Well, I think what's important as well, I believe we all need to be able to share our experiences in order to make relationships and touch people. So if I go back, when was this? 20 years ago or more? I was going through a really bad place. I had a relationship we're not going to go there with. I'm in corrections. It's strange I come home and be afraid. Okay? Go figure. Things were really bad, and things were so bad. I fell, I injured my hip, I was in pain. They sent me to a specialist. The specialist said, you know, you've got an injury. Most is what's going on in your life. That's what's doing it. And I would lay on my couch because I was corrections. And I'm just going to say to you, I had the wherewithal to shoot myself. And I was like, no, I can't do this anymore. I can't. And a voice spoke and said, I hope you like this. This is very CMA. Then you better get on with it or get off of your bed. Oh, this is really crazy. I get chills. And it was basically, that was one of the things in my life. And I started to bawl. And years back, when I was Miami Vice. I was a top A-1 son. And I walked forward. And what's remarkable is right at that point, that didn't change a lot of stuff. But it did change. We're talking about perspectives, right?
Yes.
Women that I'd known for years at the bank said,
There's a murder of crows.
what happened? And I shared this story with someone. Dorian remembers the story. She says, I was just So I'm sharing that story with you now, not to floor you, but I have shared those stories with Sam. And I'm not saying that things are easy, and I don't even know what's going to go on with this thing with Tim right now. But yeah, right now, there's something for you to remember because you shared the one with me every day. So you've already got a heart for that.
Honestly, I didn't do anything. I was just available.
No, I didn't think I did anything either.
But I did just use this as show.
I totally ruined it for you. I'm sorry.
You know, he's coming on the cross 4 lanes of
the back door. Yeah.
And he just,
I'll be back.
what are you doing here? And well, things haven't been good. If you can, I said, why don't you do this? You know, I've got to see somebody in the hospital. See, those things aren't right for somebody on the street. You know, is it family? We did. No, it's somebody that worked with somebody who was actually passed away. She's in transplant. And I lost somebody a few months back. So it's just remember I'm important.
So
Did she take off and I didn't know it? Oh, she probably did. Oops. We probably should. I'm going to go do something.
She almost like So like it's just a mix of like different things now, but and like you want so mixed.
Reese's really weird. I heard it like it's
used to be Simon Church?
Yeah.
She's very pretty.
Oh. She's like a tree, isn't she? She's what? I got boots on and she's still taller than me.
She's like a tree.
I'm not that tall.
I don't think that was very good. What is your name?
Tina.
Tina. I'm Kai.
so nice to meet
So when
you.
he told us to tell somebody they were good looking, I said, I really mean this. I'm not just doing it. You take care.
Yeah, so
Okay.
he mentioned this morning that there was gonna be something at the church on the 30th? Maybe, possibly still? It's a maybe?
Well, I'm meeting with him this week, and then we'll sort of take it from there.
Yeah, okay.
Things are, I think he's got his hands full, and who knows, maybe something will
Because he
go.
mentioned it to like the hospitality team this
Did he?
morning. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so, and I don't know time or whatever, but I happen to have that day off, so I will be.
Oh, well, then that
in
would
whatever
work. It
capacity.
is a Saturday. Whatever we do, I would like.
30th is a Friday. Yeah. He said the 30th. Maybe he was wrong.
No,
'Cause-
he penciled in as the 30th, and I was under the impression it was Saturday.
No, it's
That's
Friday.
what we did look at a calendar in his office.
Well, maybe he looked at the wrong one because the 31st is New Year's Eve, and that's Saturday.
Oh.
Yeah, so you might want to double check with him.
We'll figure that out on Wednesday. Okay, because oops. Because
do you like go to sleep with all this on?
Yes, I do.
Okay, wow.
I'm just kind of wasn't sure if I was caught on something.
Are you ready? Yeah. What's your mom's name? Martina. Okay. Are you coming tonight or?
We'll see how the house
Connect at least on Wednesday.
How the what?
That's good.
Oh, yeah. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. So, all right. I'll be here. Just if you're here, I'll be here. Yeah.
I will check that because the idea being was something simple on a Saturday, maybe 1 o'clock for about the hour or so. And I'm going to do a slide presentation. Have Jim there, bring in one of his toy motorcycles, call 4 witnesses. You know, Matt's going to run the service, Rudy would do a song. And when I say call 4 witnesses, that's we're in. And I know I actually have 4 men that I want to speak, and each of them are, believe it or not, somebody in communities, which is even better. And it may be Matt will be the 4th, but having said that, and then just turn off the mic. And, you know, I don't know what else I want from you guys. They're going to hopefully either record it for me, because if they do...
Oh, I'm certain they will.
Well, Rudy said that, he says I can do that. First I thought about live streaming, I thought, that's not such a good idea. I would, Logan wants to be there. I mean, we knew Logan for 40 years. He's up north now. And, okay, if I've got it, I can say, here.
Exactly.
And we're open a Teams meeting.
When my dad passed away, they didn't tell us that they were taping, which I was really glad about because I would have been really self-conscious because I was reading at the time, it was like 16 and a half years ago, and I had chosen to read a passage from the prophet Khalil Gibran.
Yeah.
And it's something that was kind of close to my dad's heart way back then. But I would have been super self-conscious had I known about it, so I am glad they did not tell us till after. So.
Well, the idea being is this, there's possibilities there, and that is the one thing without waiting for the ministries. Did you hear the story? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like
and then
God,
someone mentioned that there was a viewing.
God knows what would have happened. Like, first of all, I can't take 6 months. Not with that and the time and the emotional damage that they drag you through. I can't do this. So this way, yeah, there's time. That's what Nancy said. Well, it's like a window, you know. There's a window of for this. So he wasn't available because he's got his hands full. But maybe we'll do it the 1st of January. We'll talk on Wednesday and figure it out. So yeah.
Interrupt what the guy's doing.
Anyway, I'm going to take a couple of those with me.
Would you like some shortbread to go?
Well, you know what I'm doing? It doesn't sound like I'm leaving. I've had some really remarkable experiences. I've been out to the hospital to see a couple of people at Tim Nealon. I was over to Maybe House with a Christmas thing. Actually, from there, I brought back, I cut up meats and cheeses, and because Indigenous, it's always, okay, don't leave food on the table, everything's take it away. I thought, I'll grab some cookies. So I'm going out to see CMA friends. We're going to have a little party this afternoon.
Nice.
And she's, she's not that well either. And
it's nice to be able to bring a little bit of cheer to somebody.
And It's actually probably a good idea. Yeah, you got it. So anyway, I'm gonna do it. Something to that effect. No, I didn't do it like this.
Whipped shortbread. Feel free to share it. Make sure you get one.
I'm gonna put something in here in case I end up over to Monica.
See what? Those are really cute. They'd hang on a tree.
Oh, they just build everything nowadays, don't they? Okay, 2 of those. There.
There's a lot to learn. And we only have so much class time. We're only getting the class time for 2 months. Yeah. Right? But the thing is too, you know, like, as
No, I'm going to see somebody, believe it or not. Which seemed like this was a good way to do it. I will see you for Wednesday. You're not? Oh. Okay, I see you Wednesday. Hang in there. Take care. And we'll connect. And
yeah. Okay.
You will be my first person to go to the smoking gun with. I have heard so many people talk about that.
It's wonderful.
I'll come to you.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out, yeah. I've been there, just walk in and walk over.
So yeah, we thought we would, I've got class number now and your number.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Take
bye.
care. Wait a minute. I'm going to go out this door because I'm parked right out there.
Oh yeah, but what about one?
Possibly be on there. It could possibly be on there. We'll find out, okay? That's a good idea. One, two, one. 2, 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh. How you doing? How you doing? I'm doing okay. Yeah. Hang in there.
Feel like driving on a Tuesday night, drive out to Tim Hortons
I thought of it.
by Costco.
Okay. Okay. Wait a minute, by Costco?
Yeah.
Not Sumas?
Sumas Way.
Yeah, Sumas. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay, gotcha.
Costco is just the next parking lot.
That's
over.
right. Okay. Hang in there.
Friday, we'll see you at Tim Hortons Liquid.
You got it.
Take care.
Please help me, Lord. We do know what we're doing. Yes, we do. Let's go this way. Let's go figure out what's happening too. Let's go to. Oh, they took the chairs out. Okay. share some. So the bottom line is that Friday I ran that earring in a strange place for a while. All the way through that Friday. I also ran it through yesterday. And I ran it through today. And I found it at about 1:30. Somewhere around the 1:30 mark, I decided to go to Fort Langley. I might have been coming back from Fort Langley. No, I was still heading to Fort Langley. I was, probably talking to Tom in that time period. I either saw Lucky, I was just coming in on seeing Lucky, or okay, we are happening. Whatever we're doing, we're happening. I've never noticed that before. Those kids do that to me at the school. Knock, knock. Who's there? Knock, knock. Hi, guy.
Bingo. I got bingo started.
Yeah. Hey.
Hey.
Hi, how you feeling?
I'm just getting time. Have my lunch.
Good. Well, I brought more food. Oh, good. There you go. Hey, my friend. Oh. Hi, Bingo. I'm coming out here. Oh, boy. Yeah, I'm coming out here. So I got this. And I've got, I'm working on it here, okay? And I've got those. Here, that's a better way to do it, isn't it? There we go. And I've got those. And now listen, I don't know if you guys know what this is. Let's hope you do. And I've got a piece of bannock for each of you.
Oh, I've never eaten that before.
Well, and now that's from yesterday. No, I'm doing okay. I'll just nibble on something. Let me cut this up.
Yeah, I know, but you need a plate.
Oh, I need a plate. Okay. Oh.
Okay,
Get some.
Bannock?
You may want to warm that a little too.
I'm just wondering, you gave us a package of something, a container.
Heck if I know. What?
I had to look it up on the internet. It's sort of like a cookie type thing.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
It will have been in the freezer, and you know what? I've still got a whole bunch of stuff. I don't know.
Use that. I never used it. I don't know.
So this is bad cutting, but we're working on it. There we go.
That's fine.
Oh.
You don't need to feed us just because you're coming here.
Huh?
You don't need to feed us just because you're coming here.
Oh.
I know.
There we go.
Did he make bacon and hash browns?
Hi, guy. Yes, I'm here. Oh my goodness.
There's somebody missing.
Hi. Oh, I know. You are so tough. Yes, jump up on my knee and growl, right? Yeah, I'm so tough.
Growl is a purr. It's for him.
Oh my
It
goodness.
seems to be.
I think he's part cat.
Yeah. What have you been doing before? You said you don't sleep. you take a picture?
Well, you know, it's.
Every time I try taking a picture, he does not
He
nice.
moves then, yeah. What was he doing? on his back?
I have your email,
Back
don't
office?
I? Because
Yeah.
I've got good pictures of him. I should send them to you.
Well, his email or mine? Because mine
I
doesn't
should
work
get
very well.
yours. I should get his again. Oh, what we're gonna do this? No, you gotta look at me. Bingo. Oh, you're just
I have
gorgeous.
food. Huh?
Oh, that's it.
That's why
So I went over to the church today, and then the Ladies Connect group do a cookie exchange, and lots of us aren't baking, but just stayed long enough to say hi, right? And said, okay, I'm coming out here. Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
Not a problem. You're more than welcome.
Well, in order to get rid of Mala, just make it the downer. So we were out to, and Andrew spoke at the viewing. So he was Indigenous when he, and well, lots of them were Indigenous. Not the tall, slim guy, but a little bit shorter. That's Andrew Victor. He's also the pastor at Chilliwack Native. The older one? No, that's his mom. That's Patty.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so see, when that started, my parents were in on some of that.
Okay.
And they were at Evergreen Hall for...
Then was any of his brothers there? Did he have
Andrew's
brothers?
No.
No?
No.
Because it looked like that one guy that was sitting there. It looked like it could have been...
The tall, that's Ray. And Ray comes from Chihuahua. He's a counselor now. I went to university with him, right? And we did stuff with, eco-activism and the like. But Andrew and Patty, when we were out at the naming ceremony, because there's only so many things you do with Tim, right? You put him in the vehicle, you drive someplace. And
So his dad was there too?
No, Gary's gone. And I said to Patty, okay, I'm going to bring a cake out on such and such a day, because they meet in home now since COVID, and it's a small group, so they just meet at Patty's still. And I said, well, I'm going to bring that. Andrew said, an ice cream cake? Okay, I'll bring it out Saturday. And then Tim passed away.
What was
And
the day that you were bringing it?
well, not quite. This is the story. So I said to them at the viewing, or I said to Patty, I think you guys had left. I went over and I was talking to her, and I said, we were slated to do this, but I can't. I just can't. And she said, I get you. And I'd already made a deal with you guys somewhere that I would just drop in. Today is Tim's birthday.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh,
So we are having a party, okay?
I guess he said it was
Yeah.
in December, but he didn't know what date.
65. Go figure, eh?
Yeah, the balloon, right?
I think 60. Wait a minute, 57. What would you have been?
Yeah, that is the same year we were born.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were born the same year.
Yeah, 65. So I couldn't go out there. I figured if I went out there, because it was something that was planned, I would be a basket case. Like, I can just see myself falling apart. And Andrew said, no, he says, let's hold off on that. So, yeah. So anyway.
Yeah, just like my grandma. My grandma never seen the paycheck neither.
Well, that wasn't because of the age.
No, it was age, yeah.
It was not only age, it was because your uncle and your mum didn't want to do it.
No, she had to be 20 years in this country before she could
Oh, I
talk.
see, I didn't know that.
Oh, really?
At that time.
Yeah, there's a certain amount of time
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
qualify because she came elderly already.
Yeah.
So she had to wait till
And she was
20 years.
Not that she didn't get fed and had clothing and stuff, because your mum did all that.
My grandma was very little. One dress or two dresses.
Sure.
That's all that she had in her life.
I know, but she did, like, she went to MCC.
She never was a person with hoard clothes and stuff. Like she made everything for everybody else, but she didn't.
Oh, if you only knew what my
take care of
house
herself.
looks like, I don't know what I'm going to do to sort it through, although I suppose I got the time to do it now. We started...
It's a motivation too, right?
Well,
Be motivated to do
I got enough stuff. Okay, I mean, I got enough good stuff. I even got stuff that's brand new. My famous one, which are there somewhere. I'd give them out if I knew where they were. So I've been involved in different groups and whatever and fundraising. These are parchment books, like really pretty things too. Like, like something you'd give away to somebody, say, here, use this as a journal with fabric cover, and they're handmade. And Jody had them out at Happy Prospector. She had, I don't know what she did. She swung some kind of deal with some guy and he gave her like 4 cases of these things. So she sold some off and she didn't want any more. And there were still 3 boxes, because I packed them into 4 boxes. So there's at least a good 40 of them in my house somewhere, like 30 or 40. And I gave them out one Christmas with a group that we were with. And then I thought, okay, if we were doing fundraising, or I got them for $20, right? Like, talk about deals. Like, you know how we swing deals with people and
free stuff.
Well,
good thing for elephant gift.
So here's this stuff. So that's just one thing. I mean, there's all this other stuff. And the idea being is at one time, even with some of those groups, was opening a shop. A couple of group members made drums, did things like that. Okay, we're going to open some kind of collectible. See, I can do it at my place. I'm zoned for it. So I just turned the front area of the house into whatever. And then that didn't come together. So that's, 2013, 14. And life got busy. And I went back to school. And what are we going to do? And, well, Tim's going to retire soon. And because that would have been this year, right? And then COVID hit. And I said, okay, I've got to start cleaning junk out. I'll tell you the funny story about the junk in a minute. And then Tim was diagnosed too. Well, no, Tim was diagnosed, and then COVID hit. And so everything just went on hold. So it's still there.
You're gonna get grease on your shirt there.
Oh, that shirt is old. You should put my pumpkin shirt.
Yeah, well, now you just put your hands on it.
They always said pumpkin shirt.
Just before, he was still working. So it's just before diagnosis. Yeah, so that was that summer.
And what did you do even at the Harrison Hotel?
A houseman.
Oh, like
houseman. Yeah, so I don't know.
Busman type of thing?
I don't know what a houseman is.
He did the mostly pool cleaning and stuff.
He did.
And chemicals and all that
And
stuff. I wonder if that's something what...
Sometimes ran stuff to guests. A houseman just does everything.
Chlorine is one of the deadliest things for your
There
lungs.
is, in fact, you're on
Remember
something.
me and
Because
Barbara
you know
and
that most people who lived
we're
in
in
there
the, what do you call it?
got sick.
Yeah, this one there. That's
Changing, we were down there, okay? All of a sudden they said get out because it was ammonia. The ammonia fumes had leaked out. So I went out there with a towel. My bathing suit. And my purse.
It is odd. That's like, oh, you're gonna get it. No, you're not. He's just, see? Yeah.
He's not very good at sharing the ball. Brings it to you and then he holds it in his mouth.
I saw Al, he was dropping off probably Gospel of John's or the CMA one, like the little biker pocket Bible at church, and he said he was out for a ride, I guess. Rode them over, and by the time I was leaving, and he says, oh, and come on Tuesday night out to whatever, but the idea of driving to Abbotsford at 6:37, going home, sitting with the cats,
In the middle of the week.
Yeah, it's... And if it was summer, and, it's a nice evening, and, well, then you ride, but, I don't know, I haven't decided what to do with the trike yet. I think I'm going to leave it on. And it's not not massive savings if I leave it there, so, it's around...
Another month or so, you'll be able to ride again.
This is just it. Well, by February we could end up with a snowfall, but...
Could be snowfall or could be late spring.
Exactly. Yeah, so what's the point of canceling it? I canceled everything else.
A little bit more.
You're not there.
I think that one's a little bit more.
Oh, she was a little bit older, so...
How old is she?
20.
Oh, Gunnar. You are a pretty Gunnar. You are. You are so pretty. You're a good Gunnar. Yeah. Oh, is Lady Grey having... She's eating. Come here. Yeah. Oh. Dear's Gunnar. Dear's Gunnar. Oh, and there's Mew. I'm going to read now, okay? Let's read. Let's do this next, okay? That's a good idea. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so Jesus visits Martha and Mary. As Jesus and the disciples continued on their way to Jerusalem, they came to a certain village where a woman named Martha welcomed him into her home. Her sister Mary sat at the Lord's feet listening to what he taught. But Martha was distracted by a big dinner she was preparing. She came to Jesus and said, "Lord, doesn't it seem unfair to you that my sister sits here while I do all the work? Tell her to come and help me." And the Lord said to her, "My dear Martha, you are worried and upset over details. There is only one thing worth being concerned about. Mary has discovered it, and it will not be taken away from her." Amen, God. Thank you for working us and walking us through it. I'm doing some really weird stuff. And I don't know what all we're going to do. We're going to vacuum soon. Hang on. We're going to clean up the cat's mess. That's what we're doing right now. Oh, jeez, you guys. With a bunch of cookies. Those would be great, but 300 of them is overwhelming. It'll take us an afternoon to do. If I started baking 2 dozen cookies a day, we'd soon be there. 8 days worth, huh? 2 dozen cookies. Anyway, where are we at? What if I'm just running this past myself. 15 dozen. 1 dozen, 15. $150. Oh God, I'm tired. I'm tired in a way that's really weird. Although, it's really strange what went on that I'm looking better. I actually see it in my own pictures. The pictures that were done over at Mady House, oops, we just screwed that up, Mew. I actually do look better. And if I think I'm not sleeping, I'm probably sleeping harder than I did. Meaning when I go to sleep, I get to go to sleep rather than listening. So it's a real walking curve, God. And I'm still tired. And I'm going to have a little bit of wine and eat something tonight and crack cookies tomorrow. And I need to talk to Philip tomorrow and see if we can get in to see him. That would be good. Monday, Tuesday. Wednesday is a sort of full enough day. Thursday we're into another day. We've got that on Thursday evening. Friday is go out to see the guys. Saturdays, I don't know what Saturday is. What are we doing Saturday? I don't remember. We're doing something next week. 16th. No, we were going out to All Saints. And I don't know what else we are doing. Dear God, thank you for this day. Bless Elvira and Manfred. Thank you for their kindness. Thank you for everybody that I've walked into today and spoken with, and wow. Guard my mind. That's the biggie lately. Just keep walking one day at a time, one day at a time. That's the only way to do it right now. And I ask this in Jesus' name. Thank you for Bruce and what he said about Tim's prayers. Wow. I ask you to go with us and keep your hand upon us. I'm stopping to take a picture of... What did we do with this? Well, she went someplace and now I can't take a picture of it. I'm working on it, mute. There. Picture of you. Go with us and keep your hand upon us. I ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. What time is it? It's 6 o'clock. I could go to church yet tonight. And I'm tired. Hey guys. What you doing? You gonna get your picture took too? There's Gunnar. 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 That's a bad picture, Gunnar. Gotta do that soon. Oh, Jesus. Dear bloody God. You know, I would appreciate if you guys didn't toss this stuff all over the place.
Things might not always be all. Might not always be all. When we know our light shines.
I should go Gunnar. Can I come in for 5 minutes? I brought you some grapes. How you doing? Okay. Oh dear. There's some grapes. Pardon me? I would love a coffee. I've got about 20 minutes. Oh,
Mugs are here.
thank you. And,
Do you take sugar? Do you take sugar?
no, I'm just black with a little water in it. So,
Take water from here.
oh, that's okay.
No,
That's,
it's got cocoa.
oh. So come and sit down, and I tried to call you back yesterday, and, your, where are you? Your voice box is full.
I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, your messages.
I don't know.
Oh, well, I don't know either, but it said it was full, so.
I'm gonna grab a cup.
Okay. I'm gonna go sit down. I'm a little whoopy too.
Go
Okay.
sit down. Go sit down.
Okay.
How to remember when I said can you manage a few minutes by yourself?
Yeah. Well, I've got to go to work within about 20 minutes, so if that's okay.
It's not gonna take forever.
Okay.
I just have to write it down because it means
Excuse me, is number 3 down that way or right over here? Thank you. Monica?
Oh, hi, Ty.
Okay, I'm on my way to work.
Okay, yeah.
And I just dropped, so I broke the seal. But there's some cookies and a couple of oranges, and I want to come back and see you. This is nice in here. You take care.
Yeah,
Wait a
okay.
minute, you look good. Oh, hang in there, okay?
Yeah.
And I've got all sorts of running around to do with what goes on, so take care.
Okay,
all
come
right.
by for a longer visit
I
next
will
time.
do. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay, so we're going to do our devotions. Thank God. And we're just going to work through this. 5:30, 6:30, 7:30. God, I tell you, it's interesting. Once Jesus was in a certain place praying. As he finished, one of his disciples came to him and said, Lord, teach us to pray, just as John taught his disciples. And Jesus said, this is how you should pray. Father, may your name be kept holy. May your kingdom come soon. Give us each day the food we need and forgive us our sins, as we forgive those who sin against us. And don't let us yield to temptation. In teaching them more about prayer, he used this story. Suppose you went to a friend's house at midnight, wanting to borrow 3 loaves of bread. You say to him, a friend of mine has just arrived for a visit and I have nothing for him to eat. Suppose he calls out from his bedroom, don't bother me, the door is locked for the night and my family and I are all in bed. Can't help you. I tell you this, though he won't do it for a friend or friendship's sake. If you keep knocking long enough, he'll get up and give you whatever you need because of your shameless persistence. And so I tell you, I keep on asking and you will receive what you ask for. Keep on seeking, you will find. Keep on knocking, the door will be opened. For everyone who asks receives. Everyone who seeks finds, and to everyone who knocks the door is open. Verse 11 tomorrow, okay? Thank you, Lord. 5:6, verse 19. Oh boy. Hi Gunnar, how you doing? Everyone tried to touch him because healing power went out from him and he healed everyone. Wow. Well, everyone except Tim. Maybe he healed Tim too. I don't know. Okay, we're working on it. It's kind of good. And we're going to do this. Okay? This is good. And we're going to do this and this and this. So is that. We could go to the mall. Hi, Gunnar. There's Gunnar. I need to do something and I don't know what. I'm gonna go pick that up. To all he prays, risen with healing in his mall's open till 9. It's not, it's only open till 5.
Well, good morning, church. How's everyone doing this morning? Not bad, not bad. Welcome to College Street. If you're joining us for the first time, welcome home. I'm Matt, and this is my beautiful bride, Charmaine. And we are the lead pastors here at College Street. And today is an extra special day, not just because it's Sunday, not just because it's the day the Lord has made, but we have the privilege and honor.
Do something. Okay, 7:04, so it's 6:04. Oh, God. Short arms, hang on. Can you put some ketchup in that, please? Sure. Did I get it? There.
It'll just be one.
Yeah. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Oh, God damn. There's Christmas lights. seen as a cop. I was in corrections. I'm here instead of shooting myself in the head, okay?
Aww.
It's really strange. Listen, Matt, he's not coming back, okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I will see you on Wednesday, though.
Okay. Good. Well, if you need something, you call me.
I will.
I'm glad you're here. That's the right thing.
You know,
can't be alone.
Last night, I just went sideways.
Really?
So I did. I have not gone sideways yet. So I came down here, talked to Vince for a bit. Hung out with Norma.
Yeah.
Went home and went, wow, and actually got a little sleep.
Oh, good.
So for 3 years. Now listen, you got this training, you need to know this. There is something real. This is something I do not know, and I've never done this with the rocks. It's called Caregiver's Grief. And you know what I'm doing? I'm glad he's gone. I wish he was here, and I have no purpose.
Oh, of course you do.
No, okay, maybe I do, but that is what it comes around to. Yeah. So 3 years, things are. Yeah. But what are you doing?
Just noticed that, eh?
Well, you know, I'm thinking fire.
I got this massive Christmas tree that I chopped down with the boys the other day, and the stand isn't big enough, so I had lumber here. I cut this up, and I'm going home to build the stand for this tree. It is massive, Kai. I'll show you pictures. I got it all. You won't believe it. And then when you'll see the coffee bar we started to build. My brother-in-law's been going to town there, eh? It'll be ready to go by Sunday. And that's something. So if you need stuff to keep busy, Wednesday night, Friday all day, Saturday all day. Families are coming in to get gifts. So if you want to help out with that, just show up.
I would do them. Okay, yeah, I will see
tomorrow.
You
Tomorrow the ladies are doing putting all the hampers together with all the food.
I know I'm seeing you on Wednesday. We're going to cover some things.
On Wednesday, sorry, I said
coffee. I don't know what we're seeing. And by the way, the 30th is not a Saturday.
Oh, it's a Sunday?
It's the day before. It's a Friday.
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe we'll push it
Friday
forward.
Or Saturday?
I would prefer a Saturday.
Yeah.
We may push it forward. You've got your hands full too, my friend.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good stuff. Hang in there.
We can do white elephant.
Hey. Bathroom.
We have those.
Good. One of these are open. I know they are. This one? No.
This one here.
One of them?
Yeah.
Okay, I would take the wrong one, wouldn't I? You should have saw me and let's make a deal. Holy mackerel. Look at this. Wow.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. Hated it if you got it. It would have been hilarious. There's definitely a Radiator Delta or you did. Yeah. Or Run. Yeah.
I gave Brittany and Dump white elephant gift yesterday. They were just chocolates.
Nice.
It's just chocolate. It's like
I got a necklace.
nice. He keeps trying to give me stuff, but I'm like, I just don't wear.
Oh, I don't wear stuff either. Yeah. It's like, he gave it to me. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
He's trying to sell me on a wall chain. I was like, that's really nice. I just don't do wall chains.
No, I know me either. Well, the one he got me for my birthday was like, it weighs me down, and then it wants to hit my fender, and I just can't. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The only good thing that came out of it was he put this ring on which actually I really like, because I can just.
Yeah.
That's a fun card. It was so long ago. I spent 3 in my room, just from 3 different occasions. Because my mom gets us a different card. Oh yeah. I read.
So whoever doesn't sound like a nest. Ever.
I'm not gonna talk about what I do on my camp.
You, dude.
Yeah. I always do.
I always like it, but then I
Just hot chocolate and that big cup. Teenage boys. Yeah. There's hot chocolate in the big thing.
I already knew that.
Did you? Yeah. Have you had any yet?
Yes.
Good, that makes two of us. I'm Kai.
Ben.
Hi, Ben?
Yeah.
Hey, Kai.
How you doing? We're talking about, I didn't even know this was down here. You probably did. Wow. That's why I called. I wasn't good last night. It's really the first night I haven't been good.
Yeah.
So So I said to Matt, this is a joke. I said, you've done RCMP training? Yeah. I worked with sex offenders and corrections. I came here and started shooting myself in the head. And he just looked at me and went, gotcha. And did talk to Vince. And then today, actually I could have probably stayed home. But this is really kind of delightful. Yeah. Wow. You know, I probably knew this was down here, but every time I see something with stuff, it's like, wow, it's different again. How are you doing? You got through the day?
Yeah, through the day. Another day with Mason.
Oh.
He was fixated on opening Christmas presents early.
Oh, goody.
So for like, I want to say good 2.5 hours, he sat with his head on my lap between crying and getting angry.
Because it's too early. Yeah.
He wants to open his Christmas presents early. I can't. Oh, like, dude, you only have to wait until the 21st. Because he's going to his dad's house for Christmas, so I'm letting him open his presents for me on the 21st.
Yeah. That's not that long.
I know. But to him, it's forever.
They tell me there's hot chocolate over there. Do you want one?
Yeah, maybe.
I'll get you one, okay? Okay, hang
You
on.
were concerned.
It's much warmer in here.
No.
Ooh, I like the earring.
No, like.
Oh,
That's very cool.
Problem is, I already knew it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
well, then DJ.
I was gonna wear my sweater, but like I was gonna pull over and I'm like, this is what they put on people's heads for the electric chair. I feel like
I guess if I pulled that out further, it'd go faster, wouldn't it? Probably.
Oh, thank you.
Have you been here before? Yeah. Well, don't worry, I have, but not in here. So, wow. I'm really impressed with the neon earring. I wonder if I can get a shot of it. She moves that. Well, maybe I can do that. But that's just.
yes. Sorry, I said Scott 3 times.
Oh, it's not getting the There it is.
In my photo, it looks like there's a red dot above your head, but it's an
Exchange,
exit
I've got
sign.
2 or 3. I have a lot of shots because I was playing. This is another camera, and I haven't used it yet. So what have I got? I've got these cookie recordings instead of pictures. I've got one with you with the puppy. You know when I went like this, and you're sitting there like this. So I thought, well, I'll get the stuff posted and share it forward, and so be it. Yeah. That looks good too. but now this is.
I love it. It's like
This is much.
Yes.
Very
way
good.
Too big. Like, I got it for work, and I'm just gonna take a photo and take it off immediately because I'm totally should wear it to work on the fast flash.
Does this not bother your eyes at the side? Like, wow.
I'm sorry.
Bother your eyes with the flash?
I can't see it.
Oh, can't you? Oh, it would drive me crazy.
Which one's flashing?
So, is it driving you crazy?
Yeah. Well, no, because it's over there. But if it was here, it would be like, you know.
Yeah, the fast flash. No.
Oh yeah. It's warmer in here anyway. We don't have snow coming, thankfully, so that's a good start. I agree. So Mason did sell out, did he? A little bit. Well. Cats, and then I will go eat, and then I will do something else. Welcome to the rest of your life. Before she gets it. Oh gosh. Don't come down here drunk again. Just no. It's a whiskey. Yeah, I'm probably the fourth witness. Yeah, I'm probably the fourth witness. Yeah, I'm probably the fourth witness. Yeah, I'm probably the fourth witness.
Check this out. These are the ones I look on with favor.
Shit. Some you know and some you don't. Most you know.
This is an announcement. Thus saith the
The
Lord.
joke was Tim was my 16th cousin through adoption and marriage.
You must go, because the calling is
And
so
after
great on your
25 years in my household. I say that as Lydia in the New Testament, my household. There's a you on the inside of the Christian, and you understand that. Tim was not really my husband, but he was my husband. Tim was my brother, my buddy. I met Tim when I was 14 or 15. Jim had hitchhiked across Canada. he met my father, who was doing full gospel businessman stuff in those days in Chilliwack and prison ministry. You know, full gospel businessmen got guys jobs. Make a long story short, Tim came to young people. He was a Thompson. That's all we knew. I hadn't been introduced to him. I met him actually at a young people's, the Pentecostal Tabernacle, that way. And we were all going to go for coffee, a bunch of young people, and we did some really naughty things, and Jerry, some guy who liked me and wanted, and I was prettier in those days. Well, Jerry drank a case of beer, and nobody else did. Tim didn't. Neither did I, and neither did Annetta or some other girl. And it says something for Tim's character that I was pretty much beside myself because Jerry was very Dutch something and would have lost his car and never drove again. I'm sure his parents would have taken it away, so we drove Tim home. Well, we drove Jerry home, Tim and I. I don't even know if Tim had a license, or maybe I know I didn't. And Agassiz Rosedale Bridge, we walked back to where I lived. Tim walked me home. And when we got there, my father, who was like the equivalent of a Southern Baptist preacher, was going to kill him. I am almost certain I eventually ended up going over the fence of the neighbors, 6 foot. I wish I could leap that high now. But before a lot of that happened, or during it was happening, my mother, who was a wonderful woman, she looked Jewish. She was dark Irish. Dark Irish and 80. And she walked down the driveway, not a long driveway, but long enough, and she took Tim by the scruff of the neck and she said, "What is your name, young man?" And my father was hooting and hollering, and the neighbors were up, and I'm surprised we didn't have the RCMP there. He told her his name. She said, "Where do you come from?" And he told her. And she said, "And your mother's name is?" As though she already knew. And she did. My mother was kind of a family historian, knew stuff on both sides that my dad never did. And it's remarkable that Tim would hitchhike 3,000 miles, go all over Canada, do lots of stuff as a young man, and end up with extended family. Well, that was the beginning of the beginnings, and Tim worked for me and my ex-husband, and my ex-husband wasn't a good scene, but Tim did a lot of things, and somewhere along the line when I was going through a really bad time, I said to a PAOC friend, she was a pastor's wife, I said, "Rhonda, I need muscles." I don't know what she thought I meant. I think she thought I meant I needed a man. No, I needed muscles. As much then, and even more now. And I was so poor, and things were so bad, and restraining orders. And I ended up in a IGA parking lot on Menzies Street. There's a dollar store there now. And one night I'm taking pop bottles back to do, I don't know, put gas in the vehicle, and I have to go to work tomorrow, and I was doing property management, and I don't know what all I was doing. And there was this guy there in all leathers. I didn't even know it was a man. Just a little something. full helmet, old Yamaha 650. And I rolled down the window and I can hear myself to this day. This is a classic story that you would tell, or I would tell, and Tim would go, "Why are you telling it again?" Is your name Tim? And this person swaggered over, this little dude, blacked out helmet, and leaned on the window of a fair lane that I'd inherited from an extended family. That's how bad it was. And he said, "Only if your name is Kathy. I'm Kathy by birth." We danced in the parking lot, and somewhere along the line, I said to Tim, "What do you want from me?" I said, "A parachute." And that was the beginnings. That was 25 years ago. Tim was a member of my household. He didn't always like it when I said that. He'd say, "Oh, that sounds cold, that sounds this, whatever." But he was, and my household at one time consisted of more people, more animals. But I was my mother's daughter, and he was not my husband. And in many ways, after 25 years, he was the worker, the brother, the friend that was sent to me. I should be talking about Tim, and I'm going to talk about me now. And in doing so, we need to realize the purpose of our Creator, dec-jan, dec-jan, dec-jan is upriver helkamilum for God, he who is the highest leader. Dec-jan comes from the back east, and Ojibwe Odawa of he who forgives. Dec-jan is he who owns everything. And you know what? Dec-jan sent me Tim. And Tim was here in Chilliwack for 25 years. The enemy reminds you of your past, you remind him of his future. In those 25 years, there were some really bad moments. You know, Tim sometimes fell off the wagon, and I'm not going to even explain that. And Tim was elsewhere a couple of times, and we lived a strange life. We weren't married, but it was like we were married. Like we read in the scripture. And his kingdom will never end. And although honestly at times we get caught up building our own kingdom. When it's all said and done, we want to be kings and queens of our all that really matters is we are all walking each other home. And some of us closer than others. Original origin, the word actually means holy day. 3 years ago, Tim was diagnosed with COPD. I thought he would live forever. I wish I had the time to tell you the miracles that went on, because at that point, 4 years ago, he was expected to go about a year. Tim survived COVID. Tim came back home 2 or 3 different times. Tim was a pony that went across the desert with me. And everywhere we did wonder everything for Tim or for me. Continued during COVID. We continued during Samath Lake flooding. We continued. I inherited a trike this year. Tim had a hard time sitting on the bike, on the trike, on the back, in the... Some of you know what that's called. Tim had a hard time when I said to him 2 years ago, and he'd been diagnosed and he could barely walk. I said, we are going home to put the 250 on the road, and that's going to be it. That's going to be the exercise. I'll tell you, after a year, Tim was chasing me all over the valley with... He's on the 250 behind my bigger bike and running his oxygen tanks on each side. People would just stand in awe as we went past.
The angel shuts his mouth. Oh, it's so good. Shuts his mouth.
I don't know how and why Tim is gone. I'm working through that. The first few weeks, I really held on to what went on. The weekend Tim went. We were at an incredible men's conference. Pastor Rudy here got Tim the links. And Rex Crane, I would urge you all to Google that name. Listen to this man. Prayed for Tim. And through the weekend we were at many things. We were at Woshiam with Chief Andrew Victor in a naming ceremony. We were at CMA, which is Christian Bikers, Motorcyclists, and at a potluck. We were at CMA, which is Chilliwack Navy Association, and a function. We were at Victory Church. I would defy a lot of people here to keep up. And I settled Tim that night, and he'd said to me 2 or 3 times, I thought it would be different in his oxygen levels and his heart rates, and Tim didn't want to go to the hospital, and I got him settled, and I found him Monday morning. And it was, I think, sudden.
For those that love the Lord, you see, what you perceive is what you receive. It's not just what you say, but how you say it. If you respond with faith and you respond with obedience,
That
then you
whole morning was a real gong show with the emergency paramedics and everything.
Unexpected descendants. What happens when you find out that news?
I called 2 people that morning. I called
generations, not just your lifetime, but others.
Chief Andrew Victor of Woshiam First Nation. And I called Al Peters. And somewhere along the line, in my own journey, I realized that I wasn't the only one who was messed up now. There are a couple of elders, one a friend we've known for 40 years, northern BC, another northern Manitoba. When I talked to Al later that day, I said, you know, you better wrap everything in a blanket prayer and just wrap everybody in that prayer. We started talking, and the night at the men's conference, many had prayed with Tim, and the speaker had said, Tim, you're getting and you're going to get a brand new set of lungs. Al brought things like that to my attention. And I held that, and I'm still holding that.
Right? She knows. I believe God can.
We're here to celebrate the life of Timothy Thompson.
Not that I couldn't serve the Lord becoming.
I could not have had a better brother.
To take that and use it for pastoring. And again, I want to encourage somebody because sometimes
Helper.
I'm just going to stop what I'm doing. No, I actually went to people in the church. I had this
Worker.
amazing God encounter in a victory church.
Servant.
I was ready to drop everything and just be a missionary. Wherever I had to
Pony.
be a pastor, by the way. And
Who was humble enough to sit on the back of a trike that I don't even, I'm not even riding. I've ridden for years, and he would sit on the back of it and say, "You're doing good, you're doing good."
where you're at, right? And you don't have to worry about chasing your calling because your calling will
My hands go up to each of you this night.
find you. And I didn't know this, but all the stuff I took was dealing with people in crisis.
Yathu Kosai,
Because of it, I've been
for coming and celebrating with me. An incredible 25 years. Some of us here are old enough to know what that means. My own parents and my father, who was going to kill Tim or smack him or something in a driveway years back. We had 25, 26 years with my mom. They married older in life. So it's a strange place to be right now. We had a running joke, Tim and I, that age is not what it's cracked up to be. There were lots of plans. And then Tim health went down.
In the midst of a storm. In this world you will have trouble, but take heart, he says, for I have overcome the world.
I thank you for coming.
Just keep going through it.
Muktastaka, all my relations.